In the afternoon, we're going to talk a lot about our legal issues. Make sure we're able to up our game a bit on some of these things.
Awesome. So actually, it is streaming right now. Smile, you're on camera.
What is it showing?
You.
Not in the chair.
I mean, yeah. But
I think we're dinner last night. And I guess you're coming tonight as well. Man in Black, the new Johnny Cash.
I had a jacket that I was going to wear over this, so that it looked like I was going to a funeral.
You say Liberty International?
Oh, you're a vampire, I'm not that.
Did you say Liberty International?
Yep.
The YouTube channel? Does that look right? Am I telling them the right information?
2 words. I don't know.
Oh, it's 2 words. Thank
I can maybe send you a message.
Yeah.
Where are you going to next? You're traveling a lot.
Yeah, somehow it's necessary.
Absolutely. Is it with Matt? Is it a different one you had before? You had
No, this is new one.
New one? Okay, I saw it.
Yesterday.
I thought it was the same. I thought it was the same one. So I didn't watch it. It was different video. I'll watch it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll watch it. You got an interesting story.
No.
I'm afraid what's going to happen in Hong Kong.
He had to,
He's involved, wasn't he?
So he has
Yeah. I don't know what this is. People got me upside down.
Yeah.
You know?
But that's not that's not what the Chinese
No, I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't spent much time in China. I'm just in Beijing, but comparing Beijing to Hong Kong, no comparison. I'd much rather be in Hong Kong any day of the week. All right, Leo, I'll watch the video. Keep up good work.
I'm posting my things.
You're posting your thing now? All right.
Yeah.
This is great. It's like a reception.
So that's just because they're gonna be.
I wish I could have a room there.
But,
Still be the.
No, I agree, and I'm not a big fan.
When are, all the town guests,
Yeah.
meeting?
See, the whole fight.
Speaking about morning and, leaving tomorrow afternoon. The hearing is leaving tomorrow earlier. Or not, and Peter's just gonna be on the airport time, but we never see.
That's our still here tomorrow night, I will start.
No, he told me that. He's gonna be here tomorrow night, but
Oh, yeah, house made it, house.
stay several days. Yeah, but everybody else is leaving tomorrow and then.
Well,
yeah, you know, this, okay, Hawaii, California,
Sure.
and Hawaii, I mean, they're extremely
identical in ideology.
I haven't. Micro.
All right.
I emailed you my slides to do,
Yeah.
for my.
Well, you're right. No, I have this.
Who should I?
We're not set up for something.
Oh,
That's
okay.
You should have told me.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
Well, like,
Who's running the,
This isn't, and that's right. That's the UL for. Yeah.
Okay.
But we're not set up for this long. I would have, I want to do south one, I would have set it up.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, you know what? Who's running?
No, we'll be back by 9:45.
Okay.
But,
So,
that's if we need people in here, I can see us.
Yeah. Send Greg my slides.
Well, Dario, you're showing there with a green shirt, sitting up front in front of the that's in the hotel.
Okay.
He's the technician. But again, we didn't ask to do any slides.
Oh, okay. Okay, I mean, I think they should send you. There's computers there.
Yeah, it's possible.
If not, I can do it without slides.
So you're after lunch.
Yeah.
Dario's gonna come back.
Okay.
When we do the makeup to make sure they're not bothered, and that's at 9:45.
Okay. Greg Arias is running the events. I'll message him. I'm glad I mentioned that, so I just.
when it comes to the final vote, yeah, only one vote per state. So that means Hawaii. That's the power. Our decision making here.
I didn't even know this thing exists.
States, when the commissioners want it.
Oh,
Somebody posted and it's not it.
how cool.
It's a podcast.
Nice, nice, very good.
Mel wants the.
They say, oh, you're out of order, you're not doing that, you're here to go, you gotta go to the. And then, look, once the convention is done, it's only all in. Then they have to go back to the states, each proposal goes to the states for ratification. So, you know, if you say so, and, you know,
No, I mean, the ability to I was in Columbia.
They're gonna step in everything. So, and you might go.
Well, in the American media, it's still very much there's a very strong opposition force who are struggling being persecuted, but these people are intolerant spirits. And you can see emails from us, but you're gonna get calls. So, I've never seen they live every day in fear that it's they just don't stop. I mean, they risk more. Actually, by the way, there's no no, I mean, yeah, I'm sure I'm not I've never seen this. So how much you time? You don't give your support to I don't think they're already they have interim presidents, have elections, they put most of the leaders of the big party in prison. They're being out. Yeah, that's why we go around the world. There's some events talking about the Foundation for Free Society. Free and secure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure because yesterday I talked to somebody.
Okay, are you good? Are you ready to reject it? So,
How did you do it?
I didn't have my passport photo. I had to be wrong. So,
Michelle, holy crap!
Look at you go!
Good to see you.
Hey, Sam.
Hey, Sam.
You'll just have to do it, but individually. That's all, let's say, this is Sam. What? I'm trying to practice.
so I don't know.
That's because they don't want you to leave the country, bro.
I'm just gonna show you for somebody to do.
So I don't know.
They're still all the other men that they're giving.
That's why they're covered.
And you know what? How long are we speaking? So, April, what's the
You're supposed to get speed. And I guess I'll be weird. I can switch you off to some other things.
Okay, well,
All the agenda is subject.
well, let me look at the agenda. Yeah.
We can take the things out of order if it's, I mean, Craig, you really proved our check as the collide. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard from
He hasn't announced you. Sorry. Let's show the,
Yeah.
Cost of
It's gonna be like your vice chair, right? Really? What day? Yeah. Right, yes.
Oh, the guy with the sports car is looking for you. This is Daria.
Tracy, there we go.
Oh, hi, Greg. All right. Hello. You see me all right? Oh, yeah, I can see you can see me. That's good. Yeah,
Can you hear us?
The technical things to make sure we're all right. What? You can't hear me? You can't hear me. Oh, it's not turned on. Can you hear me now? No? I could hear him a minute ago. Now I can't hear him either. He's muted over there. Are you muted? Are you muted? Can you hear me? I can't hear you now. Can you hear me now?
How about now?
I can hear you.
Okay. This is from the. So on your end, we can't hear you.
Oh shit, where's the camera? I'm getting out of here. You don't need to break it. Yeah, I grew up in Northern California, in Humboldt area. And, remember voting for when I was 18 and voting for Proposition 215. I was down in San Francisco. I remember that there was problems you were made. You were there.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You were there in spirit.
Sometimes you can actually people big eyes. Usually that connection. That's what
Trying again.
I'm talking about.
Greg, wave at me.
Kind of like no,
No, it's not doing anything.
it couldn't keep going, right? And you're talking about 20 minutes to bring another signal into the use. Very good. Did you do anything for it? Very good. I can tell you. You know what else? Very confident. They're still here.
Yeah, but they said they can't hear me.
I hear rumors.
maybe is, well, we know the microphone works because people can hear me, right? So that's not it. Is it possible the microphone's not linked in properly? Maybe there's something wrong with the port. Oh no, it's coming out through the audio, but not over on their end. Where's Kyle? Al, do you see Kyle outside? Can you call Greg on the phone and tell him we're still working on it? We can hear them, but they can't hear us.
This is more than anybody else.
Yeah, I think you maybe have to switch the default on his laptop. This will be a domestic computer. It's going probably going through the regular sound. If you
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes, one.
I think this is the same seat we ran 2 years ago. Okay, you guys sign our petition. I know. It's like, wow. Here's some information. We have our general counsel.
Hello, welcome to Skype call testing service. After the beep, please record a message. Afterwards, your message will be played back to you.
Test 1 2 testing test 1 2 2 2. Test 1 2 testing test 1 2 2 2.
Colorado gets very strict about where the. It's too wide out
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I can hear you, but can you call the Denver, the other key we did, like called from D_Collingwood? This one's on there on my laptop.
Oh, I see. Okay, well,
Yeah,
Okay, how's that? You can hear me? Can you hear me, Greg?
Hello, Greg.
Greg, can you hear me? Yeah.
yes, Greg? How are we doing over there in Hilo? All right.
Here?
I want to make sure we've got our people over there. Greg, where are you? Okay, do you have a number of members in good standing on over there who can vote in our election? I see. Who do you have there? Who's there, Greg?
I have Fresh Vogel, I have Denver Collingwood, Roger Christie, and Brian Murphy.
All right, that's good. All right, well, we'll follow up. I'm going to give you the microphone sometime after I speak to talk about what's happening over there and who's there and stuff. So from now until 10 o'clock, we're just going to kind of cool our heels now that we've got our connections started. All right, so I hope everybody's had an opportunity to get food, sandwiches, pastries, fruit. It should be out for another couple of hours. So if you're actually going so if you're hungry or thirsty while traveling during the meeting, go back there. You don't have to raise your hand. Tracy, it's fine.
You're not today. The only one you getting a phone. You are just not believing
A couple of years ago, I went to Vegas. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't.
The gang enthusiast. I was never there. I never see it. Maybe it's just that.
No, that's the hotel's computer. Apparently mine didn't do the right thing. I put it away.
State of affairs.
Yeah, see, I had nothing better to do. Karen, how are you doing? Just saw you last week.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? We were on the other side of the country.
Someone was asking me where I was last week, and
Miami. You went from coast to coast.
literally.
The real question I have for you is if you fly Hawaiian here. If you fly Hawaiian.
Yes. They like flat seats. They like flat seats.
Oh, you went first class.
Well, I have mine.
Ooh, their Wi-Fi seats are nice. And you're gonna have to clean them around. No, they didn't. Usually they have the curtains draw all the way around you, so you can have your own little like area to like sleep without feeling like flag.
Oh, I don't sleep there.
Oh, that's fair. Although I always end up getting stuck in Charlotte, North Carolina, or Raleigh, Durham, for some reason. I was at the airport and I have a hard time getting out, and I'll sleep there.
This is just you.
That's, okay, yeah. I was just watching
I
it.
know, I got the.
There's like one other person watching. I mean,
Yeah, there's gonna be a close to nice.
70,000 miles. Signed up.
So, yeah. It's a great one.
Southwest.
Well, right, everyone I know who's decided Southwest here doesn't fly that. So they had a flight earlier this week where some 11 people got 90,000 free miles. Flying the whole flight. It's their 90th anniversary. That's why I'm here. I was originally going to come to all 90th anniversary from Hawaii Airlines. And I was engaged in too. I'm like,
I would be nervous. Like, in this case, I can't really abstain.
I have a terrible background of a door.
Everyone's just waiting. They're gonna be like, it's coming out.
Yeah, we have one viewer.
Trump surprise visit to Hawaii. Boom. Everyone. See, it'll be like, what's going on? We never knew about this.
Okay, cool. Very generous about parting.
Been framing that. It's good. Watch it on my screen. Matt, what streaming device are you using?
It's called a Cam Link from Elgato. It's really cool. Yeah, it's just a little bit of stick, and it converts any HDMI to streaming webcam. So you can do anything that accepts a webcam. 1080p. Actually, it goes up to 4K too. My laptop can't handle it.
Can you stream simultaneously?
Yeah, I can record and stream.
Oh, no, I'm saying stream on YouTube and Facebook.
I don't know if the laptop protocol will allow it, but because they usually like the Chrome browser will take over the input stream, so I don't know if it'll do two of them.
YouTube's the right place to put it. I put a link on Facebook. It's not streamed on Facebook, unfortunately, so they have to click on it.
Yeah, I could stream it to Facebook instead.
Well, here's an argument for that.
There's more people.
My Facebook page has 6,000 likes, so more people are likely to see it there. But are you you're not a moderator? You're not a moderator.
No. You can make me one.
Make you a mod right now.
Yeah.
Hey, good to see you.
In case you want to, I just made you.
How do you do the live stream?
Check your notifications.
Oh, that's it.
See it?
Yeah.
Okay. If no can, then no can.
I just don't know. I've never done a
Can you hear me?
streaming.
Is this mic on? Is the mic, oh yeah, I can hear it. Now it's on. Can you hear this mic?
Hear that, Mike?
All right, good. Good. It's a little bit before 10. We're gonna start in a couple of minutes. So anybody has any last minute grabbing a food or wandering around, please wrap that up so we can start promptly at 10. We have a fairly full agenda and don't want to lag behind too much at any point.
Nice.
I want a different camera though.
Yeah. Does it connect?
It's a different streaming. I want to do so. This is technically a camera.
Oh,
I just have to switch it up. So it's not.
That's
It's
clever.
not
Yeah,
showing
you
up.
don't have to go.
Refresh window.
It almost looks like you could do dual live streams.
Ah, here you go. Yeah, it's working.
Oh my God. Awesome. Nice. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, here it is. It's awesome. Look at that. That's great. Oh, people are coming in.
All right. Greg, are you there? Greg?
Yes.
All right. I want to call the meeting to order here, and you can call your meeting to order there. Call the meeting to order. All right. Now, aloha and welcome to the 2019 Hawaii Libertarian Party Convention. I'm glad to see a nice turnout. I know we have a lot of members here today, which is good, and a lot of guests, which is good. So I don't want to spend too much time going over this, but I have a few housekeeping and other notices to give before we get going with our wonderful program today. So, number one, if you are a member in good standing, in other words, if you're current with your dues and not lapsed, you should have gotten a red card, which indicates that you're a voting member in case we have resolutions or we're voting for new officers. Those things are mostly going to come up at the end of the day, afternoon. As far as the logistics go, there is, if you parked downstairs in the parking garage for the hotel, there is a validation stamp on the back table where the food is. Most of you, I think, probably parked across the street at the Al-Anon Center and walked over the ramp, which is fine. The bathrooms, in case anyone is wondering, you go out this door to the main hall, go left toward the escalators, go left into the next hall, and the bathrooms are there. And the food is out probably until 11:30 or until it runs out. Our theory was we'll put out the food at the beginning and we'll put out a snack in the middle of the afternoon. There'll be cookies and brownies and more coffee if we run low. We won't need to break it up with an hour for lunch. We can just take breaks during the day. As far as the agenda, you should have the highlighted agenda within your yellow packet. Everybody should have at this point a yellow packet. Excuse me. And you should have an agenda. You should have a copy of the last meeting, the last convention's minutes, and then there's a copy of the bylaws and the party platform on the right-hand side. So mainly the morning agenda is going to be largely presentations and speeches. And we're going to get to more interactive stuff towards the afternoon. And the more serious party business, which usually doesn't take us too long, is going to close the day, which is the elections of our new executive committee and officers. And we're going to have a resolution to accept delegates for our national convention in Austin next year, which we'll talk about later. This is interactive. You shouldn't interrupt during the time when we have our speakers up here speaking, but during the rest of the convention, if you want to be recognized, you can be recognized by the chair, because there's going to be a lot of party business, in which case we're going to have conversation. The purpose of this convention is to engage the membership. That's the main purpose. Okay, I want to thank our executive committee members who served during the last 2 years. Anybody who's a current member of the executive committee, could you please stand? Thank you. I also want to thank our various volunteers who helped with things. I want to thank Bina and Ken, who helped host our out-of-town guests. And I want to thank Titus, who is our designated volunteer, who's sitting outside helping with the registration. Titus has volunteered for an endless stream of things I've asked him to do, and I really appreciate his help. I want to thank some of our party supporters. I particularly want to thank Doug Bagier, who's on Molokai. I want to thank Don Johnson. I want to thank Mark and Morella Moniscalco. I want to thank Matt Bowler. And I want to thank any members who are here who joined the party before 1990. Is there anyone here who joined the LP before 1990? Could you please stand? Oh, Larry, Ken. There are a couple other people who I was hoping would thank you, Lee. Okay. So I also want to thank Peter Martin and Joe Kent for putting together a very successful program yesterday on Maui. Larry Sharp, who's our featured speaker today, our keynote, was on Maui yesterday with speaking to a group over there, and I think Joe told me they had about 30 people there. And that's Maui. I mean, here we're on Oahu, a lot more people, and we have about 35 people. So that's really great. And we'll talk about that a little bit more later in the day as well. And that's pretty much all I have in terms of opening the convention. Ken, are you waving?
And your people from the other.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they can't see you because the camera's on me right now.
Oh.
All right. Ken is waving at you, Greg.
We can't see the video.
I know, because you only see me, right?
We don't see anything.
Why?
Black screen. Have your video turned off.
All they see is a TR at the top.
Tell
They
them,
don't see it.
tell them to log into the
Did
Facebook.
somebody fiddle around with the computer?
Oh, yeah.
Probably right by the mic, there's a slash beyond slash that.
Oh, yeah.
There, yes.
Oh, yes, you're right, Greg, we see it.
You move the mouse pad.
Well, Phil, if you, yeah.
You see that you're in Denver.
The middle button right there.
Everyone sees it.
Okay.
This is the most frustrating thing. It's right there.
It's now.
But you know, when everybody's looking at you, you can't see it.
We're talking.
It's not a libertarian meeting, it's a technical problem.
Yeah, it's not a libertarian meeting if there are no technical problems. All right, now it's official. So that takes care of opening remarks. We're gonna do some reports. We've got a speech to do in the morning from one of our candidates, and then we're gonna get to our keynote speaker following that. So the first report will be our treasurer's report, and I'd like to welcome up here Mr. Pat Brock, who's come over from Maui today to be with us. And I want to particularly thank Pat Brock, because this is the first time in a long time when I've been able to have somebody who can handle all of the dealings with the Campaign Spending Commission. And I don't have to worry about it at all, because Pat is, I guess, very meticulous, and he's like me, an accountant, very anal. Everything's got to be right. So I'm going to let Pat speak now on the treasurer's report.
Well, I have to apologize. I was expected to put together what the money, I don't know how to explain it, for each election group, but all I have is our, the spreadsheet for this calendar year. So currently, the PayPal account has $950.45. It's brought in $960 and spent $263.68. The Bank of Hawaii account, the main Oahu Party account, has a balance of $6,720.68, and revenues were $925. Expenses were $4,882.92. There's been no activity on the Big Island. It has a balance of $653.16. And the party balance for the entire archipelago is $8,276.29 as of now.
Thank you, Pat.
Are there any questions?
We'll come back to this if there
All
are
right,
questions.
thank
Let
you.
people melt and think about it. Thank you, Pat. So, money in the bank. Now, if you look in your packet, your yellow packet, and you are a party member particularly, you should have the Libertarian Party Convention, December 3rd, 2017 minutes. Has everybody seen these? They're in your packet. I think they're right behind the agenda. Okay, so now I'm sure everybody remembers in detail what we did 2 years ago, right? How many were at the convention 2 years ago? So we have a fair amount of people who were here while this stuff was discussed. And I'm hoping that set up, you've got the middle table, the middle of those three, that's yours. I'm hoping that we can get a resolution to accept the minutes as circulated, and I'd like people to take about a minute and a half to skim through it. These were originally prepared by our secretary, Joe Kent. He did a very good job, and then I edited them to take out a lot of space that was between the lines, so that it only shows up in one page instead of 5. You printed on both sides, by the way.
You need a motion to approve, Tracy?
Al, would you like to make a motion?
Just motion to approve the minutes.
All right, I have a motion to approve the minutes as circulated and a second. Is there any discussion?
Who did the second?
Who did the second? Phil. In that case, can we have, all those who have a red card who approve of this, could you raise your hand? Anyone with a red card who disapproves of the minutes? All right, the motion to accept the minutes as circulated is accepted unanimously. All right, now we're going to move on as quickly as we can to have the first of our candidate presentations. Al, are you prepared? All right, so I want to bring up to the microphone right now candidate Al Yim, and Al is running for, I believe, a state house seat in East Honolulu. So let's give Al Yim a hand.
All right, thank you all for coming. Thank you for giving me time to present my candidacy. I'll be running for the Hawaii State House of Representatives, District 17. And as far as I know, it's just going to be me versus Republican Gene Ward. He's been in the office for a long time. He hasn't really done anything. He's kind of just sitting around in there, and he agrees with whatever's going on, basically. That's not a good plan for Hawaii. What my campaign will focuses on is we need a government that represents what the people are saying in Hawaii. We have a lot of division. There's protesters on Mauna Kea and the Big Island. There's protests going on Maui, on Oahu here. Police are going around arresting everybody because the government isn't actually listening to what the people are saying, and that might not be because of differences of opinion, but just because no one really knows what's going on. And we need a government that actually communicates what they're trying to do and how that relates to what people want and what they need. We have a lot of issues here where it's going with the rail, where we're spending billions of dollars on this giant project for less than, not even half the island's going to be able to use, and it's just going from one side of the island to the airport basically right now, and that's not effective or efficient. We could have a inter-island ferry that there's developing countries that have working ferry systems, but a United States state doesn't have that, and that's just unacceptable for Hawaii. One of the biggest issues is just getting bodies and people to help out, walking around the neighborhoods, canvassing, letting people know that there's other alternatives in Hawaii, that we can do better, we can actually participate and have a government that works for us, a government that isn't taking away, just taxing us more and more, building parks for special interests like condo owners and stuff like that. We need to fix the high cost of living here in Hawaii. We have to address why people don't want to stay in Hawaii, why young people go to college and then leave to work in other places. We need to make Hawaii an effective place that works with businesses to grow and make us a good economy. We should be an international port that brings business from around the world to America. And that's something that our government just does not seem to care about here in Hawaii. So hopefully we can get excited about this and we can work together, spread the awareness of the party itself and our candidates. I'll be looking to make a really big impact on social media itself. That's one of the most cost-effective ways to get our message out there. You don't have to be walking around in the sun all day, every day, but you need that. And then backing it up with showing people on the internet that we're out there in the community, we're talking to people, they know what we're about. That's one of the big things that I want to work on. If there's any questions about the campaign, maybe?
You get some more time in your thing. So If anybody has a question for Al, would you like to ask it now? Larry?
How are you raising money?
Right now, I'll be setting up the campaign account once I draw papers, and then I'll be through like PayPal donations, or when I go door to door, just basically asking everyone, hey, if you got $5 to support my campaign, more than happy to accept that. You know, send a message to the people in power right now that you care about what's going on. Even if we don't agree on everything, just show them that there's a reason that I'm running and that they need to pay attention to what we're saying.
Okay, I have a question. How much support are you expecting from your family?
From my family, I'm looking to at least get at least $5,000 worth of just family donations, hopefully this election. I want to put a serious effort into showing. I know last year, the party donation itself for helping out the campaign, that really burned Gene Ward up. He was surprised about it.
Yeah, he talked to me about that. That was funny.
The other parties notice, they watch the finance reports, and they know that if there's people giving us money or candidates money, they're getting support. They know there's a big risk to their seats. They actually have to pay attention.
Okay. Thank you, Al. Okay. Chances of me remembering everything are slim, so if it seems like I'm forgetting somebody or someone, don't be shy to raise your hand and point that out. All right, so we have these envelopes outside, and I have some in here. And these are envelopes for people who'd like to make donations. Suggested donation for attendance today is $20. If you're a lapsed member, in other words, your dues are behind, paying attendance $20 makes you a member in good standing as of today. And of course, if you'd like to pay more, we're more than welcome to accept it. We can accept up to $25,000 if you're inclined. But we will also we'll take $24,900 if you want to kind of short us a bit. We're good. So these envelopes are out front, and there's some that I will have during the day. And again, if you don't have a checkbook or something with you, it's got the mailing address on it. You just take it home with you. Okay? We are going to have, I'm going to ask Greg. Greg?
Yeah.
If you want to give a report on what's happening in Hilo, who's at your gathering there, and if Hilo's got any plans, and if you don't have any plans, then it's something we can talk about during the convention. You want to give me a short report?
Short report is, I want to apologize because we actually have not done much on Big Island. I've actually been really busy launching a new business. So in attendance today, as mentioned earlier, we have Denver Collingwood, who was with us the last convention, Fred Fogel, who's been a pillar in the Libertarian community, and Cynthia joined us today as well as
hello, Lahi Lahi.
And Roger Christie.
Hey, Raj, how's Cher doing?
Much better, thank you.
All right, that's good. Roger's been through a lot, for those of you who don't know. And Fred, so Fred, are you planning on running as a Libertarian or as a Republican, or what's your plan as of now?
I'm going to be running after several attempts as a Democrat. I'm still me, though.
Yes, you definitely are. I can see that. You're beginning to look more like Aaron Anderson every day. You're the young version, maybe.
Ben Franklin, but,
You know, when Aaron Anderson ran for the last time, Roger, I think Aaron ran about 5-6 times, right? Yeah. The last time he ran, his slogan was, "Not as bad as I used to be." That's Aaron. All right. We are going to get another report now from a special guest who's come here all the way from our national party, Miss Karen Ann Arlos, who's the national party secretary. So she's going to tell us what's going on, and then she's going to make an introduction.
Part
of the problem with saying what's going on is it's a big burrito to eat all at once to know what interests you guys. So what I'd like to do is just give a little bit of an overview. If there's time for questions, which I don't think there will be, or come see me anytime throughout the day. So we're coming up upon convention, and it's good to do a look back as to what this particular national committee has accomplished. And I think we are finally at the national level positioning ourselves to actually work like a real political party. Political parties live and die on data. And for too long, each affiliate had its own data, and sometimes it was like a scrap of paper in somebody's drawer, in some of the smaller states. And they couldn't afford to do like Nation Builder. Colorado, bigger state, we did Nation Builder, it was $2,600 a year. When I was Region 1 representative, Montana's entire budget was $300 for the year, I think it was. So that wasn't feasible. So Nationals finally decided to leverage economy of scale. That's what they should be doing, and providing a database service for free to the affiliates. So we're onboarding affiliates slowly, but it's built on the open source Civi CRM platform. So pretty soon, anyone who wants to be on, how libertarians are, a few are like, I'm not connecting up to national, what are you guys going to do, whatever, but that's okay. But anyone who wants to be on the database will have that then free to the affiliates. And then next they're going to work on official, email addresses tied to that, so that there's no foxylady@gmail.com who's the chair, which happens still in some of the affiliates, where everyone will have some sort of LP address. So to me, that is one of the most significant things that we've done. That is what the National Party, in my opinion, should be doing. And we now have candidate training that is phenomenal. If you guys could ever get Kara Schultz out here, her candidate training, I didn't think I was going to learn, but I learned so much from her. And she's such an inspiration as well. She campaigned while she was in stage 4 cancer. And, what a hero. And she does a very good job with that. And what we're now doing also with candidates is we're finding areas, and National can't support every candidate. They just can't. And if we give $100 here, $100, that's not making a difference to anybody. And that really isn't the National Party's role. Some would argue that's not the state party's role. Each state is a little bit different, but it's definitely not the National Party's role. But what we have been doing is finding targeted races in the country and pooling a bunch of resources to that race. And right now there's something called the Frontier Project, because they've determined, like Wyoming and Montana, those are ripe to win. We had somebody, in my opinion, who got robbed in the recount who did win a state legislator seat in Wyoming, right? Correct, Bethany was in Wyoming. So we're doing some of that to see how that will work. So those are the sorts of things I'm extremely proud of that the National Party is doing. And of course, we're working on ballot access. In my particular opinion, not everyone shares it, the way third parties are going to end up succeeding is through ballot access change and voting reform. By voting reform, I mean alternative voting systems such as ranked choice, so that people do not vote based on fear, because that's what happens now. They may have loved Gary Johnson, but they were terrified either of Trump or Hillary. And so they weren't going to vote for who they loved. They were going to vote for whoever they thought would keep the person they were terrified of out. With ranked choice or approval, you can vote for all the ones you like. And politics will become more polite, because every candidate will need your second place vote. So they're not going to be calling you all kinds of monsters, because they need your number 2 slot if they're not going to get your number 1. So that's the wide focus. And is there any time for any questions? Or
It'd be a good time for a couple. I want to get my paperwork.
Okay. So if anyone had any questions on some other subject matter that might be of more particular interest here in Hawaii, because again, I don't know. Yes, ma'am.
I'm really interested to know what type of social media and media-based approaches are planned by the National Party for the year coming up, because obviously it's an election for every state. Right. So is the Libertarian Party going to be putting money into some type of media that helps just spread that we exist? Because I know that can be that's where that fear-driven kind of pushing goes with the voting is this feeling that there's only two choices, and if one fails, the other one wins.
Correct.
And so what is the National Party going to be doing the upcoming year to kind of like help spread the broad national message, if not, a candidate-specific message?
That is one area we're not strong on. I mean, I don't fool people and, put on the brave face, except for social media. Our social media game is good.
Yeah.
The National Party social media page is bigger. I think it might be bigger than both the Republicans and the Democrats as far as followers go, but that doesn't necessarily translate into voters. And as far as though finding out, people learning who we are, the next stretch goal that we have is hiring a publicist that will get the party chair or any of the officers onto media. And it won't always be the party chair, because it could be a group or an organization that's interested in minorities. So we will, have Alex Merced, who's Hispanic, or there might be one that's focusing on women, then we'll have one of that. So it won't always just be the chair, but we need to be before the media. And frankly, you need a publicist to do that. So that's the next stretch goal.
Okay. We can't go on too long on this, but we're going to have a lot of discussion on logistics and all this kind of stuff throughout the afternoon. And we don't want to delay our program in the morning where we have some presentations. So anybody who's got questions or thinking about questions, keep them in mind or write them down. And when we get to the interactive part with the party, which is very important, we're going to go through a lot of this in more detail.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, I had to be reminded. It is my honor to introduce the infamous, the ineffable, the wonderful Mr. Larry Sharp. Infamous now.
So I'm infamous now.
And ineffable.
Thank you. Hi, everybody.
Hi. Aloha.
Aloha. Yes, aloha. I pretended I'm Hawaiian today. Should I do that? No, I'm kidding. Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. And I actually did something which is odd, is I actually took a couple of notes because I wanted to make sure I answered questions that people asked me this morning, and what Karen Ann also brought up. As a general rule, I want to talk about New York. I know we're not in New York, but there are some similarities here. New York is a very blue state, as you guys now are a very blue state. And the Republican Party doesn't really do very much. So again, in this state, very similar. Why does that matter to you? Because very often people think there's no hope. It's a wasted vote. It's a wasted time. Why should I do this? One of the biggest things I get all the time is, Larry, I don't want to vote for you because you're not going to win. Larry, I don't want to vote for you because you're not going to make any impact. I've got to vote for, in my state, the Republican, so that I can try to beat the Democrat. In New York State, Democrats outgun Republicans 3-1. And we're losing about 150,000 people every single year. They are flooding from my state. We've lost over 1 million in the past 8 years. There used to be 19 million New Yorkers, now it's about 18 million New Yorkers. They're leaving like there's no tomorrow. The people who are leaving are those who would vote against the current regime. So it's not getting any better. So the argument I get all the time is, well, Larry, why should I vote for you? There's no change. You're a wasted vote. Let me be very clear about something in my state. I was the only non-wasted vote. I was the only non-wasted vote. Everyone knew the Democrat was going to win again. So everyone who voted for the top two, Democrat, Republican, got exactly the same thing. No change. Nothing. You vote for the two parties, the Democrat, Republican, you get no change. It's already rigged. We know who's going to win. If you fall for that system, you get no change. If you vote for a third party, you will get change. Why? Alan brought it up. Once you start looking at third party, the other people have to get better. They have to get better. Well, Larry, you've made it up. No, I don't. Because I have an example. Again, in New York State. After my election in 2018, I lost. I got 2% of the vote. And people thought, oh my God, Larry got killed. Oh my God, it's the end of the world. And the knives came out from my Libertarian brethren to start stabbing me. That was the norm, and I knew that. But here's the reality of what happened. We got ballot access in New York for the first time ever. Ever. And from that, we just saved the National Party tens of thousands of dollars that used to always put into New York to get ballot access. Those days are over, number one. But more importantly, after that, after we got that, in my state, the Republican Party and the Conservative Party both lost ownership. They both fell. Why? because we were the actual alternative to the Democrats in our state. And people saw that. They attacked me with lies and all kind of cool things, which I was so happy about. And the glory of this is because that meant that I was actually viable enough for them to be worried about me. Usually they aren't. That was great. But here's the best part. As they started making lies about me, which was amazing, they would spread those lies. And my team got upset. I said, no, this is awesome. Because half the people who got the lies didn't know who I was.
Now they do.
Now they do. Yeah. And some of them looked me up and went, oh, wait a minute, that guy's pretty good. I should vote for that guy. So when they lie about you and spread the lies, I wasn't mad. I was like, yeah, I'm the evil guy. Go ahead, yeah. That's where I keep going. My team would actually share the lies so that people would actually get to know who I am. I would take it. It didn't matter. So there was some actual impact there. But I'll go one step further. Not only did they lose their actual leadership, but in New York State, we have what's called fusion voting. Some of you may know what that is, some of you may not. About 7 states have fusion voting. What that means is you can actually run your candidate on multiple lines. So you can actually be a Democrat and Libertarian, a Republican and a conservative and Libertarian. Some people have 3 or 4 lines. So there'll be 9 total lines and only 2 candidates. One will have 5 lines, one will have 4. That happens in my state. So this year, after I ran and lost, because we have ballot access, and because I did the most important thing, which is I didn't quit. I stayed active in my party and I supported others. Doing that, we actually had 103 victories in my state this year. Yes, 103 victories. But you know how many we had last year? 0. The year before that? 0. And for the 39 some odd years before that? 0. We went from decades of 0 to 103 in 1 year. Now, to be clear, many of those were fusion candidates, meaning people who had more than 1 line. But to get that other line, guess what they had to do? They had to make their policies more libertarian, or we didn't nominate them. Which means we were drawing people from the left and the right to become more libertarian. That's a win. That's a win. Now, out of 103, we still had 7 who were pure libertarians. 7. I shouldn't use the word pure, should I? Who were straight libertarians. That's better. Use the word straight. Bad too. What word should I use? Who were only libertarian. Is that a better word?
Yeah.
There we go. Who were only libertarian. We had 7 who were only libertarian. Again, from 0. This is New York State, guys. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is my congressperson. Yeah. This is the state we're talking about. Trump comes from my state, born and raised in my county. This is ground zero, guys, and we got 7 only libertarian victories. Why does this matter? Because this should be our actual way of moving forward. There's an idea that says the top of the ticket doesn't matter. We should only vote local. That's what matters. A lot of people say that. Or some people say, we need a savior. If we win the presidency, everything will change. And now magic will happen. I hear both of those. Both of them are wrong. The right answer is we need both. Top of the ticket has the best chance of getting press. I saw that. Those of you who know me, so I got lots of press relative to the bottom of the ticket, right? I got tons of press compared to them. I got on big shows. I got on TV. Why? Top of the ticket. The odds of my victory were the lowest. The bottom of the ticket actually has more relationships, so they actually have a better chance of winning. But they never get press, never raise money. Our party has been the same for decades. Top of the ticket runs, loses, runs away. We have to change that. And I hope I was able to show you that you can change that. I ran, I lost, and then I stayed. There are 62 counties in my state. Of those 62, when I began my campaign, there were 16 affiliates in those 62 counties. Now there are 30. Almost doubled in 1 year. Why? I covered every single county and I went back. After I lost, I went back. And I supported every single candidate who was running, who was there. I supported the local people. They had conventions. I would show up. And when I would show up, particularly in the smaller areas, the press would come. And they would say, why would the press show up for you? You've already lost. Because I was still a gubernatorial candidate. I was still known. So it was something for people to look at. So I get local press. Would I get mainstream press? Usually not. But local press, yes. But who reads the local newspaper? The person who votes. That's who reads the local newspaper. If you read the local newspaper, you vote. That's how we got 103 victories. As I went back again and again and again, Libertarian Party became real. The people became real. And I was able to transfer my popularity, which is, depending on how you look at it, how popular I am. But whatever little popularity I had, I was able to transfer it to others, to the actual party itself. The problem that we have often is when we have good candidates, they create almost a cult of personality. We see it now, don't we? So people were teasing me and they were saying, Larry, you don't really have libertarians, you have Larrytarians, which I thought was cute. I like the concept. But I also realized I have to change those Larrytarians into libertarians. So I do that by going back and saying, you know what, you're running now? Let's support you. Let's raise money for you. Let's help you out. Let's get you some press. And that's how we begin to grow. So top of the ticket gains the press. And once it does, that's to transfer that press to the bottom of the ticket. So the bottom of the ticket now has relationship plus press, and it can win. We do both of those things, we can win. We can grow out what we have to grow out. Karen talked about, we don't have that much money, all those things. I get it. We don't do that by just organizing. That's important. But we do that by building actual infrastructure, talent, people who know how to run, people who know how to raise money, people who know how to put events together, people who know how to do social media. We do that by having a mission. Very often that mission is an individual who's running for office. That's a great mission. It doesn't have to be that. It could be trying to stop a certain tax, trying to change a certain rule, adjusting zoning laws, insert thing here. Whatever matters to your community, if we create mission, whether it's an individual or an idea, people will get behind us. When they do that, by default, we build that infrastructure. We will find out people who know how to run, who know how to be good activists, who know how to grow. Now we begin to build what's important. In my campaign, I built many things. From my campaign, I raised about $500,000, which is huge for the Libertarian campaign. Not just that, only about half came out of my state. The other half came outside of the state. Not just that, the average donation was $100. $100 was the average donation. So I was able to get a lot of people who usually don't donate to my campaign. They still donate to my campaign. Why? Because I haven't stopped. So I've kept that donor base to see that I still have value. Why do we have activist burnout? Because they bust their rump and then nothing happens. And once we fail, everybody goes home. And they say, why the hell did I waste my time doing this? And they go someplace else. Why do we have donor burnout? Because people give tons of money, then they get nothing, the person loses, and then the person walks away and they say, why the hell did I give my money? We have to change that. We can't stop. We can't stop. I'm a business guy. Those of you may know my background. I teach business. I'm a small business owner. I'm an entrepreneur. And I always think about one thing. Am I giving my customers value? Am I giving my customers value? If I'm not, I'm failing. If I am, I'm rock and rolling. Are we as candidates, as activists, are we giving the people, the donors, the people, the supporters, are we giving them value? If we're not, we're losing. If we are, we're winning. So let's not just think of giving people a choice. Am I doing something? The thing I'll bring up also is I built up a library, a policy library. For those of you who care, you can go to LarrySharp.com, and there's a policy library right there. Click policy, you'll see tons of policies. My policy team has not gone away. I haven't been running for over a year. I still have them active. People who have policies usually come to me. We'll put our team on it, and if they have a white paper, we'll write the policy. If they have a policy, we'll help them write the white paper, and we'll put a policy up. I still do blogs on my website. I'm still being active and providing value for people. This is what I want to achieve. Now I'll go back to what Karen and I mentioned. People raise their hand and say, well, what is National doing? What is National doing? I hope National does lots of awesome things. I do. But if they don't, we must. If they don't, we must. I wanted a policy library. I brought it up years ago to the LP. LP's like, we don't have enough money or time or whatever it is. I said, oh, don't worry about it. I built it. You should do the same thing. Whatever it is you want from National LP, you build it. Get donors, have a mission, build it. Hopefully National will copy. That'd be awesome. If they don't copy, so what? People go to you. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But you can do this, we can. Why does this matter? It's a very important reason why this matters. Because not only do we want to change the political world to be more libertarian, but think about 2020 for a second. Think about what's going to happen next year. the election. Either Trump wins or Trump loses. If Trump wins, what's going to happen? Think about our country. Yeah, there's about half the country who are going to say, it was rigged by the Russians and Trump is illegitimate. It's going to happen, guaranteed. What if Trump loses? Say, for example, Biden wins, or whoever the Democrats say that Biden wins. Half the country is going to say, it's the deep state, it's illegitimate. No matter what happens next year, half our country is going to believe that our executive is illegitimate. That's a problem. That's a problem worse than if you like Trump or hate Trump or whatever your left or right leanings is. That's a bigger problem than that. What are they going to do with all those people who believe they've been robbed? All those people who believe the system doesn't work. If we're not here to absorb them, shame on us. We have to have a party that can absorb all those people from left and from right to grow our party next year when the bad stuff happens, and it will happen no matter who wins. Right? It's bad no matter what. Let's grab them. What does that mean? That means looking at what someone here earlier brought up. That means looking at our old 80-20 rule. Anybody know my 80-20 rule? I talk about it all the time. The idea is, if you can agree with someone 80% of the time on 80% of the things, they're your ally, not your enemy. They're your ally. They may not want to be libertarian, but that's okay. They're your ally. An example I'll give you is just 2 days ago when I flew into Honolulu, someone recognized me at the airport. They went, hey, Larry Sharp, how you doing? I saw you on social media. I said, how you doing? Whatever. I said, so are you libertarian? He said, no, not really. I'm kind of a Republican, Liberty Republican. I said, okay. I said, great. I said, do you ever support libertarian candidates? He went, yeah. I voted for Gary Johnson. You know, I would support a libertarian. That's a win. That's an ally. Does it make sense? What I shouldn't have just go, you're not libertarian? You suck. I shouldn't have done that. And I didn't. And if he says, well, you know, I like you libertarians, but I can't stand your view on whatever. NASA. I shouldn't go, you don't like SpaceX? You're evil. I shouldn't do that. But we do. And I'm asking you that when they come to us next year, and they will, you don't have to change your views. You don't have to water down your views. You simply have to not be a jerk. That's it. Just don't be a jerk. That's all. You don't have to say, oh my God, I'm not gonna sell myself. No, just don't be a jerk. When they come to you and they start asking you questions, they read online that you guys want to destroy whatever, NASA or something like that. I remember NASA has actually happened to me. Someone came to one of our events in Queens and was talking about, well, you guys don't give a NASA. NASA gave us all this cool stuff. And the hardcore libertarians immediately attacked him and he never came back. Yes. So if that happens, just go, okay, great. Let's talk about something else. Something else happened recently. This is Dr. Warner was talking about this, right? He said some of the people. I'm going to mess up your story, Kyle, but I'm going to say it in what I remember. He was in a country in South America, and there was a person who was kind of, or maybe he wasn't in it, but it's a story about being South America, where there's someone who was speaking about libertarian values and ideals, and there was basically someone who was following him from the government, taping him, right? And the person's like, ha, I'm taping you. Well, then the person actually listened to the tapes and watched and read a book, and all of a sudden became libertarian. Something to remember, the people who are the most hardcore statists, or however you want to call them, they're some of our best people. Why? Because the most zealous are always the converted. The person who was the most hardcore socialist communist, when they become a libertarian, they are the most hardcore libertarian in the world. They're our best advocates. So don't throw them away. Arms open, bring them in. We can do this. Next year is going to be our year. New York State is the actual battleground state. They talk all the time about, you know, it's Pennsylvania and Florida. Ohio. No, for the status quo, it's the battlegrounds to see, you know, who's going to beat us up more, which side's going to steal more of our money. Are we going to throw more money in the war on terror or the war on drugs? Which one? But we're still going to it doesn't matter. It doesn't change. The real battleground states are New York and California, because that's where the government does most of its bidding to try to impose itself upon us. And if it works there, it goes every place else. That's the real battleground states. California does not have me. New York does. So New York is the battleground state. You guys may or may not know this. I'm a former Marine, so I don't mind being in the front line. I'm okay with that. So I'm in the front line. I'm in Ellie the Beast. I don't mind. I live in New York City, so it's fine. The issue is we are a battleground state. See what we're doing and begin to copy, and you will see how your state will also begin to make those moves. Next year, a lot of people are going to be unhappy in November. A lot, literally tens of millions. Regardless of who wins, next year in November, tens of millions of Americans are going to be really unhappy. Are we going to be there to take them in or not? We are a small party, which means by default, all of you are our ambassadors. If you're a jerk, they will think we are all jerks. If you're not a jerk, they will think we're not jerks. So I'm asking you, remember, next year, we are on the move right now. Next year, when all those people are unhappy, and when they come into you and ask you questions, you don't have to fight them. I actually don't want arguments and debates. What I want are conversations. Hundreds and hundreds of conversations. That's what I want. And I'm not joking when I say hundreds. I mean hundreds. We are not going to change people who have believed for literally decades that their way is right. But because didn't you read Friedman? That's not going to get them to all of a sudden become libertarians. We have to have lots of conversations, and they will. I'll give you one other example. I'm at an event in upstate New York, and I had a young lady, probably 18, 19 years old, youngster for me, but for some of you, maybe not. For me, a youngster. And she says, it's at a libertarian event. She goes, I think I'm a communist. What she says. And of course, libertarians went, attack! And I'm like, no. I simply ask her. I said, oh, is that right? You're a communist? She goes, yeah. She goes, I think people, ought to be able to have stuff they need. They ought to be able to have, housing and stuff. And I said, I agree. I think it should. You're right. And it changed. Because we actually do agree with that. I do think people should have all kinds of cool stuff. That's true. I do believe that. The outcome is the same. I said, great. I said, so like what? Like housing? She goes, yeah. I think like everybody should have like a 2-bedroom house if they want one. I said, that would be amazing. I love that idea. That's awesome. I said, let me ask you a question. Say we all have 2-bedroom houses, and he's got no kids, and I have 4. Well, then he's basically got a guest room, and I got kids cramped up in the living room. What should happen then? She says, well, then maybe you should get a bigger house. What if there aren't any bigger houses? What if I don't like mine? What if he doesn't like his house? What if I want his house? I need 2 now. What happens then? Well, I said, well, what usually happens? She said, what? I said, police come. Police state comes and decides who gets what house. If I don't like it, I go to jail or I get beaten over the head with a stick. That's what usually happens when you become a communist or socialist state. That's what usually happens. Are you okay with that violence? She said, no. I said, me either. Look at that. I'm not okay with that violence either. I said, wouldn't it be better if there was a system that would allow everyone to have the opportunity to have whatever house they wanted? 2-bedroom or 4-bedroom or no bedroom, whatever they feel. Wouldn't it be better if they had a system where people had an opportunity to get that? She went, yeah, that sounds great. I said, I know, it sounds great, doesn't it? I said, socialism can work, absolutely, if you're prepared for massive amounts of continual violence. If you're okay with massive amounts of continuous violence, socialism will totally work. She said, I'm not okay with that. I said, no, me either. Me either. And she ended the conversation with, maybe I'm not a communist. I win. Does that make sense? I win. She's not a libertarian. She's not. But does she think we're crazy? No. Would she support one of us? Yeah. So would that Republican guy at the airport, and so would she. The first step to having that third party that actually works is people saying, I can vote for a third party. That's our first step. I've been preaching this for 5 years. 5 years I've been preaching this. I think I first met Karen Ann in 2015 in Colorado. Is that right? 2014, 2015?
Oh, later than that. I wasn't a libertarian until 2017, so 2018 came back.
27.
No, excuse me. 2015, excuse me. 2014 is when I became a libertarian.
Yeah, 2015, I think. Yes. I was preaching that then. This is a long-term commitment. This is the long game, guys. This is going to take many more years before we actually get this to happen. And every one of you is in the vanguard right now. We are the tip of the spear. We are that right now. We are the vanguard. And I ask you to realize we can make this happen. In New York City, by the way, We have ranked choice voting now.
For you guys?
Yes, we actually have that. Believe it or not, it's happening. We have good candidates. There was actually a libertarian on the New York City City Council. It exists. Things are happening here in New York, which means it can go anywhere. It can happen here too. If we realize long-term game, don't be jerks and talk to people. Conversation, conversation, conversation. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
A good 5 or 10 minutes for questions.
Yeah, any questions or comments about anything. Doesn't matter what it is, I'm happy to take them. I have blown you all away so much. You have no, yes, go
I'll
ahead.
ask a question. What
Please.
would you say is the first step in kind of building that infrastructure in any state?
Yes, I'll tell you what I think it is, no matter what its mission, right? Here's what happens often when people have organizations. You've seen it here, I'm sure it's every state. We have a new affiliate. Let's start organizing. Who is this guy? Who is this gal? Who is this person? Who's that person? That's the normal way of doing things. It's exactly the wrong answer. Because you organize, then you meet for the sake of meeting. Nobody cares, they stay home. Happens all the time. The first thing you have to do is create a mission. Why the hell are we here? Before you organize anything else, if you're the chair or the temporary chair or whatever title you have where you're in charge of something, the first thing you must do is say, in some way, whatever way is appropriate in your world, why the hell are we showing up? Why are we here? Are we here to get someone elected? Are we here to get a law changed? Are we here to change some rule or regulation? Are we here to push an issue? Why are we here? If you don't know why you're here, you are doomed. But if you can come up with an actual mission, what we're trying to achieve, and what it is, actually doesn't matter. I like candidates because I'm a candidate, right? But it doesn't matter. Whatever's good in your world, what are we trying to achieve? And let's say you decide, we're going to try to change zoning laws on Maui. I made that up, right? But that's what you're going to try to change. Awesome. There we go. Yes, I love it. So that's your goal. I love it. That's your mission. Now, once you have that mission, let's organize to that mission. Does that make sense? Let's now organize to that mission. Our mission is to change zoning laws in Maui. Awesome. All right. What did you do to do that? And the people who are excited about that will stay. Yes, that's what I care about that. And they'll stay. And they'll ask their friends about it. And they'll knock on doors about it. And they'll say, well, what we need is we need, media for that. Or we need social media for that. And they'll make a Facebook page for you. And they'll get their friends to help out. And they'll donate towards that because there's something they can see. And they'll keep showing up every month to have reports on how far they got, what they did. And if they didn't do anything that month, if it's a regular meeting, who cares? If there's a mission, they feel bad. Remember something. Politics is very often a passion project. It's a passion project. If they didn't do anything, everyone's like, what'd you do with the mission? Change the zoning laws in Maui. I was busy. I was busy. Everyone's mad now. They're upset. That person either steps up or quits, moves off and gives it up to somebody else. Both the right answer. Does that make sense? Did I answer your question? Yeah. Mission first, organize second. That's the number one thing. Go ahead, in the back.
I really appreciate what you're saying. I think that ties into a lot of what we're advocating here for sex workers.
Yes.
We are the Sex Worker Outreach Project, and you mentioned AOC earlier and being your congresswoman.
Yep.
I kind of have maybe a 2 to 3 part question here.
Okay.
Tiffany Command.
Yep.
PA lost recently.
Absolutely. Her mistake, by the way.
Yeah.
Let me cover her real fast, because again, this was my district, literally. I reached out to her campaign multiple times, wanting to support her. And to be clear, you guys think I'm crazy, but I said ally, I practice what I preach. Tiffany Caban used to be a member of the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. Now she's gone to Working Families Party. But she's a member of the DSA. Why in the world would a libertarian want to support someone who's a member of the DSA? Because basically, her criminal justice policy was exactly ours. There were some exceptions, but she was very close to ours. She was absolutely the best DA candidate that we could have gotten in Queens at that moment. I offered more than once to reach out to her. I offered to assist her. I offered to endorse her. They would not respond to me at all. Tiffany Caban lost by how many votes? 500? 100? That's what she lost by. If she simply would have talked to me, I would have gotten her 1,000 votes at least in Queens. She'd be DA now. She'd be DA now. That's how much they decide that they don't want to talk to us. This is how arms have to be. My arms are still open to her. If she happens to be watching, I'm still open. I'm still open. So yes, I absolutely was okay supporting Tiffany Caban, even though people in my world were like, she's a socialist. And I said, I don't care. When it comes to criminal justice, she's an ally. Go ahead, please.
That was probably the 80% you were talking about.
That's 100%, yes. Yes, and she wasn't running for an executive position. She wasn't running, like she was saying, I'm for Medicaid for all. You're the DA, I don't care. You have no authority to make Medicaid for all. If you're running for mayor or governor, I might not have supported her. But she wasn't running for that. She was running for DA. And her criminal justice was probably 90% us. So absolutely, she wanted to legalize sex work also, didn't she?
Not legalize, decriminalize.
Sorry, decriminalize. Thank you. Yes, decriminalize.
That's
Yes.
actually the second part of my question.
Thank you.
Are you aware of the differences in
I am.
our fight?
Yes.
When you use legalization, you're setting a precedent for people who think that this is something we want legal, which creates more barriers to immigrants, to people of color, and to the access of money by all of these people and women. So that was part of that.
Yep.
What is your part
100%.
in all of that? And AOC as well. She's actually in support of it. But how are you kind of, since this is your congressperson in New York, actually just not New York, but DC, actually just okay. This is a really good one. How do you have
The rest others weren't good.
the DC just opted not to even vote for the decriminalization.
Yeah, let me bring this up to be very full with you. And this has happened to me often. It all depends on what state you're in, right? As a general rule, this is a general rule, 100% rule. The more red your state is, the odds are the Libertarian Party leans left in that state. The more blue your state is, the odds the Libertarian Party leans right in your state. Because we are the party of leave you alone. So if you have a red state, that means the blue people are being prosecuted or persecuted, and they just want to be left alone. We go, we'll do that. We'll leave you alone. Yeah, absolutely. If you're in a blue state, then the red people are being persecuted, right? So they're like, we'll be left alone. We'll do that. Yeah. So the Libertarian Party in New York tends to lean a little bit right. It tends to. So and because of that, when I reach out to the left, they usually ignore me. To be forward, those of you who watched my campaign, many people thought I was far more right than I actually am. Why? The left would not talk to me at all. The right would. So I had two choices: not be heard or talk to the right. So I spent more time talking to the right. So it looked like I was more right-leaning. But the damage to that is the left, it reinforced the idea the left thought that I was too far right. So very often you find that in states like New York, the left has trouble speaking to the Libertarian Party. We have to be better at speaking to the left. Let me tell you why that's so critical. You brought up a very valid point. I'm open to anybody who will be our ally, to include AOC on anything. I'm open to an ally. Absolutely, I am. I bring these issues up often. People don't listen. But I'm going to touch two things. You want me to get off? Hold on.
No, I do not. I just wanted to comment that I co-wrote the National Libertarian Party's plank on sex work at the last convention. So we have a very good plank written by myself and other real strong allies
that says
in the National Party.
So let me touch both of those pieces you mentioned. The first one is the idea of decriminalization versus legalization. Of course I would decriminalization. My marijuana policy, my cannabis policy in New York State was regulate cannabis like onions. I'm serious. The goal was that they aren't regulated that much. Onions in New York State actually are regulated a little bit more than other things. I probably should have said corn or something, whatever it was, right? But I should have said the goal was regulate it like something that's not really regulated. Does it make sense? Because it makes people feel like, oh, you're regulating, but that thing isn't really regulated much. Does it make sense? Yeah. So I'd like to do the same thing with sex work, regulate sex work like whatever thing that's not really regulated. Does that make sense? Because here's the problem. It is a social issue. People are still worried about prostitution, about all types of sex work, but specifically prostitution, but specifically. Those of you who may or may not know, sex work is not only prostitution, right? Some people may or may not know that. But for the average person, they believe sex work is that. And they use those phrases and those words in their laws, right? We have to change that mindset by using the phrase sex work versus prostitution so they get there's a difference. And most people don't. They think it's the same thing. And by saying, let's regulate it like something else. If you say deregulate, you will make people afraid. And people who are afraid make bad decisions. I change my language often. Right? People say, well, you should say, anarchy. Right? I remember Karen and I discussed that word on the A word. I don't use that phrase. Instead, I use voluntary society. It's a very nice phrase. It actually means the same thing. But it's a nice phrase. People don't get upset when I say that. They get upset because people hear anarchy as violent chaos. That's how they hear it. I'm not saying that's what it is. That's how they hear it. if that's how they hear it, it might as well be that. Does that make sense? So when it comes to sex work, we've got to change that by speaking enough and regulate it like something. I don't know what that thing is yet to be forward with you.
Larry,
but we have to find that.
we have time for another question.
I got one more thing real fast. One more thing real fast. The second thing that you brought up was the idea of talking to the left. Remember something. When we talk to the left, what the left cares about more than anything else is fairness. Number one thing is fairness. That's what they care about. And they've been taught, literally for decades, that the only way to make things fair is to make sure the government steps in. They can't imagine anything else. When we get to turn them on, understand you can have fairness in other ways, like that young girl I was telling you about. How I said, isn't it better to have a fair way of doing this? She turned immediately. Our rhetoric is very often not good towards fairness. It's about my rights, my rights, my rights. This doesn't sound fair. The right's rhetoric is terrible on fairness. The left's rhetoric is wonderful on fairness. None of them are fair. I'm not joking. I'm talking about rhetoric versus actual doing, right? The rhetoric is what people hear. And the left's rhetoric is very good on fairness. So most people who want fairness move towards the left. We have to talk better to the left. If we do that, they'll get that we can be fair too. In fact, fairer than the other two parties.
There's a girl with pink hair with a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
No, and it's not going to be about the A word, don't worry.
Okay, good.
We already settled that. There was something that our current chair, Nick, had said, that something you just said reminded me of that, where you talked about your policy library. So do you think that we need to instill more of that, because we're a grassroots movement, that there's something you say, we need X?
Yep.
Nick always says, what's stopping you from doing
Tell us
that
who
now?
Nick is. People here may not know.
Oh, Nick Starwork, the national chair. So his answer always says, what's stopping you from doing that now? And I think that is a really powerful question.
I agree.
And any of you who are going to convention, you'll hear a bunch of people making a bunch of promises. If they weren't, you could do, what's stopping them from doing it now?
And this is, I talk that way, and this is funny. When I talk about running for office, one of the reasons why I took a year and a half off from my life, making no salary for a year and a half running for office, and I live in New York City, have 2 kids, my wife doesn't work. You can imagine what my finances look like. But yes, it's what I did. I took a year and a half off to go off and run, and to build this out, and to build the policy, and do everything. Why? So now I can point my finger at you and talk trash. That's the reason. I can point my finger and say, why don't you build it? Ooh, you build it, Larry. I did. So you build it now. Why don't you run, Larry? I did. So you do it now. Why don't you do this? I did. So you do it now. So you're exactly correct. I agree. I think Nick's totally right on this. I totally would agree with him on this. We should be building it ourselves. And now I can point my finger at you because I did it. I agree completely.
Any other questions? Okay, I wanted to point out a couple things.
Please.
One is that there was talk about how the National Party wants to target local races and give them support. I think it's important to know what your local or usually state campaign finance laws are.
Yes.
I know, as I understand it from one of our candidates from Indiana, you can go give people in Indiana all sorts of money, and there's no rules about it. But in Hawaii, I believe if you're running for state office, you can't take more than 30% of your money from outside of Hawaii. So in a state where we might have raised $10,000 or $13,000, that means we might be able to take $4,000 from our state, or
Sure.
it's $20,000, it's more. So we have to make sure we're in compliance with those laws. Also, in terms of ranked choice voting, I want to point out that our Senate Judiciary Chair, who I'm often not agree with, a man named Carl Rhodes, has stated, or he introduced a bill in the last session for ranked choice voting. Didn't go anywhere, and he wasn't really that knowledgeable about it. He was basically said, I heard this was an interesting thing. I've been invited to speak to the League of Women Voters in January as representing the party both here and in Kona. And it's something that I think we need to talk, because these better government type peoples, they're people who really should look at a lot of our campaign finance and election laws, because a lot of them are part of the reason why we keep electing the same people. So those are comments. Joe.
I want to, maybe there's something I want to talk about the lady in the back. I'm sorry. Legalization versus decriminalization. There are some times when I would accept legalization. It depends upon, I think, how far away we are from decriminalization. There's some cases I probably would, depending upon the situation. If I think we're so far away and people are actively being hurt, I might accept legalization as a first step. I might. So I don't want to say I'm 100% against legalization. I think it would depend upon the situation and who's being hurt and how badly they're being hurt and how far away are we away from making things better.
I think you'll see an increase of violence against women and immigrants more if you go to legalization because it creates a bigger black market. But I'd love to have a conversation.
Yeah, and this may not be that issue. I was being generic on legalization versus decriminalization, on what the damage is being done now, how far away I think getting decriminalization is, and would it be mitigating circumstances in the middle. So it would depend upon the issue. I just want to say I'm not 100% against legalization. It depends upon the situation.
We get 3 minutes. Go.
Well, it just sounds like we're talking a lot about ranked choice voting. I'm not familiar with that term actually. So, and
Well, that means when you go into the booth, you've got, let's say you've got 6 candidates in the thing, and you say, this guy is my first choice, this guy is my second choice, this guy is my third choice.
Or no choice.
Or no choice.
No choice,
You know, and then there's a computer system that says, well, we ranked them all, and we found that none of the people won on getting the majority of number 1 votes. And then we looked at it, and there were so many people. This guy was second choice on almost every ballot, i.e. the Libertarian candidate. So maybe that's the best choice from the electorate, would be the second choice, rather than them saying, well, I'm voting for the Republican because the Democrat scares me, even though I'd like to see the Libertarian elected. That goes away with ranked choice voting.
It allows you to vote for everybody who you would like to win. So say there's 3 candidates, Democrat, Libertarian, and Republican, right? And say you're a Democrat. This is Hawaii, so odds are you're a Democrat, right? So if you're a Democrat in Hawaii, right, you can vote for the Democrat. You hate the Republican because you're Democrats, you're Republicans. So you can vote for the Democrat first and the Libertarian second and not vote for the Republican, right? So if the Democrat doesn't win outright, your vote then goes to whatever your number 2 person was, right? When the number 2 person gets all the votes, well, guess what? That happened to Libertarian can win. So now the Democrat is satisfied. Maybe not happy because they wanted their guy or gal to win. The other thing happens is, what happens if you happen to not like your guy or gal, right? Seriously, right? So maybe you're a Democrat and you like most Democrats, but this one Democrat's a terrible person. You don't like him or her. They're a bad person. So for that person, you can vote Libertarian 1, Democrat 2. So if Libertarian wins, you're happy because you didn't like the Democrat, but if Libertarian doesn't win, the Democrat wins, you're satisfied. You didn't get the Republicans, so they didn't win. Does it make sense? So the ranked choice voting allows you to vote for 3rd, 4th, and 5th parties if you want to. And if you don't care about anybody, put the order you want. You can vote for all 3 if you want to.
We've got 1 minute.
Yeah, so I wanted to make sure that everyone really got that one point you were making, because a lot of people don't realize the power of it. There is no, I don't think there's any such thing as a wasted vote to begin with. But in ranked choice, that argument is just completely nonsensical. Because if your first choice guy gets eliminated in the first computer round, your vote isn't eliminated. Then your vote for the second one is up. So as long as you're voting for more than one, if you want to, but you might only like one.
Correct, yep.
There's no such thing really as a wasted vote. So it's much more fairer and representative of your actual feelings.
Absolutely. So you can vote, you can give the 3rd parties more of a voice. They can come in 2nd or 3rd versus coming in 4th or 5th also. So that could also happen. So that's the idea of ranked choice voting. You never waste your vote. You vote for only the people you want to win, and in what order you want them to win. If you don't like a person, you don't vote for them.
Hilo, do you have a question? Or do we want to go to break? Greg? All right, then we're going to go to break. We're going to take about 15 to 20 minutes to break to finish off the rest of the food or whatever's back there. I want to, people have been coming in and have not had a chance to do as much networking as we'd like to have done during the day. We do have booths in the back. You've heard a few things. I don't know, where did Olivia wander off to? All right.
She didn't like my legalization thing.
No, she'll be back.
She stomped off angry.
But our friend Kayla is back there, and we have friends from other booths, so please do talk to people during the break. This is not a thing where you're an audience. This is a thing where you are being engaged as participants. And so we'll reconvene at about 11:30.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well, Alan, if you need help on your campaign.
So keep words out.
Oh, thank you. I'll make sure he knows it.
He was rude to me afterwards. So I was at the Republican convention in 2012. So I was supporting Ron Paul. So he was like saying, Libertarian. Yeah. He's like, we're the Republican Party.
It's convenient. We sit down, talk about it. When I walk to work, I am like,
I was
no. They also
See how I do the quiz. Give me the answers.
Yes. I might have to.
But only free market economies. That's how you know about economists. Economists do economists. They wear regular free market economists.
I just spoke to the space.
When I travel the state, very rare. Yes, I know that's. Is that right? You were there? It's very rare.
They all, the white guy, but a lot of her.
So I said.
What actually makes more sense.
But it doesn't mean that maybe the Libertarian asked what she does. Why do we have this thing?
Which we don't all
That's
have.
what I think.
So in the father,
You don't know.
no, you have to be registered for your very local. You have to go in there and you're subject to.
I don't know what's that. There's a lot of so they'd rather just read whatever the Commission says. A customer who goes into the club, if I go to the club and I'm not only in the club. It's crazy. The other thing is,
I would like to have, small questions to have. Yes. Yes, so I've got property, my friend is older, but I'm concerned that I wanna make sure that they're taken care of. My will is well out there. So we're talking about that. Yeah, Larry, I mean, I hadn't heard she goes up, but I know later. Very happy.
See if you're, I thought you were reading, I didn't know you were playing on your phone. Okay, what are you working on? Right. You just sit here. I know.
Yeah, we've just arranged. Tomorrow I'm busy. What I realized is that when I'm busy, and I live stream. Actually, that's already.
Who is this bright young man who's looking at us from Hilo? Hello? Hey. I don't recognize you. Oh, you're Denver. Okay. Well, is Greg told you need to join the party? Because that's Greg's job. Greg? Does he? All right, so you work together. Do you? Yeah. All right, well, my condolences. And we're probably going to reconvene in about 5 minutes.
I think so. You can join the party when you can. And you're laughing because it's such a fun idea. Emma? So maybe in Phoenix. She thinks she could go somewhere. She's going to be running that. So if you want to
I like the posters, no band.
Yes, sir.
Weird.
Not right now, but. Yeah, probably. I think so.
Spy on us a lot.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to get out there more. So there must be some kind of street there. No, this is big.
Video link, so that's convention. Yeah, that's the plan. Snapchat, see, I gotta get everybody.
Roger's over
Hey, Kyle. Kyle. Hey, what's up, Greg? What do you see on the screen now?
I see on your, I see your picture, and I see, so the screen here has, I don't know why it's not across.
No, that's what I'm asking. I got it on. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, okay, on yours? Yeah, I do see my PowerPoint on yours. But there's somebody else speaking first. Yeah.
All right, can we round up the people who are out in the hall? We need to reconvene it because it's 11:30 and I want to keep to our schedule.
Does your family live on Hawaii too? Yeah.
You know,
I know exactly. Of course you do.
my brother's.
Yeah. You need me to share that so they can see where you're going to do you guys can see it.
I'll put it on this screen, you just show it on your side. You don't need to share the screen.
Okay. So I'll just share.
What's your name again?
Yes. Oh, exactly. My name is Jerry.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe.
I'm
the secretary of the military party.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me get the microphone. Actually,
Someone's
everybody
gotta
can
do
hear
it,
me.
right? So, yeah.
Could everyone please take their seats? People in the back, Ken, Mark Coleman, Larry, could we all please take our seats? We need to move ahead with our agenda and reconvene.
Why is that facing the back?
I don't know.
Could someone round up the people in the hallway, particularly Fina, who I don't see back in her chair yet?
International candidates.
All right. So it's 1:30 and we are reconvening for the afternoon session.
11:30.
Oh, sorry. They both got ones in them, come on. All right, we've got about 2 hours of material before our next break, and at the next break, we'll have cookies and brownies and stuff, so don't think about leaving before the brownies come, believe me, or the cookies. Actually, there are not that many brownies, there are a lot of cookies. So, we've got several things to get to, and one of them that we're going to start out with is another candidate speech. And before I call this young lady up here, I'd like to make sure that we have people back at their seats. Are there still people outside?
Yes.
They don't want to miss this. This is going to be shit hot.
That's right.
All right. Now, Fina Minowan has been with the party for about 4 years. Attended the convention in New Orleans and has become an active member and a member of the executive committee. After some discussion back and forth, she's decided that 2020 is the year she'd like to stick her toe into electoral politics and be a candidate.
Yes. All right.
And she's new at this, but she's smart. She's got plenty of ideas. But you know, she's also willing to listen to older heads who have done this before. So I'm going to let her come up now and talk about herself and her campaign for a few minutes. Welcome.
Aloha, my name is Fina Minowan, and I want to start off by telling you a little bit about myself. I've lived here in Hawaii for 7 years. Before that, I was in the military, and that's how I came out here in Hawaii. As like many military people here, I got stationed and I just kind of stuck around. I was in the military for 10 years, active duty. While I was in the military, I was a community relations coordinator. I was a computer tech for the weapons system. I spent 3 years in the military schools. I spent 5 years out at sea on deployments. And then my last 2 years I spent as a prison guard at Hawaii's own mini Alcatraz on Ford Island at the military brig. While I was there, I had a lot of time to think because I was just sitting. And I want to tell you guys, earlier we talked something about like airing dirty laundry, so I want to tell you right now, I got a brother in jail, so the hat's out, okay? He's in jail, he's in there for life, he's going to be in there for life. And so while I was a prison guard, I had time to think about the criminal justice system. And what I want to say as a libertarian right now, the drug war is over. The drug war is over. It is time for us to release the prisoners of war. And we're already dividing the spoils. So I just want to start out with that as a libertarian. And I think that Hawaii has a great opportunity to become a very libertarian state, much like Larry Sharp has done for New York. I'm going to be running for District 42. That is the Kapolei and Makakilo area. I'm going to be running against Sharon Haar. She's a Democrat, and she's been running unopposed for probably the best 7 or 8 years now. Well, when I run, it'll be 8 years. Unopposed. So, I got a little bit of a shot there. But back to why Hawaii should be a libertarian place. Alan was talking about Hawaii should be an international port. And one of the ways we need to accomplish that is to get rid of the Jones Act.
Yes. Yes.
Hawaii needs to get the federal government out of here. And the reality is, we don't really need to get the federal government out of here because they're not really here. What happens on the mainland affects Hawaii. But what happens here in Hawaii doesn't necessarily affect the mainland. And a great example of that is our marijuana, right? We were one of the first states to legalize medical marijuana. We have yet to legalize recreational marijuana. We don't have edibles legalized. We have one of the strictest smoking laws in the country. How are these medical patients supposed to consume their medical marijuana? If they can't smoke it, they can't eat it, what are we doing? You know? So that goes once again back to drug war's over. Time to split the spoils of war and release our prisoners. Another platform that I think was great for Hawaii, and one that I will absolutely do everything in my power to fix, is not gun control, gun liberation. Gun liberation. Hawaii, I know a lot of you guys have seen them on the road. You have to. The stickers, Defend Hawaii. They all AK-47 on there. Hawaii needs to be able to defend themselves. And we have one of the strictest gun laws and prohibitions on even attaining a gun. As a medical marijuana patient, I'm a veteran. I spent 10 years holding a gun, carrying a gun. I know how to handle myself with it. I'm not allowed to have a gun now. There's a lot of people that think that their right of the Second Amendment has been taken away. I would like to talk about one more thing. Well, actually, two more things. Kapolei is growing. That's where I'm running, right? Kapolei is growing. There was an article in the news just this last night, actually, about Kapolei's zoning. They already have to think about how to rezone Kapolei. I'm a homeowner out there in Kapolei, well, Makakilo. There's a lot of people out there that bought homes with the idea that Kapolei was going to be the second city of Hawaii. When I come out here, I go to school. By the way, I'm a student, by the way. I'll graduate in spring. I study at HPU. And I go to school downtown. No one I talk to wants to come out to Kapolei because there's nothing there. There's nothing to do there. All it is a bunch of houses right now and a rail that's not even built to go anywhere. There's a mall with a really small Macy's, and people out there are struggling. And I think the Libertarian Party has a solution for that. And that's gambling. That's right. Gambling. About once a month, there's a sting, and about 12 to 20 people get arrested. They go to jail. And it's the same thing that happens to sex workers with their massage parlor stings. We have an opportunity here as the Libertarian Party to really overhaul Hawaii's criminal justice system by making our neighbors not criminals, making our cousins not criminals. So, yeah, another opportunity with the gambling, a lottery. Everybody knows that our education system in Hawaii, the state education system, it needs more money. And I'm not even going to talk about their test scores or their education levels and anything like that. I'm talking about AC in classrooms. I'm talking about computer labs. I'm talking about building maintenance. These are things that come out of a lottery, like other states have. Every day when I turn on the radio, I hear a commercial. It doesn't matter what radio station I'm turning to. As long as I play commercials, I'm going to hear a commercial that's going to offer this good people of Hawaii a round trip ticket to Las Vegas, where they can go spend their money at the 9th Island. Why? We could be gambling here. We're already gambling here. They're already getting arrested for it. Why are we arresting our neighbors? And then we're arrest our neighbors and then send the other neighbors on an all expenses paid trip to Las Vegas so they can spend their money in another state? I don't know. Also, I think that would be a good solution for the rail, because
Send the rail to another state.
no. There we go. But the rail and going back to Kapolei, Honolulu doesn't have room for casinos really. It's a small area. Kapolei is growing. There's room. And there's room for jobs there. There's room for building there. And if I get elected, I'll do everything I can to make that happen. So my name is Fina Benoit, and I'm running for Congressional District 42 for Kapolei and
We don't have time for questions with Fina, but she's going to be around and we're having plenty of time for networking. I do want to move ahead because one of our guests today is indicated that he needs to leave a little early. And so I want to bring up our gun friend Todd to speak for a couple of minutes. I think most of us who are in the Libertarian Party have a pretty good sense of supporting guns. So Todd probably doesn't need to talk for too much, but I do want him to have an opportunity to speak for a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm Todd Yukutake. I'm one of the directors and founders of the Hawaii Firearms Coalition. We're a new group. We just were formed. We just celebrated our first anniversary in September. We formed this group because felt we needed a dedicated group to take care of gun rights in Hawaii. In the past, it was basically, out of sight, out of mind, try to lose as slow as possible. But I think we have a chance to win now. And I see the opportunity as long as we get the community involved. So that's why we formed this group. We basically do lobbying, legislation, lobbying, legal action, and grassroots activism. We lobby at the legislature. We're going to have a rally in January. We also have several lawsuits going through right now. We have Young versus Hawaii for open carry and possibly concealed carry in the future. Potential Supreme Court case. Mr. Young is from Big Island. We also have, actually coming up next week, Tuesday, we have a court hearing to legalize tasers and electric guns in Hawaii. Hawaii is one of the only 2 states in the nation that bans it right now, us and Rhode Island. So we might be able to win by summary judgment on Tuesday, and you might be able to buy a taser on Wednesday. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, you can buy it from Amazon, have it express shipped in. Yeah, that's how easy it is to get one in the rest of the nation. Thank you for the opportunity here. And check out our website. We have a Facebook page too, Hawaii Firearms Coalition, or hifico.org.
And you might want to make sure that we put a link to your website on our website.
Oh, sure.
And vice versa.
Sure.
All right, thank you, Todd. We don't have time.
I just want to know how we can support that. Like, how can we support the taser issue for Tuesday? Is it like something we can write it online or show up or?
That one is just a court hearing with the judge. Not sure how, well, hopefully we'll win that by summary judgment because of constitutional issues. Supreme Court already kind of looked at it. So I think odds are very good that we're going to win that. But what you need their help with next year, if it gets legalized, we need to prevent undue burdens and restrictions on owning one, like having to go through a registration process, permitting, being able to even carry it in public for self-protection. That's the kind of stuff that we'll need through testimonies, talking to your legislator. That's the biggest thing, especially women too. We need more support from women to talk to your legislators about it. All right, thank you.
All right. Well, I have wait a minute, I'm going to the other microphone because I want to look official. Okay, so, the next presentation, which is going to be our featured presentation for this hour, is going to be made by our good friend, Dr. Kyle Varner. Dr. Kyle Varner is a physician. He was at Tripler for a number of years, and now he's in private practice and seems to be a globetrotter. And Kyle is a libertarian physician who's very interested in the extent to which regulation of the medical profession, in cahoots often with the medical profession, is creating problems for patients, nurses, and a variety of other people. So Kyle, I believe, has got a PowerPoint. And Kyle, do you want to speak from here, or are you going to speak from there?
I'll speak from up there, and we can or if you want me to advance it, or you can
Either way, it's fine. So that way, when I can give you the lay.
Oh, thank you. I don't usually do this, but I have a gift to give everybody. These are bolivars. This is the currency of Venezuela. This is worth 10 cents, maybe the whole stack. But please take one. I got these on the border about a week and a half ago. So everybody pass them around and just take one as a souvenir, as a reminder of what happens when our ideas lose. I've been working on the border of Venezuela, and I've been providing medical care to refugees. And I've seen people die, and I'm used to people dying, but I'm used to people dying because they have a disease that we can't cure. But in Venezuela and the Colombian border, I see people dying because we can't get the cure for them. The consequences of socialism or of a failure of libertarian ideas or failure to implement them are extremely grave. They're the tears of mothers and fathers, their birthdays that don't happen, their pain, their grief, and we must do everything we can as political activists to push back on that and to make sure that doesn't happen to us here at home. And I think it's a little more complex than just working hard. We also have to work smart. Could you go to the next slide, please? Just press the space button, I think. There we go. So right now we're at a time, not just in the United States, but in the entire world where we've never been richer. Never been richer in human history. In this century, we've never been richer. You can see that's the world GDP over the last 2 millennia. You can see how it shot up. Go ahead, next slide. We've never been healthier. We live longer all over the world than we've ever lived. 80-some years. Just 100 years ago, we were talking about people living about half of that. We've made tremendous strides in life expectancy. And it's not just life expectancy, it's things like infant mortality that is at historic lows. Never before in the history of humankind have fewer children died. Never before in the history of humankind have fewer infectious diseases killed people. We are living in amazing times. Next slide. We've also never been safer. Globally, violent deaths are at a historic low, even considering the current state of conflicts. In the United States, violent crime is at a historic low. We're safer than we've ever been. This is an amazing time to be alive. Next slide. We've also never been freer. This is something that people don't often understand. But the Index of Economic Liberty, which is published by the Fraser Institute, ranks every country by its economic liberty. And it's been going up. And we're actually at a time historically where global economic liberty has never been higher. We've never had more free countries. We've never had countries as free as they are today. The global average top income tax rate was 58.5% in 1980, and now it's 29.1%. Globally, taxes are lower than they've ever been. In the 1980s and 1990s, we saw massive shifts globally towards privatization. We saw the idea that the state should own and control large sections of the economy, tossed into the wind. 81 countries had double-digit inflation in 1980, and today it's only 24. And in 1980, the average tariff rate globally was 28%, to today it's 8%. In 1980, 53% of nations practiced conscription, and today only 40% practice conscription. We're making progress. We've never, ever been freer. Next slide. And in the United States, this makes me really happy. Populist politicians here love to say the middle class is shrinking. Yeah, they're right. The middle class is shrinking because they're getting rich. What we see happening is that the share of people considered middle class is going down while the share of people considered upper class is going up. And also the share of people considered lower class, poor, is going down. We're getting richer. As a society, everybody's better off. This is an amazing time to be alive. It's an amazing time to be an American. Next slide. But here's the problem. Not just in the United States, but globally, left-wing politicians are riding a wave of discontent that could bring everything down. The United States wouldn't be unique if we fell to socialism after achieving an unprecedented level of prosperity. That happened in Cuba, one of the most prosperous countries in the Caribbean, that fell to the Castro dictatorship. That happened in Argentina when Eva Perón and Juan Perón rode a wave of populism and turned one of the wealthiest countries of the world into an economic mediocrity on a good day. It happened in Venezuela when the wealthiest country in South America became the poorest country in the midst of a humanitarian crisis. It can happen here, and we have to ask ourselves why. Why, in the greatest time in human history, in the most prosperous moments in our country, why are left-wing figures like Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Elizabeth Warren gaining so much traction? I've been asking myself this question for the last couple of years as I've traveled over Latin America to so many different places there, advocating for liberty. And something that's really interesting is I'll go into a bookstore in Latin America, and I love to look at books. It's kind of a hobby. I see a bookstore, I want to go in just to browse, see what they have. In Latin America, they have giant sections in the bookstores on Karl Marx. Not only do they have Communist Manifesto, Das Kapital, but they also have a huge section of secondary scholarship, everybody and their interpretation on Karl Marx. If you go down to a bookstore in the United States, how many copies of Karl Marx do you have? First of all, it's way in the back. There are like 3 books, and nobody dares touch them because it would be worse to be seen in public with a copy of Marx than it would be to see in public with some cheap pornography. There's a big cultural difference, and that's, by the way, it's changing in the United States. But what's the cultural difference between Latin America and the United States in terms of our acceptance of Marxism, and what's happening here that's making us accept it more? We have to understand this, or no matter what we do, we're going to lose, because we don't understand the substrate out of which these collectivist ideas are rising. Next slide. There are 2 discourses that are prevalent in the entire world, but also in our discourse. And I'm going to label these 2 discourses as the Marxist discourse and the liberal discourse. By liberal discourse, I don't mean liberal the way we think of it in most contexts in the United States. I mean the libertarian discourse, although it's a broader discourse, because this isn't a radical discourse. This is the kind of discourse that prevails when society becomes more and more free versus the kind of discourse that prevails as we lose freedom. So Karl Marx is very famous for saying profits are the stolen wages of the working class. But a liberal economist or a libertarian would say profit is the increase in happiness that results from a transaction. In our world, profits are good. And in the world of Karl Marx, profits are bad. China's robbing us and Nike's exploiting workers. Who says China is robbing us? It's Donald Trump. Yeah. And who says Nike's exploiting workers? It's Bernie Sanders. Same thing. They're in the collectivist discourse. But everybody in this room knows that free trade makes everyone better off. It makes everybody wealthy. Bernie Sanders talks about inequality growing. But we know that the entire world is getting wealthier. And even if the Gini coefficient or the measurements of inequality goes up slightly, the reality is that a rising tide raises all boats. That's the liberal discourse. The rich don't pay their fair share. That's something Elizabeth Warren loves to say. But we love to say that most wealthy people are rich because they produce tremendous value for the world. Bernie Sanders and lots of people on the left love to say that Uber is exploiting their independent contractors. But we say that the sharing economy results in lower prices, higher quality service, and greater opportunities for workers. So which of these discourses is true? Which worldview do we subscribe to? I think everybody in this room is right there with Adam Smith. Go ahead, next slide. But the problem is that discourse isn't true for everyone. It's not true if you're a single mom trying to afford rent in Hawaii, trying to afford health care, working 80 hours a week, and not being able to make ends meet. It feels like your boss who's making profit is exploiting you. It feels like your landlord is taking everything and you're working as a quasi-slave. It's not true for a lot of people in the United States. And so while in my experience, and most likely in the experience of almost everybody in this room, the liberal discourse is the true discourse. And that leads to a worldview that embraces more and more freedom as a way to make the world a better and better place. It's not true for everybody. There's a lot of pain in the United States and all over the world right now. Next slide. So Ayn Rand said, and I'm going to quote Ayn Rand a few times here, and I'm actually going to criticize her in a moment, but here she's right. A mixed economy is ruled by pressure groups. It's an amoral, institutionalized civil war of special interests and lobbies, all fighting to seize a momentary control of the legislative machinery to extort some special privilege at one another's expense by an act of government, i.e. force. She's describing our current economy, that while resembling a capitalist economy in a lot of ways, is actually a mixed economy, an economy where the special interests are engaging in extractive activity. Next slide, please. I want to show you the most important chart in modern political science. This is inflation. Okay, and what we're looking at here is inflation by sector of the economy. So we see healthcare, we see textbooks, we see college tuition, we see housing, and then those are all at the top, rising way faster than people's wages. And then at the bottom, we see TVs, we see food, we see consumer electronics, and those have prices that are falling. What's the difference? What's the difference between a TV and, for example, an insulin pump? Subsidies, yes, absolutely. Subsidies and regulation. Subsidies and regulation. So what's happening? We are getting richer, but regulation has made sectors of our economy very scarce. And I'm going to talk about my profession as a doctor, but we're also talking about education. We're talking about textbooks. We've created situations where you have a certain artificial scarcity created by regulation that then results in the people in those industries extracting large sums of money from everybody else. It's an upward transfer of wealth from the poor and the middle class to the rich, thanks to government regulation. And what's happening? Pain, severe pain for the people. And what do the people want? They want solutions. It doesn't mean they want communism, it means they want solutions. And if you look at that chart, what you see is that all of the top issues are all the major live political issues of our day. Healthcare, education, housing, those are the live issues. That's what motivates the voters. That's what they want to hear about from politicians. Why? Because that's where they're hurting. Next slide, please. I want to tell you about my cartel because we are the single greatest enemy to American liberty. I'm a doctor, and my profession is a cartel. My profession has spent, go ahead, next slide, please. My profession has spent a century lobbying the government to give us absolute control of the market. We have gotten to a point now where the number of medical licenses is capped by the federal government. Essentially, it's a very complex wave of regulation. But the result is that Americans pay $100 billion in an annual doctor's tax. What I mean by this is that if you compare my wages to the wages of doctors in any other developed country, Americans collectively are paying $100 billion a year extra because of the scarcity that the regulatory structure has imposed on the American people. That's money out of your pockets and into my pockets. It's good for me, but it's bad for you. But it's also really bad for American liberty because you're creating economic resentment among the American people. You're creating pain and resentment, and it shifts people away from the liberal discourse. When you're paying $700, $800, $1,000 a month in health insurance, and then you don't even like the care you get, it doesn't seem like capitalism's working for you. It makes you easy prey for a leftist demagogue. Hospitals enjoy local monopolies. It means they don't care if you're satisfied with your care. They give you enormous bills when you get care. Pharmaceutical companies price gouge Americans, and they lobby to prevent importation of medications. So insulin here can cost over $1,000 a month, and it keeps going up in price, despite the fact that when I'm in Colombia, I can buy a month's supply of insulin for less than $20. And insurance companies soak up subsidies, and they reap record profits. There's not a private insurance company in America. All the insurance companies get more than half their money from the government. I don't know how we can call that private. The result is that my cartel, my profession, physicians in the healthcare profession, have used government to create a situation where they can extract money from you. That's bad, but what's really bad is what it does to the sentiments of voters and what it's going to do to the future of our economic system and for our liberties if we don't do something about it. Next slide, please. When you can't pay your bills, the Marxist discourse seems true.
Absolutely true.
When you're suffering, there's not really any room for high-minded discussion of liberty. If you're suffering economically, you're dangerous. Hungry people are dangerous. They're dangerous both because they can commit crimes to survive, but they're dangerous because they're going to vote for leftists. Next slide, please. Here's what the economy of the United States is. This is another quote from Ayn Rand. This is the aristocracy of pull. This is a scene where James Taggart, the novel Atlas Shrugged's #1 villain, is talking about liberating the world from capitalism and money. And he says, we're going to replace the aristocracy of money. And then one of the heroes of the novel, Francisco de Anconia, says, by the aristocracy of pull. We've built up a highly regulated society that resembles more of a mercantilistic society from the 1800s or 1700s than it does a robust capitalist society. And the aristocracy of pull are all of the people who are at the very top, who have political influence and are using that political influence to profit. It's the union leaders, it's the taxi drivers, it's the real estate developers, at least here, it's the Jones Act associated shipping companies here in Hawaii. This aristocracy of pull, and people resent it. They're not economists, they're not philosophers, so they don't fully understand why they resent it, but they resent it. Next slide. And so here we are with what I consider to be the most dangerous man in America. This is Bernie Sanders. He's dangerous because Bernie Sanders isn't just a normal left-wing politician. He's a revolutionary socialist. Bernie Sanders attended Daniel Ortega's first presidential inauguration in Nicaragua. Bernie Sanders praised the Fidel Castro dictatorship in Cuba, even as they rounded up political prisoners, created camps, concentration camps, and executed gay people. Bernie Sanders was called by Nicolas Maduro our revolutionary friend. This man isn't just wrong, he's pure evil. He's dangerous, though, not just because he's pure evil. There are plenty of pure evil people out there. He's dangerous because the political substrate of the United States is allowing him to get to power. Pain over healthcare, pain over education is allowing him to ride that wave. But what do you think he's going to do when he gets to power? He's going to support leftists abroad, worsening the humanitarian crisis we're seeing in South America, and he's going to do everything he can to put more and more economic power in the hands of elite actors politically, which is going to worsen the situation that we have in the United States, creating even more demand for the next demagogic savior. So we're in the room today with libertarians. We're the people who can put a stop to this. Yes. Next slide, please. Yes. How do we put a stop to this? Well, it has to do with shifting people's thinking into a liberal discourse. We need to figure out how we can take people away from that us versus them conflict-based narrative about world events and put them into a harmonies-based liberal discourse. So we have to advocate policies that are free market policies that create prosperity and that ease the pain, and that as a result show people that the liberal way of doing things, the libertarian way, more freedom, is the way to go. That means we need to be laser focused on the bread and butter issues that are causing voters pain today. It means we need to be laser focused on healthcare, delivering free market healthcare reform that reduces the price of services so that people can afford to take care of themselves, so that they feel good about being self-sufficient. It means, and especially here in Hawaii, that we've got to work on housing reform. We have got to increase the supply of housing by decreasing regulation so that more housing units can get built so that people aren't living in the parks. Education reform. We have got to lower the price of college. We have got to create competition. We've got to create a vibrant education market so that young people aren't growing up having worthless college degrees, $200 of debt, $200,000 of debt, and no job prospects. We've got to do this. We've got to offer real solutions, or people are going to be desperate and they're going to fall for people like Bernie Sanders. Occupational licensure reform. It's important for two reasons. Number one, because it lowers the cost of services to the general public, increasing their buying power. But number two, because it offers opportunity to economically disadvantaged people. If you have to have a college degree in order to be able to braid hair or walk dogs, guess what? You just cut off a lot of people from opportunities. And right now, there's too much occupational licensure. And we need to deregulate so that we can awaken our economic giant and we can bring more and more prosperity to more and more people. It's my view that these are the most important libertarian policy proposals we can make today. And they're important not just because they'll improve people's lives, but because when we improve people's lives, we will shift people from believing the Marxist discourse to understanding the liberal discourse. And when they understand the liberal discourse, that's when we can take it even a step further and make people freer and freer. I want to just take one moment to explain that while I'm talking about economic things, the economic things are not the only things going on here. If you want to talk about criminal justice in the United States, well, the drug war started as an effort to keep Mexican workers from competing with white workers in the early 1930s. It was economic to begin with. Welfare programs that are redistributed in nature in the United States create hate and anger, and they create political demand for a system that incarcerates large numbers of people. It creates resentment surrounding immigration. So we have to understand that there is no social liberty issue that isn't tied to economic liberty. Across the world, you see, with very few exceptions, the more economically free people are, the more socially free. It's not 100% correlation, but it's a very strong and robust correlation. So don't think that I'm ignoring social issues. In fact, I'm talking about creating the necessary economic conditions for social liberty to thrive. Next slide, please. We have to, as libertarians, be better than many of us, myself included, have been in the past. Yes. This guy, Joe Walsh, I don't even know if he's a libertarian, but this came out on Twitter. Reminder, you don't have a right to healthcare, a job, or a college education, or a house. If you want it, go out and earn it. Who are you going to convince with this? Who are you going to convince that freedom works with shaming language? My hero, Ayn Rand, said anyone over 30 years of age should find the sootiest, grittiest smokestack and thank it. She's right, but she shouldn't be saying that if you want to convince people that liberty is the way to go. Next slide, please. What we have to do is we have to create a positive narrative. So rather than saying you don't have a right to healthcare, we need to tell people that our mixed economies created captured markets that make it nearly impossible for people to take care of themselves. We have to give them empathy. We don't need to give them sanctimonious lectures about personal responsibility. We need to tell people that there are real life examples of genuine free market reforms delivering tremendous benefits to consumers. We need to tell people that we want to make healthcare more affordable and accessible. We want to leave the patient in charge instead of bureaucrats. We need to tell people that if you disagree with me, it's because we have a difference of opinion about how best to improve our world. We don't need to tell people they're immoral or they're demons because they disagree with us. So you hear this language all the time. Don't be a parasite. Liberty requires personal responsibility. It's true, but that doesn't mean it's a productive way of advancing our ideas and getting our policies enacted and making the world a better place. Next slide, please. The recipe for libertarian success. We got to find the pain points, and I've identified a few of them here. Healthcare, education, housing. That's the pain. That's what the voters are clamoring for solutions about. When you're selling something, you don't get to tell your customer what their problems are. The customer tells you what their problems are, and it's our job to find solutions. And that means that when we're running for office, when we're injecting ourselves into public discourse, we need to be relevant, which means we need to talk about those issues. We need to find practical and politically viable ways to improve those situations. And just a hint, think tanks are the best place to find these ways. We're here in Hawaii. Shout out to my friend Joe Kent with the Grassroots Institute. Think tanks are the ones that bring the politically viable solutions that our candidates can basically take off the shelf and show people how we're going to make the world a better place. We've got to campaign on these practical and politically viable strategies with dignity, kindness, professionalism, and optimism. We cannot afford to be mean. We cannot afford to be unprofessional. The stakes are too high. We're talking about liberty, prosperity, and human life and the future of the American experiment. We have to be the best we can be. We have to implement these politically viable policy reforms, and we relieve the voters' pain. We make the world a better place. And then, when we achieve those policy goals, we'll be altering the political climate in America. And when we alter the political climate in America, we make it possible for us to win future public policy battles about even more important things and move the needle, push the line forward for more and more liberty. We have to start small, but we're going to achieve massive liberty. Next slide, please. We also, as the party of principle, have to be ready to articulate principles. I'm not making an argument for some kind of a cynical practicalism, but how do we teach someone a principle? The first thing we do is show them how the application of that principle makes the world a better place. So we can tell someone about the Jones Act, that eliminating the Jones Act will lower the price on goods, it'll create new jobs in the Hawaiian economy, and it'll make Hawaii a better place to live. That's all true, and if you're a Hawaiian, if you're living here in Hawaii, you know it's true intuitively. And then you say, It's immoral for the government to choose a cartel or corrupt business and tell you who you have to purchase from. And finally, you can say people should be free to buy and sell from whoever they want, and government should never interfere in that personal decision. So, thank you. What we're doing here is we're showing people first how the application of the principle can make the world a better place. And then we're following it up with the principle. We're priming the pump. Because if you just start with libertarian brutalism and say government healthcare is theft and you're being a parasite if you take public assistance, nobody will swallow that pill, or very few people will swallow the pill. And to be honest, the people who do are undesirable as far as activists go. What we need to do is show the world that libertarian ideas make the world a better place and use that opportunity to teach them about the principles. We can be principled and practical. I absolutely reject the idea that there's some kind of a dichotomy between being a principled libertarian and being a practical problem solver. No, there is no dichotomy. We have to do both if we're going to make the world a better place. If we want this American experiment to succeed, to move forward and become even freer, that's what's required of us. So let's go out and do it. Next slide. I want to finish by telling you guys that we're on the right side of history. Okay, we have never been freer today. I said that at the beginning, but let's have some perspective. Several hundred years ago, the divine right of kings was considered a social fact. Everybody believed that the king's power came from God. People had to work for their lords 3 or 4 days a week. We had serfdom. We had colonialism. It was common for the state to award monopolies, and people thought it was just and moral. Women were considered property. Theocracy was the order of the day, and human beings could be owned by others in slavery. Today, individual rights prevail. When we talk in politics, almost everyone talks, even if they don't really believe it, about individual rights. Democracy is a social fact that it's a good thing. Everybody believes in it. We believe in press freedom and freedom of religion. And while we have problems with our market economy, we still believe in practice capitalism, and it's making more and more advances over time. Finally, free trade is an idea that is practiced and believed in more today than ever before in our history. So we're more free today than we've ever been. We're on the right side of history. Next slide. I believe so very strongly that the future is libertarian. Yeah, there are places and times in the world where freedom is moving backwards, but the general trend is for it to move forward. The consequences of giving up that forward march of freedom are Venezuela. Tremendous human suffering, early death, pain and heartache. But on the flip side of that, the benefits of continuing to move forward with more freedom and more capitalism are new technologies. They're diseases that today are fatal, that tomorrow may be curable. It's more birthdays. It's fewer tears. It's more happiness. That's the future if we can win it. And I firmly believe the future is libertarian, and together with the people in this room and the Libertarian Party, we're going to achieve that libertarian future. Thank you.
We have questions here. We have 3. Okay, Larry?
I don't actually have a question. I want to say I love everything you said. I love the fact you talk about real issues. So many of us don't do that. We talk about theory and things like that, and you talk about real issues. And those 3 issues you brought up, healthcare, housing, I mean, we have to have those answers, or we're just fooling ourselves. I love that. I love the fact you talk about not demonizing people. Amazing. And I want to let people know that. Thank you so much for what you did for my campaign. You helped me on my policy, and a lot of the policy this man helped me put together and donated and was an instrumental part of my impact in New York. So thank you so much for that.
Well, thank you, Larry. I'm really proud of your campaign, and I'm proud of the role I was able to play, because you're an example for libertarian candidates, because you conduct yourself with dignity, with respect, with professionalism. You deliver an optimistic yet realistic message. And I think that you're the example that we need to emulate to move this party and this movement forward. So thank you for everything you do, Larry.
Excellent. Thank you.
I have a question. I'm a student and I don't know much about the medical industry or field. And I was just curious, how long have insurance companies been around? And what did we do before insurance companies? Because I know we've had to have doctors because people have been getting sick since mankind. So can you tell us a little bit about that history?
Sure. So the modern insurance company, what it looks like today, really got its start during World War II, and it was an artifact of economic policy. So what happened was we had a worker shortage because everybody's out in Europe and Japan fighting the war. And we needed workers in the factories. At the same time, the government placed wage controls on factory workers. But they made an exception. They said that if you provide someone with health benefits, that kind of can be in addition to their wages. What it led to was these bloated health plans that take care of everything. Then after World War II, tax policy made those bloated health plans tax deductible. So if you paid through your employer, it was with pre-tax dollars. If you paid for it by yourself, it was with post-tax dollars. So it was that situation of wage controls and the incentives combined with the tax code that led to the insurance companies that we've had today. Now, insurance is a concept that's existed for hundreds and hundreds of years. Lloyd's of London has underwritten insurance policies as a way to spread risk. And yeah, those have existed for as long as we've existed as a country.
For health.
Even for health, yes. We also had, by the way, mutual aid societies. And mutual aid societies were basically put down. So have anybody been to some place like the Elks Club or the Eagles Club? You've heard about these places, fraternal societies? Well, in the 1910s to 1930s, they were hiring doctors. They called them lodge doctors. It's called lodge practice. And they would pay the doctor a salary for maybe $1 a month. You could join the Eagles, and then you can go to the lodge doctor. It was great. My profession hated it, and they ran those doctors out of medical practice. My profession engaged in an organized anti-competitive campaign to put down lodge practice. And this was a way to deny health care to the poorest people in the United States. That's why these fraternal organizations existed. They were poor people getting together to take care of each other. And my profession put a stop to that because they thought it diminished the prestige of the medical profession and it diminished their wages. It's part of a long and dirty history of the medical profession where we have done everything we can to increase our level of social prestige, to decrease the levels of competition, and ultimately to raise our incomes.
So my question is, for that, how do people pay for their doctors? Like, how did doctors get paid? Before insurance companies?
Yeah, they were paid in cash. So they would have a fee schedule on the wall, and a visit is so much. Or like I said, there was the fraternal societies. That was another way that got crushed, but they would pay cash. And now we've moved to third-party payer system, which is one of the primary drivers of healthcare inflation today. And so when we talk about free-market healthcare, we need to be talking about how we can move things from third-party payers into cash so that prices will come down. Laser eye surgery costs about 50% of what it did when it was first invented. It's better than it was when it was first invented. And that's because nobody pays insurance. Meanwhile, insurance doesn't pay, people pay cash. Meanwhile, all the other medical services are getting more expensive. So we know from certain small sectors of the healthcare economy that by moving to a cash-based economy, we can dramatically drop the price. You're welcome.
Karen has a question.
You turned on the rocket boosters. Man, you're fantastic.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm so impressed. I can't even tell you.
Thank you.
And I absolutely agree with you. I made not as well as you did, a very similar point on a podcast that I do that said libertarian dystopia is possible and nobody's going to buy it. Nobody wants to hear welcome to Libertarian Thunderdome. And that's exactly sometimes what we present. And you do have to present the principle, but you have to tell them how it's going to make their life better. And if you don't really believe that, it really strikes me as kind of odd. And there's a statement in a caucus I used to belong to which triggered people, but I think this is the answer. Natural rights are utilitarian. Because it would be a weird world in which doing what was right resulted in more misery to people. So those two need to be conjoined. And we need to really hear the question people are asking. Somebody said this to me, I couldn't believe they thought it was such an insight. When people ask who will build the roads, they are not asking who will build the roads. They really are asking who will feed the poor. That is really what they're asking. And giving them a sarcastic answer about the same people who do it now is not helping them. Because that isn't really what they're asking. They understand how roads will be built because everyone benefits. But people don't, everyone benefits from taking care of the disadvantaged. So we need to learn. I'm a radical, as you know, but I believe in empathetic radicalism, like the complete opposite of Art Nouveau. We need to be the principles with a heart, like Mary Brewer does. So fantastic. I'm one of your biggest fans, I think, now.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate
I
that.
think we have time for one more question. We are running a few minutes behind, but we can make that up. Did someone in the back have a question? I think.
I did. No, yours is probably way more important.
No, I think it was just answered.
All right.
I was just curious, it really is a big harm, repeating, this entire concept of all of that, when it comes to, the insurance decisions and the legislation.
Yeah, so what I would say is there's not one person at the helm, and that what we, as libertarians, as activists, to understand what's going on with regulation, what we should really be doing is studying public choice theory. Public choice theory is the idea that we're looking at bureaucrats through the lens of their own bureaucratic self-interest. We're looking at politicians through the lens of their own political self-interest. And when we do that, we see how this capturing of industries through regulation isn't something that's necessarily planned by some one crime boss sitting behind a dark room. No, it's something that kind of arises naturally out of people's self-interest interplaying with the mechanisms of a mixed economy. And so we have to understand that and then work to address it. Yes, sir.
Tracy, maybe the Big Island people have a question.
Do the Big Island people have a question? I don't know if we can hear them with this thing.
Oh, it's just it's just a screen. If we minimize that, we'll see the Big Island again. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we're going to kind of switch things up a bit. We've given you presentations, various points of views, various ways of looking at libertarianism, some issues. We're going to switch it up again and do something that's a little bit less serious, because we can't have our serious face on all day, can we? No. So I'm going to bring up a longtime libertarian named Mark Coleman. Mark was actually, I think, at the first Libertarian convention back, when the pyramids were going up. When we founded the party in, was it Denver? Or where it was the first convention?
Hey, you're taking my questions away from the quiz.
Oh, shit. All right. Mark's going to do a quiz. And it's going to be on libertarianism and the Libertarian Party. And he's going to tell us how he's going to conduct it. And I don't know what the prize is going to be, but it may be a handshake for me, which is worth a lot.
Okay, well, thanks, Tracy. Let's see if I can get this higher up here. Yeah, I'm probably the longest surviving original member in the room here. I think I was the youngest member at the original convention because of this. But hey, I got to save these for the quiz. So what I'm going to do here is I was asked by Tracy to put together some questions about Libertarian Party history, both local and national. And then I have some other questions I might throw in if we have enough time. And the winner, I went out and bought this copy. The graphic of Karl Marx versus Ludwig von Mises was really appropriate. This is the best of Ludwig von Mises, who, as many of you know, is like one of the premier libertarian economists of all time. So put out by the American Institute for Economic Research, which is really going full steam these days. So that's the prize. So if you want to hang around and win it, then when I ask these questions, I'm going to somehow kind of keep track of who's answering the most correctly. If anyone wants to dispute that, you'll have to let me know. Okay, so here's the questions. Oh, and then I'm going to try to read a little bit of a letter that Don Johnson wrote me, and wrote Tracy, which is about the early history of the Libertarian Party. Okay, so in what year was the first national convention held?
1937.
72. I don't know how I'm going to keep track of everybody who's right here.
I think you've got to ask them to raise their hand.
Okay, let's see.
72!
All right, we'll just go down the road here. So, bonus question: what month in 72?
August?
Nope.
March.
Nope.
You got 12 choices.
September.
No, it was June. I give it up. All right. So what city was bonus question number 3? There you go. What famous band was staying in the hotel at the same time? Oh, what? Yeah, we got some answers over there.
And the answer, Hilo, what famous band?
Said the Eagles.
Roger, you're from Denver.
I ran into the lead singer in the elevator, and the elevator opened, and the lead singer stepped out, and my brother and my ex-wife were in the elevator with him, they were going up to the Playboy Club at the top.
All right, I don't think anyone knows that.
All right, the Rolling Stones. It was Mick Jagger, my brush with fame there. So, who was the first presidential candidate of the National Libertarian Party? Right. And what was his, bonus question, what was his occupation?
He was professor of philosophy at USC.
Yeah, very good. All right.
What was the answer?
And what book did he write? Oh, the answer was he was chairman of the philosophy department at USC.
John Hospers.
John Hospers. Yeah. He was a Randian. And Ayn Rand called him a publicity-seeking crank on NPR because she wanted Nixon to win that year because McGovern was so terrible, supposedly. So what book did he write?
Libertarianism?
Yeah, The Philosophy of Tomorrow. So we got a few guys in the running here. So bonus question. Well, no, here's another question. Who was the first woman vice presidential candidate to receive a vote in the Electoral College? Yes, Tony Newton, right. Bonus question, what was her occupation?
Attorney?
No.
Yes, sir.
Teacher.
She was a television and radio producer. She had owned an advertising agency. She was a real fireball. I liked her a lot. So who was the Republican Electoral College delegate who cast his vote for Hospers and Nathan?
McBride.
Yeah, Roger McBride. And what else is he famous for?
He ran for president 4 years later.
That's right. I think we might have a winner coming up. He was also the producer. Another right answer would have been producer of the Little House on the Prairie TV show. Yeah, I think it was somehow related to Rose Wilder Lane somehow. Okay, so who's the Libertarian Party presidential candidate who received the most votes? That's right, Gary Johnson.
There we go.
John Hospers?
Yes, he received 112 votes.
What?
John Hospers received 112 votes.
Well, if you go by the Electoral College. Yes, okay. Well, that I should have thought of that. He's the only one who's received an Electoral College vote. That's true. But no, it was Gary Johnson who received the most popular vote. And bonus question, who was his running mate?
Well,
Which year?
Oh, excuse me. Back up here. So you're right. It was, to clarify, Johnson received 1.2 million votes in 2012. And then 4 years later, he ran again. And that was supposed to be my question, who ran in 2016? Gary Johnson, right. So who was his running mate in 2016?
Bill.
Yes, yes. And okay, so how about 2012? Who was his running mate in 2012? Very good. That's very good. He was the retired Superior Court judge in California, and he wrote a book about the drug laws. So let's see, who was the? All right, going local now a little bit. What year was the Libertarian Party of Hawaii established? That's right, 1972. Same year as here in Hawaii. Some people out here were plugged into the Libertarian grapevine. And that would lead me to my next question. Who was the party's first chairman?
Greg, cut short, but thank you for hosting.
Does anybody in the Big Island know? Hey, I forgot to look over there. Do you know any of these answers to these questions? Should I be?
Yeah, we answered quite a bit.
Oh, man, sorry. You got them all right too, right? Okay, so did somebody give the answer to who was the first state chairman of the Hawaii party? He changed his name later.
Was it Schmidt or Smith?
It was Don Smith.
Yeah.
And he later, he was married to, Dale Pratt, who was a later chairwoman. Does anybody remember what Don's profession was?
Did he have a radio show?
Yeah, he was a newscaster on KPOI radio. All right, can anyone name at least three? This is where I might have to call out by name. At least three former state party chairmen, besides Dale Pratt and Don Johnson and Tracy. Well, she's not former, but
That's an easy one. Come on, Ken, let Ken answer it.
Chris Winter.
yes,
Ken School.
yes.
Blaze Harris.
You're
Right, Larry got three more. Larry, go ahead.
I was gonna say those.
But who are the
Oh, yeah?
Roger Taylor.
Any names over there?
Dick Rowland. Roger Taylor, Dick Rowland.
Was Dick Rowland a former chairman of the Libertarian Party?
Yes.
That's a gap in my knowledge.
We have someone over in Hilo, Cindy. Cindy Marlin was state chair for about
Oh,
6
that's
months.
right, yeah.
And Mark Coleman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was state party chairman, and
Mike Russell.
we had Mike Russell and Mike Anzus
And Lee.
and Ken Lee.
Lee.
I mean, Ken, her daughter's name is Ken Lee. Sorry.
Right, Lee, you were state chair.
And Blaze Harris. Yeah, there've been a whole lot of them, haven't there? Dave Dengler,
Shows you how popular a job is.
Jerry Dixon, and Al Pennington. If you remember him, he's the guy who took over from anybody else.
I think maybe Noreen Chun was chair.
No, she was not.
Okay, so who wrote the libertarian themed novel Atlas Shrugged? Yeah, I know. Who wrote the libertarian themed science fiction novel The Moon is a Harsh Mistress?
Robert Heinlein.
Yeah, right on. These were all very important books back then. This is like before you could go into a store and buy libertarian books galore. These were some of the most popular books of the period.
Right next to the Marxist section.
Well, I found a lot of my best, like I found Power and Market in the local bookstore up in Tallahassee, which was primarily full of Marxist and socialist books. Yeah, and there was like if you could find anything by Murray Rothbard or von Mises at any of these used bookstores, it was like a real score.
Where does the art of the deal fit in?
It doesn't fit in, I'm sorry. Who wrote the libertarian themed economic treatise Human Action? That's right. Man Economy and State? Road to Serfdom? Cutting Back City Hall?
Bob Poole.
Bob Poole, right. Whom we brought out here many times. Okay, here's a great question. How many languages has Ken Schoolin's Jonathan Gullible libertarian themed novella Jonathan Gullible been translated?
Ken, you're not allowed to answer.
52.
I got the answer from him.
52.
Close.
54.
All right, you got it. And finally, I already gave this away, but who was the youngest known delegate and member of the platform committee at the founding convention of the National Libertarian Party?
Mark Coleman.
So look how old I am now, and imagine where, a lot of the other ones have passed on, and I'm really grateful to people like David Nolan and his wife at the time, Susan. Pip Boyles got me on the platform committee. And there's just, I've got the list. I've been working with Carolyn back there. Karen Ann, she's putting together the history of the original founding members. Those were really dark times. I mean, we started the party because President Nixon had imposed wage and price controls, which it wasn't even wartime. It wasn't, you shouldn't do it during wartime, but to do it because of inflation was certainly not addressing the problem. And we had posters of Nixon dressed up like Hitler, imposing wage and price controls. So anyway, I'm really grateful, and I was really lucky to be there. The movement has grown so much, and I do think it, contrary to the impression I got here today, I thought it had sort of gone into a doldrums, but today has been very inspiring. Larry Sharp's speech was awesome, and Kyle, you might want to run 4 years from now for the presidential candidacy.
Yeah.
If Larry isn't going to do that. That was an awesome speech.
I'll be his VP.
Yeah, that was really good. I confess to working with Kyle on his book, which we hope to put out someday, called White Coat Cartel, about the criminals who. Yeah. So I guess I might be running out of time. Read the letter from Don, right? Don Johnson was another guy who helped start this party in Hawaii, and he couldn't be here today. So I'll just read a little bit of what it was like. This will give you a flavor of what it was like. He said, I joined the LPH in 1975. It was a time of Don Smith, Dale Pratt, Mike Russell, Lud Arneding, Chris Winter, who after he left Hawaii was on Jeopardy and mentioned running as a political senatorial candidate in Hawaii, Cliff Slater, and other amazing leaders and speakers. The conventions were large, over 100 to 200 attendees. In the late 70s and the early 80s, the Young Republicans with Sam Sloan came to our events, given for libertarian politicians and authors. The 1980 convention with LP presidential candidate Ed Clark had over 500 attendees in the large Ala Moana Center Hotel banquet room back there. Cliff Slater presented numerous media panels on the issues of the proposed rail, first proposed in the 1980s, and the LPH rallied to support him. When neighborhood boards came out, a number of us jumped into the system as good learning efforts, as good learning experience, and a chance to get acquainted with the inner political world. I believe Larry Bartley is the longest continuing neighborhood board member. Are you still on the neighborhood board, Larry?
No.
Okay, well.
Maybe in the party I am, but there are other neighborhood board members who have much longer than I was. I was in 20 years.
40 years?
20.
Oh, 20, okay.
Yeah, I know other people.
You got to roll.
1972, 82, 92, 2002, 2012. We're coming up on 50 years of the Libertarian Party. Ken Schoolany said Don, probably has a much better memory of the people who came here to speak. The author of Fighting City Hall came here, and that was Robert Poole, a number of times, as well as presidential candidates like Russell Means and Dave Berglund. Russell Means, you may remember, was the Indian activist. We had factions of Ayn Rand objectivists, constitutionalists, and other labeled groups, but they did come together to support candidates and LP and LPH issues. The LPH was instrumental in working to end the local milk monopoly that fought to keep mainland milk supplies out of Hawaii. It worked with Normal to repeatedly end the green harvest and the reefer madness laws, something we forget under current legislation. Actually, I was in the state Normal chapter president for a while there. The LP worked for the consolidation and closure of duplicitous Hawaii military bases, took flack for it until it was done 20 plus years later, and other political parties took credit for it. The early legacy of the LPH, struggling to get the noticed and respected, culminate with the best effort in the campaign laws. No longer are ballot signatures needed every 2 years. Dale Pratt led that hard-fought battle for not only the LPH, but all political parties in Hawaii. I remember going around with Bruce Anderson to the legislature. We met with then Senator Cayetano. He was really nice to host us in his office, and he listened, and he was really cool, and I'm pretty sure he voted for this too. Mike Russell ran for the city council when it was a partisan election and was very close to winning a seat in his district. The next year it became a nonpartisan seat, negating the LPH 10% ballot option for that election seat. Don himself was appointed school advisory commission to the school advisory commission. No Republican was ever chosen. It had 38 positions. All but 5 had to be members of the governor's political party, which obviously was the Democrats. The 5 others could be from another party, if endorsed by members of the governor's party. No Republican was ever chosen. I was the only Libertarian. My appointment came out of my work on a neighborhood board, and I would only take a non-compensatory appointment. 4 years later, the party requirement was supposedly deleted. I was soon chair for 2 gubernatorial terms, meeting the Board of Ed twice a month, visiting 53 state schools, meeting with teachers, unions, PTA, and he never ever referred to the schools as public schools, only state or government schools. This is something I learned from those libertarian minds who came to speak with us in Hawaii. Almost fired. Best quote to the media ever from a Libertarian Party member, Don Smith, who ran for Honolulu mayor against Frank Fosse in 1978, I think, was interviewed on TV about what his first action would be if elected mayor. He unabashedly said that he would lock all the doors to the city hall and keep the keys. It was the only way to protect others from government intrusion in their lives. It's kind of like Ludwig von Mises. He was asked, what would you do if you had all of, suddenly they made you king and you could do anything you want? He said, I would resign. The great work being done by the LPH, especially you, Tracy, continues. Every chair has had a particular focus or two, and that has been amazing. But I believe that the LPH should honor the positive results even years later and take credit for them.
Thank you.
Yes.
And who are you awarding the book to?
I think it's going to have to go to him back there. Yeah. All right. Happy reading.
All right. Now are we all ready to review the quiz to make sure everyone knows what was said? And then we've got a lot of information now. All right. I'll have mercy. It's not in my nature, but I will. Okay, let's see where we are on Mr. Agenda here. Okay, so we're going to do some discussion of some issues, and we're going to stimulate that by some of our guests coming up and speaking for a couple minutes. Olivia, are you ready to make a presentation? Come on up.
Thank you for having me. So I have these at the back table if anyone wants them. So I'm a sex worker. I'm an escort. I've been an escort.
You should use the microphone because Halo can't hear you.
I'm Olivia Laveau. I'm with the Sex Workers Outreach Project for Hawaii. I am a sex worker. I've been an escort for many years and have always loved what I do. What I was saying was I have these pins back at my table, sorry, Big Island, that say someone I love is a sex worker. If you're here in this room with me, I ask that you grab one because I hope that you love me enough to wear one. There's also some, if you're not that out there with it, there's also just some that say Sex Worker Outreach Project. So feel free to grab one, show your support. I also, keep me on track, I think I wanted to use my 2 minutes to read to you what's on this card, which is how to be an ally to sex workers. Since all of you are, I'm assuming most of you are new to this term. It's a term that over the past year has kind of entered into your lives, into the mainstream via the sex trafficking hysteria, I'll call it. So how to be an ally to me and people like me. And I think Larry touched on this earlier, which is sex workers across the board are different. We're all different. There's escorts, there's strippers. If any of you have ever cuddled professionally with a cuddler, that's kind of becoming really popular right now. And if you've watched porn, if you have watched any kind of cam girls, pay for your porn, please. That's how to be a good ally to porn stars.
So how to be an ally to sex workers. Don't assume that you know why a person is in the sex industry. There are many reasons why we enter into the various forms of sex work. Be discreet and respect personal boundaries. This is good for everybody just in life. Don't judge us. It's not your place to pass judgment on how another person earns their money and the need to survive. And we talked about this. I'll stop for a second here and say this is where the decriminalization argument comes in. And Larry approached both Kayla and I. She's my co-founder back there in the back. Apologies, I should have introduced her. It's the first time she's been with me here, so it's pretty awesome. Decriminalization allows for the most marginalized to survive and in some cases thrive. The access to money is very limited, and I think a lot of us are in the room for this reason, to allow access to more things, the personal freedoms, personal liberties that we are all promised in this country. Sex work allows that for a lot of the most marginalized. Watch your language. We talked about this, the rhetoric around it. We use sex workers now. I am fond of calling myself a hooker. And that to me is my way of taking back that term, and also to you, to signify to you that I am no different than the streetwalker. Just because I work indoors, because I'm a white cis woman, I have a lot more privilege that comes along in this industry. I'm able to stand up here in front of a room full of people and tell people this is what I love to do. I'm very privileged. There's a lot of us that aren't. So I can use hooker, you can't. Don't play rescuer. Not all of us are trying to get out of the industry. I don't have an intention of leaving anytime soon. If you're a client or a patron of sex workers, be respectful of our boundaries. You're buying a service, not a person. Respect that sex work is real work. Do your own research. I mentioned this to Larry outside. He brought up the AIDS epidemic, the AIDS stigma, what you want to say. There is a lot of stigma, and I'm going to tell you the same thing I told him, to start with that point, start with the stigma. I get it, they're scared, they're worried, we're going to spread AIDS, we're going to spread disease, but that is not what's happening. There's research out there that shows that that's not what's happening. Kayla and I again touched on this. We're trying to figure out if say for instance, if we were going to go to the legalization model, how would we want it to be legalized and how would we want it to be regulated? Those types of things are the things that we would like to talk about when it comes to that fear-mongering propaganda of that stigma about us being disease and just bad people because of that. Just because someone's a sex worker doesn't mean that they will have sex with you. I charge for it, so be supportive and share resources. If you know someone who is new to the industry or in an abusive situation with an employer, by all means, offer advice and support without being condescending. As you learn the above things, stand up for sex workers when conversation happens. Share your personal stories if you choose. Don't let the stigma, bigotry, and shame around sex work continue. Remember, it's important that sex workers be allowed to speak for themselves and for allies, not to speak to sex work for sex workers, but to speak with sex workers. So, thank you.
All right, so we had the Libertarian quiz, and then we had this nice presentation from Olivia. What was the name of the sex worker who ran for Congress as a Libertarian?
Oh, yes.
Alyssa Young, and her online name was Erin O'Brien. That was 2004. So we're the only political party in Hawaii, at least, that's had an active sex worker run for office. And she ran for the first congressional district, I believe, in 2000.
We had it in New York, I'm governor.
Pardon me?
We had a Libertarian sex worker in New York, I'm governor.
When was that?
10 was it, I think?
2010? California had Norma Jean Almodovar run for lieutenant governor, I think, in the 1990s. If I'm not wrong. But we're the only political party in Hawaii that's had one here. Larry?
Yeah, I was worked on Alyssa's campaign, and the debate between her and Neil Abercrombie
Was amusing.
It was not only amusing, it was like she ate him alive.
We have that ability.
I think Neil was like, he's ready to debate Republicans and Democrats and even Libertarians, but he wasn't ready to argue with a woman about reproductive issues who was a licensed midwife. He wasn't willing to, and prepared to debate with somebody who was a sex worker. He wasn't ready to debate with her on a lot of things. And, you know, Neil is really a very effective debater because he knows how to get people upset, which is his trick. He gets them angry and defensive, and then they make mistakes. That's what he does. He does it very well, not knocking them. But he was completely nonplussed by debating with Aaron Brin. It was rather entertaining. Thank you, Larry. So we can have more discussion of this and other issues. Return. I want to give our other speakers a chance to come up and talk about their issues. At this point, I want to invite Mark White up to the podium to present what he's here to talk about. Mark?
Well, thank you so much, Tracy, and thank you, Libertarian Party of Hawaii, for welcoming the Convention of States to your convention today. Let me ask, how many of you had heard of Convention of States before you came to the event? So most of you have. That's excellent. That's outstanding. And actually not surprising, considering you're libertarians. Convention of States is a nonprofit, nonpartisan, non-religious organization nationwide. We have some 4.2 million supporters. We're active in every state. Every state has a team like you see here today. And we are doing something very special. We are engaging in a second American revolution, a peaceful revolution, and one that's authorized in Article 5 of the Constitution. And everyone here should really pay attention to what is happening in this area. Our federal government, how many of you are so sick and tired of our big, bloated federal government? $23 trillion in national debt. That doesn't even count our unfunded liabilities of some 200 more trillion dollars. Bureaucracies that make more law than Congress. And politicians in Washington that have earned, what, a career? Is that why we sent our politicians to Washington? To garner a career and make millions of dollars? No. Folks, there is a way to stop this. Our federal government is too big, too bloated, but the founding fathers, yes, those colonialists, they read about how republics die. They read how Rome fell. They read how Athens fell. And they died from a big, bloated central government. They gave the states the power to limit the federal government. State legislatures and state legislators are the most powerful people in our federalist system of governance. State legislators can call for a convention of states to propose amendments to limit the federal government. Congress will never do that. Congress can propose amendments, of course. Article 5 gives Congress that authority. But it also gives the states the authority to do it. States don't need Congress. They need a meeting, a formal meeting, and that's a convention of states, a convention for proposing amendments. We want Hawaii to be one of those states calling for this convention. We have 15 that have done so far. We want Hawaii to be the next state to do it, but it takes grassroots people like yourself to tell your state legislators that you like this idea of a convention of states. You like this idea of the states taking control over the federal government, literally, because the states created the federal government to begin with. All that regulation that you heard Dr. Varner talk about, this is how we get to limiting that regulation. You know, if you lived with a neighbor and you argued about where your fence line between your properties should go, you would work it out with your neighbor. But if a government steps in and tell you where to put the fence, no one is happy. That's why we see division today in our country. Our federal government is in too many things. It's in our bedroom, our boardroom, our bathrooms, our classrooms, our kitchens, our cars, our closets, telling us what light bulbs we cannot buy, telling us what health care plans we have to buy. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding you. That's what's happening. Our federal government is too big, and you can help begin the limitation process. We need to get to a convention of states, and we want Hawaii to be one of those states calling for a convention. We ask you to take a look at our booth, sign our petition to tell your state senator and your state representative that you like this idea of a convention of states and you want them to get behind it. We have 13 state representatives right now today that support us, and we have 8 senators. So it actually has been growing over the last 4 years, and we're going to be very active in this coming state legislative session. So I'd ask you to stop by our booth and talk to Brett over there with the same shirt I have on, and Linda is also here to help answer any of your questions. And we would love to get your support. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, please stop by.
Okay. But the first and primary technical question for people who may not have visited your group is how many state resolutions do you need in order for this to become a mandated convention?
Thank you, Tracy, for the question. And let me just spell out the process so you understand what's identified in Article 5. 2/3 of the states, today that's 34, must pass a resolution. It's called an application in Article 5, but it's a resolution calling for a convention for the same subject. Now, we've had hundreds of resolutions sent to Congress, but they've all been for different subjects. When 34 states call for a convention of the same subject, then Congress is required to identify the location and the time, date and time of the first meeting. States take over the process from there. They commission a set of delegates that the commissioners go to the convention and they debate and vote on a set of amendments. Each state gets one vote, and it's simple majority. 26 states can pass a proposal. Remember, only proposals are made. No changes of the Constitution are made in a convention of states. Once those proposals are finalized and submitted from that convention, then they go to states for ratification, which now is the next hurdle. 38 states have to ratify. There is no way an amendment proposed that is against the will of the American people is going to get through that steep of a hurdle. So there is no way these conventions can get out of control. There's no way that the American people are going to pass something they are not in favor of. And you all are those people.
Larry, is there a fear? And initially I was worried about this. I've changed my mind, and I signed this in California. But there was initially a fear that because the country is going so far left, that if we had an actual convention, that we would actually solidify socialism or communism within our actual constitution. There was a worry about that. How do you handle that worry or concern?
Our suggested resolution that is being considered in Hawaii, the same as the 15 that have passed, requires a convention to propose limiting conventions in fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit its jurisdiction, federal jurisdiction, and term limits for federal officials, including Congress and judges and bureaucrats. Somebody showing up with an agenda other than that will not be welcome, will be kicked out of the convention, literally. States can recall those people.
Let me weigh in on that as well. Any proposal still needs to pass 38 states, and a lot of red states and a lot of blue states. Something that's going to come to the convention has got to be something that pleases both blue states and red states in order to get to that 38 number.
Absolutely.
So this is not a thing where one side or the other can write its will like they do by simple majorities in Washington. This is a serious thing where there's got to be compromise. There's got to be broad-based agreement. Which brings me to, although I've been thinking about this before I even knew you were doing it for a long time, because I think this is something we may fall back on having to do. But the thing that's really frustrating is that the people who support you need to get this done, which is American people in all of these states, are the same electorate who are electing these people to Congress every year who aren't doing it on their own. So if we don't seem to be able to get the political will to just vote out the people who are not doing what we're telling them, getting the political will to put this convention together is going to be really tough. But I am supportive. I'm just bringing that up.
I fully understand, and I'm not going to sugarcoat this. This is a tough slog in Hawaii, especially Hawaii. Doesn't mean we shouldn't do it though. And let me just point out, The point of a convention of states is we bypass Congress. How many of you tried to talk to Tulsi Gabbard and try to get anything out of her office? How many of you tried to talk to Macy Ronan?
Few people have talked to them.
I have one question. So, I understand that it wouldn't spin out of control with,
items that aren't on the agenda, but what about those 3 items that are on the agenda? Could only 2 of them be enacted? Like, maybe people don't want term limits.
Yeah, absolutely. And term limits is not particularly a favorite amongst those that have really studied term limits. But if you look at what we're applying for a convention that, among other things, would talk about term limits for federal officials, not just members of Congress.
Did you say you had 13 states, or is that 13?
15 states have passed the resolution with those 3 subject matters. Now remember, we don't write the amendments before the convention. Amendment writing is done at the convention. We suggest subject matter limitations.
And if any of these 15 states, large states, like 20 electoral votes or more?
Texas is one of those. I don't know their electoral count. I think it's close to
36.
36,
Yeah.
very good. Yeah, right.
Second largest. All right, Kyle.
So suppose you get this passed in 34 states, it comes to the convention of the states. I'm curious if you could give me an example of something that could come out of there that you think would then get ratified. Like, so what's a politically viable proposal that could come out of this?
Sure, okay.
And I mean, like, could get ratified, not just.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, I want you to know that what I'm going to tell you now is from Mark White personally, because officially, Convention of States does not propose specific amendments. We propose subject areas for discussion. But I personally believe that the Commerce Clause has been overinterpreted, misinterpreted by the Supreme Court.
Yes.
When
Gonzalez versus Wright for all the marijuana.
When the Supreme Court can tell you what to buy and not to buy based on interstate commerce interference, way too far in the weeds, Mr. Supreme Court Justice. No. That's one example. The Commerce Clause has been used to allow the federal government to intrude in almost every decision making that our state here makes.
Yes.
Okay.
Law too.
Criminal law,
Yes.
65% of every state's budget is either directly or indirectly controlled by the federal government, in part due to the Commerce Clause overinterpretation.
And so are you saying that you think you would be able to deal even, for example, Democratic states by talking about giving them more autonomy? Is that what you're?
That's exactly what we're saying.
Okay.
I can go to state legislators and I can say, look, I'm on your side. I know you're a Democrat in Hawaii, but wouldn't you like more power to make decisions for Hawaii? Whatever they are, whether you want to legalize or decriminalize, let's let the states make decisions for the states. The federal government was only supposed to have a limited set of enumerated powers. And that's what we want to get back to.
Do you already have some friends at the legislature in Hawaii?
We sure do, Joe. Yeah, absolutely. We have a newsletter back there. You can take a look at some of our supporters. Sam Kong, the most conservative voter in the House of Representatives, is one of our prime sponsors. My representative, Ryan Yamane, has agreed to introduce this year. We also have Mike Gabbard is our prime sponsor in the Senate, and several other senators. So yes, we do.
There's a way to get to talk to Tulsi. All right, I'm not trying to cut you off, but we have spoken, and I think that it's worth our attention, particularly if there is a resolution in the legislature that is viable, that people want to get involved in promoting. One of the things I'd like to see us do is spend a little bit more time as a party on various legislative matters where, even if we're not being elected, if we're showing up down there, we can make a difference. We've got about another 10 or 15 minutes before we get on to our next thing to talk about political issues.
Tracy, can I just, one more point? Please come to our event on December 3rd at the Oahu Veterans Center, 6:30 in the evening. Our chief counsel, our general nationwide lawyer for convention states will be speaking. We'd love to see you there.
And dressed as Santa Claus?
No, we got to put him in an aloha shirt.
All right.
Thank
Aloha
you.
as Santa Claus. All right, thank you very much. And you know, liberal or conservative or libertarian or whatever, no one's happy with the national debt. No one's happy with unfunded liabilities. Public employees in Hawaii who know that their medical plan is only 3% funded, they're not happy. So there's a lot of things which the government is just sloppy with that no one likes. So maybe we're onto something here. I want to open it up to see if people would like to bring up any political issues which are not on the agenda of the two speakers we've had here. It may not be in our platform. It's something in our platform. I have to advise you that we did not appoint a platform committee this year, and so we cannot technically vote based on our bylaws on any changes to our platform. Those of you who have issues with the platform, which everybody has been distributed to, should start thinking about it prior to the next convention and ask if there will be a platform committee and get yourself on that committee. All right, Larry.
I just remember the point on the Jones Act. It's not just Hawaii.
No, Puerto Rico,
Yes,
Guam.
New York feels it because of Puerto Rico. We have such a large Puerto Rican population in New York State, and we also have a lot of people who don't like the Jones Act also in New York State. Just want to bring that up. It isn't just a Hawaii thing.
Is there anybody not clear on what the Jones Act is? Would you like an explanation of it?
Yeah.
Okay, the Jones Act was passed in 1920. It's part of what's called the cabotage laws of the United States, which govern maritime commerce and what type of ships are allowed to carry American goods. That's what it governs. And so the Jones Act was made, it passed in 1920 to help protect the American shipping industry by describing any kind of ship or barge or any other vessel that travels in the inland waters of the United States must be built in America, crewed by American crews, flagged by as registered as an American ship, and several other things which all said you had to be American. The problem with that is that they expanded the term inland waters to include transportation between the mainland or continental United States and Hawaii, or Alaska, or Guam, or Puerto Rico, which are ocean-going vessels. And the limitation on the ability, for example, of a U.S. carrier such as Matson that carries goods from California to Hawaii to use only ships built in American shipyards, of which there are very few left. Most of the ships that are used internationally are built in Japan or Germany. They're much less expensive, they're more efficient, and we're not allowed to use them to transport material from California to Hawaii. So we're paying more because of the cost of the ship. And the shipping industry is very capital intensive. When they're talking about, oh, we want to protect the seafarers union, they have to be an American crew and all that other stuff, but the cost of the crew compared to the cost of buying the ship, negligible, very small, something that we could compromise on in the Jones Act. The other issue with the Jones Act is all shipping between two U.S. points has to be in a Jones Act ship, which means if you're shipping from Tokyo, a whole load of Toyotas or Nissans, and you're shipping to the United States, chances are you're going to ship them to California, and then they have to be reshipped on another ship to Hawaii. That's not good. And it also affects our transportation back and forth. People in the cattle industry here, and would import feed. People in a lot of other industries are paying higher costs. Costs of building materials, which come into Hawaii for construction. We're talking about the cost of housing. Costs of building materials are increased. And it's all to protect a monopoly between Matson and what's the other company now? Pasha. Okay, there's up there too, and they're basically a duopoly. And a duopoly is not a monopoly because it's two companies, but when they're acting like a duopoly, you notice that their price increases or adjustments always seem to happen within 48 hours, stuff like that. That's a duopoly. And we all know that monopolies can be bad, but this is a government-created de facto monopoly that affects everyone in Hawaii because of the shipping costs, because we're isolated in an island. So for a long time, there's been an effort from the people who are called shippers, and there's a difference between the term shipper and carrier. The carrier is the ship, and the shipper is the person who buys cargo or puts the cargo on the ship to ship from one place to another. So the shippers who are paying the cargo freight to the ships, which are the carriers, are upset by the high costs. That's the Jones Act. So that's an issue that's been out there for a while. It's a big economic issue. Any other issues that someone would like to bring up? Mark.
So this became a passion of mine just recently. It's something that's always bothered me, but it really came into focus for me. Energy is the biggest issue that we need to address. If we're unable to redirect the energy policy that the state and the city are on, the direction they're going right now, we're going to wind up in a third world existence where blackouts and brownouts are a common occurrence. There's a one coal-fired power plant in the state of Hawaii. It's in Kamloops Park. It's the largest electrical generation station in the entire state. So obviously the largest electrical generation source on the island of Oahu. And its permit has a sunset provision in it, which is going to come up in 5 years. And the city has made a commitment to close that plant and replace it with solar and wind. The day that happens, from that day forward, it's going to be a dramatic change in everybody's lifestyle on this island. It's going to make the effect of the Jones Act seem pretty insignificant. And if we're not able to make some headway, we're in deep trouble. And I bring this up because I always thought that, well, people are going to eventually figure this out. You know, it's not going to be a big problem. We'll eventually get there. But everywhere else in the world, that's not happening. Right? Everywhere in the world where they commit to these renewable portfolios, what it's called, right? So the state's got a portfolio plan by the year 2045 that the entire state of Hawaii is going to be 100% renewable energy for electricity and transportation. Right?
I agree that, you know, that the setting of the benchmarks and the closing of the coal plant when it's not clear how much energy we're going to get from whatever they think it's going to replace it, or whether it's adequate or not, is a little bit dicey, to say the least. And that seems to be that they're making their decisions based on what they think is, it sounds good politically without actually having a plan.
There is no plan. Yeah. So I was at a meeting where some very well-versed speakers were talking about a new renewable portfolio that was just enacted in San Antonio, Texas. San Antonio is larger than Honolulu by 50% larger. They enacted a 100% renewable portfolio by the year 2045, and because there was some input from industry and people who are familiar with electrical generation, they also included a portfolio for storage, right? Because renewables are intermittent, right? Wind and solar don't generate electricity 100% of the time. So San Antonio, as part of their portfolio, is going to have 4 hours, 4 hours of storage. And everybody in the room kind of laughed because everybody knew how ridiculous that number was. But the moderators of the speech said, yes, it does sound ridiculous, but what you don't know is that 4 hours of storage is equal to more than the entire production of batteries worldwide this year. So that's how unattainable and unachievable this is. This is beyond our technical capabilities, but you've got politicians who don't care.
Okay, so I think during our discussion on logistics, which is coming up later in the day, we should discuss what to do about some of these things. Al?
I just want to add, like, Hawaii is like vehemently opposed to even mention of nuclear power. But at any one point in time, there can be up to 6 nuclear reactors just sitting in Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
So it's very, it's something that we could push at the table. I know we're not going to make much headway.
That was the Free Energy Party's platform, use the submarines.
So
let me get it. Let's get
in the last couple of years, there's a term that's come out, something called cultural libertarianism. Is that a real thing?
I would like to say is cultural libertarianism is a thing that's going on.
Our first winner should know much
Yes, it is.
So what is it?
Bill, you want to define it?
Well, I don't want to define it now.
Sorry.
I think it's It's less of an emphasis on what Cato would want everyone to believe, that the libertarian heritage just as easily originated somewhere in ancient China as it did in the contemporary West. It's more of a push for people to acknowledge that maybe the libertarian heritage goes beyond the past couple hundred years, maybe go back to through the whole Western tradition. I think that's what they're trying to say. So respect the Western tradition, even though you may not agree with the prudish social conservatives and the Christians and what they want in terms of controlling people.
Thank you. All right, is there some comment from Hilo in terms of an issue that you think we should be discussing?
No.
At least they're consistent over there. Did Cindy leave? No more lahi lahi?
No, we're down to 2.
All right. So what I'm going to suggest is that some of these topics can be fleshed out at the general party meetings that we have through the year, which are not state conventions, where we have panels who are not necessarily libertarian, but are knowledgeable, and like we did at St. Louis Alumni Association. I think there's a good ways to flesh out these issues and see if we can get action points to do something about it. At this point, I want to move along in our agenda because I have another speaker to bring up who I'm looking for. Steve? Oh, you moved. Okay, so Steve Ritchie is an ambitious young man. Is very interested in trying to obtain the Libertarian nomination for President of the United States. And he has a few words to say. And he's bringing stuff with him. Yeah, don't fail with that. Ask Greg if you can see us. Greg, can you see us?
No, we lost the signal.
All right.
Does that go away?
Yeah, let's not fiddle around with the hotel's technology, please. Like you're just moving it. All right, Steve, you're up.
All right, my name is Stephen A. Ritchie. I am running for President of the United States, hopefully on the Libertarian ticket. As I start all my speeches, my fellow Americans, my intelligent friends, because if you are libertarians, you are truly intelligent. The American people made a bold statement in 2016. No, not in choosing our president. That was only 20% of eligible voters. I'm talking about the 42% that stayed home because they couldn't stomach the idea of voting for anyone on the ballot. Or maybe they thought that whoever was elected must be trustworthy and qualified for the job because that's why we have an electoral college, right? The truth is, many people who did vote in the 2016 presidential election voted defensively.
Yes.
Unable to find a candidate they actually liked. And so far, the 2020 election is shaping up to be a straightforward rematch. Except that the Democrats seem to be moving even further left, alienating still more of the American public and making another term for the incumbent all the more likely. The obvious play here is for a third party, and the Libertarians are the only ones with sufficient ballot access, to jump in with a truly likable, trustworthy, and relatable candidate to sweep the American people off their collective feet. This morning I saw a photo from the recent Libertarian debate in South Carolina, I think it was, which actually turned out to be a post from the Americans Against the Libertarian Party page. Yes, that's a page. They have 34,000 followers. The caption read, "The man in the yellow hat is not even the most fucked up candidate they have. Notice the LNC vice chair who came out against the age of consent has enough support to run also." I actually don't know all of that history, but I've been reading on it. There was extended discussion after that linking libertarians to child pornography and explaining about how the Constitution justifies taxes and how the Libertarian Party wants to tear the United States government apart while we all dance around naked under a rainbow smoking weed and waiting for the magic unicorns to appear.
Yes!
Yay! I'm serious, that was all there in one post. We all know that taxation is theft. Thank you, Dan Behrman. That's the guy in the yellow hat, by the way. We all know that drugs should be legalized, and it's not about making it cheaper for all of us to get high. We all know that our government has no business educating or raising our children based on the job they've done so far. And we all know that any contract established between consenting adults should not ever be illegal. I actually agree wholeheartedly with Adam Kokesh's plan of dissolving the federal government from the top down. But what we don't seem to understand, and the brick wall that the Libertarian Party insists upon ramming its head into, is that Americans have been intentionally addicted to government control of their lives. Does anyone here smoke? I used to smoke. If you want to piss off a smoker, try telling them they should quit. You ever got a good reaction from doing that? Even telling them about the chemicals they're ingesting which could cause permanent harm or death won't make them put down their cigarettes. I was able to quit smoking when a little girl that I loved very much started going outside with me, rain, shine, or snow, and telling me she didn't hate me for smoking, but she couldn't understand why I was trying to kill myself, and was it her fault? I smoked for 10 years and lashed out angrily at anyone who criticized me. The American people have been addicted to government control their entire lives. And when the Libertarian Party suggests that the American people are being victimized and they should be liberated, they freak out. A person who has never tasted liberty cannot comprehend liberty. And so the Libertarian Party is caught in a paradox of their own making. Most addicts want to quit, but if cold turkey served with a large helping of hostility is the only option, it will never happen. The Libertarian Party needs to win the White House to accomplish the changes America needs. The voters we need to win the election are looking for a candidate who can relate to them. The strongest advocate for the principles of the Libertarian Party, however, is likely to be viewed by many as a radical. Here's how it goes. Democrats are way over here on the left and moving further left all the time. Republicans are way over here on the right. Libertarians are in a different dimension. Honestly, we're up here somewhere. It makes like a triangle. But the voters, the people who are not convinced, the people who don't want to vote for the radicals on the left and the right, they're right here in the middle. They don't want to vote for the radicals up here either. I've been driving a FedEx truck for over 22 years. I talk to hundreds of people every day. I've lived in 6 different states. I've visited 43 of them in total. I've been to 8 foreign countries, maybe more, I don't remember. And even though I was born and raised in the Midwest, I'm now thriving in the multicultural environment of Hawaii. And if you think about it, I drive a FedEx truck on the north shore of Oahu, the surfing capital of the world. Every day, I'm driving up and down 25 miles of prime surfing beaches, enjoying the sun, the sand, the mountains, the ocean, the bikinis. I get paid to do what most people only do on their vacations. Now, why would I want to give up my awesome job, uproot my family from our own little piece of paradise, move to Washington, D.C., and try to clean up the mess that 140 years of duopoly government has made? Because our government is getting bigger every day, and the American people are becoming more and more dependent on its services every day, my children aren't likely to enjoy the same freedoms I had, and very likely will end up with a lower standard of living. The American people must be freed from their addiction to big government, and it must be a subtle and compassionate move. Liberty cannot be wielded as a club. It is only a doorway. And our job as libertarians is to open the door and allow others to choose when and how they wish to enter. I've been told that I have no idea what I'm getting into. I visualize a clear path, to the White House that others see as fraught with danger and impossible to follow. But I see even more danger in remaining where I am. Robert Jarvik once said, "Leaders are visionaries with a poorly developed sense of fear and no concept of the odds against them." Well, I guess it's true then. I don't know what I'm doing because I don't see the odds as being impossible. I'm fine with that assessment. And if the Libertarian Party is truly ready to win the 2020 election, I'm ready to lead us to the White House. My name is Stephen A. Ritchie. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. About a minute or so, if someone would have like to ask you the question.
Sure.
You want to run for president, you want to get our votes at the Libertarian National Convention, and I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked the taxation step.
Go ahead.
Who do you plan to run with you? Who do you plan to circle yourself around that are going to be smart on things like foreign affairs, things on the military, things on agriculture?
Okay, I think we got the question.
Okay.
Do you want to respond?
Are you talking about during the campaign or building of the cabinet?
Well, I believe if you're going to be running a campaign, you're serious about it, you should already have that kind of a plan to win. And if you're planning to win, then you need to have a plan of how you're going to execute the office. And I kind of want to know what you plan to do, like for libertarians.
My first rule is there is no person on the face of this earth who is intelligent enough to be the president of the United States all by themselves. And my second rule is when you're looking for answers, you can't do much better than going to your local university. I have some contacts at Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. I have not started making the personnel selections that you're talking about, but I have broad generalizations of who I need to talk to get names for that list.
Okay. So you have a plan to assemble a committee?
Yes.
Agreed.
The man has a plan.
Okay.
He's a man with a plan. Thank you, Steve. And we'll talk some more about the convention and what we might be able to do for you. Now, I had planned to bring up Michelle now, but since the food's out, I'm wondering if Michelle wouldn't mind speaking right after the break.
I could eat first.
Yeah. All right. They put out some snacks in back, so we're going to take a 15-minute break and reconvene at about 1:45.
That's what your platform is about. Not taking that step.
Yeah. Bob Kelly, yeah. Okay. Well, where's that event? It's at the Walking Veterans Center. Okay. That is Foster Village. I think you've been there before.
Oh, really? I don't know.
Yeah. No, Sean,
I'm not real familiar, actually.
Sean came to our. Yeah, no, it's not that. It's this one here.
This one.
He did that one too.
Oh. All right. Well, let's put it on my calendar.
Yeah, let's go. I sent an invitation to Dr. Kina too, but.
Oh, okay.
Likely he won't know, but we'd love to have him
Mm-hmm.
if he gets there.
Oh, yeah. No, it's already on my calendar, actually.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, you went to the. We were at the Tom Coburn event. We had a.
That's right.
Kind of informal meeting at the state capitol.
Yeah.
Wish we'd had more legislators there.
No, I remember.
We had.
That's why I asked that question. I want people to see, oh, you've got some legislators involved. So that's great.
Yeah, that when you're at Ishihara,
I remember Sam.
Moto,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Bob McDermott showed up later, and then there were some staff members from some of the others.
Okay.
But since then, we picked up. I hope we get him again. Dela Cruz, really surprised.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know he was on.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, he became one of our sponsors last year.
Oh, okay.
And I can only think that was because, well, I think Mike and he's had a really big uptick in petition signers within his district. So, yeah.
Well, Dela Cruz is,
Chairman of Finance Committee, or
Yeah.
Ways and Means.
Yeah.
The Senate, we kind of took it as a victory too. The Senate, Hawaii Senate, this past session, they passed in the Senate, not the House, they passed a resolution for the Citizens United, Article 5. Now, we don't agree with the rationale for having a convention for that purpose, but hey, Hawaii's only state never has passed an Article 5 resolution, never has passed it. So here the Senate actually took a step.
Oh, I guess I missed that. Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it passed Rhodes, it passed Carl Rhodes' committee, judiciary, and then it went to the floor and it passed there. And so why that's important for us, now, the Senate can't complain that ours is a runaway convention. Hey, you're not worried about a runaway convention. You're willing to say yes to the other guys. Now let's take a look at that. So a little bit of using their vote to propel our cause. Yeah, that's a big deal. Everybody thinks, it's going to run away. And they use the just totally. Totally misunderstood. They say, well, the original convention ran away. They assembled together to get the articles rewritten, and instead they just blasted out the whole thing, scrapped it, and wrote a whole new one. But that's actually not what happened. Congress passed a rubber stamp resolution inviting states to the Philadelphia Convention, but that was after 7 of the 13 colonies had already issued their own call for the convention. And in those calls, they said, do whatever's needed for the adequate for the efficiencies of the union. In other words, whatever it takes. So the reason Congress passed it said, well, you know, in arbitrary federation, or if you have to, you know, you can just do whatever you need to. Because they wanted to get New York to go. And New York and Rhode Island were resisting any constitutional convention. And so,
How did you get involved in the whole issue? What was your first, or did you start it?
I didn't start it.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe I started it. Yeah, I didn't start it. But, well, you know, I've always been a conservative politically, but never involved. You know, in the military, you know, first of all, you're moving around so much, you don't really have a chance. Especially as an officer, because you're 2 years on station and you're gone. And, you know, 28 years, and that's kind of how it went. But I always followed conservative. Sean Kennedy, Mark Levin.
Yeah.
And then one day, after retiring and moving here, one day, 2015, I hear this book coming out. Liberty Amendment, Mark Levin.
Okay.
And I said, wait a minute. I remember that. My teacher told me this was a constitutional convention that would never happen. But here it is. Here's a guy suggesting it should happen. So I started following it, and I said, wow, this is something that we can really get behind. Something that people can actually do. So I've been listening for 28 years to conservatives and throwing my shoe at the TV when I'm sick of Congress, like we're doing now, railroading a process that they have no business on. And I said, well, I can actually put myself to use. And even if I'm the only one in Hawaii doing it, at least I can do it. You know, I can advocate for this. And so I called convention states. And at the time, they had a chat line. You know, they bought chat service, and they had volunteers manning it. So I thought it was like a robot. I thought I was talking to a robot. And this lady on the other said, hey, no, we're not robots. Here's a number to call in the morning. And I called it. Kind of, I said, yeah, this is what I need to do. This is like a calling, you know.
Okay.
And by the way, Grassroots Institute, you guys are right. I mean, when I read your mission statement, when I read your principles, and of course I read Dr. Hume's weekly report and his blog that he puts out, it's spot on. I was so hoping. I was hoping this past summer we were going to have another simulated convention where we would actually pay. Yeah, we could actually pay for people to go to pretend like they're representing Hawaii. And I had asked Dr. Tina if he would consider. Well, they changed it. They changed it to a different. It was not a simulated convention. It was a leadership summit, state leaders. But anyway, if they ever do have another simulated convention, I really would love Dr. Tina to go to represent Hawaii, at least as one of maybe 2 or 3 people. It might be good to have some of our opponents go, you know. Anyway, well, now that you finished eating, well, I wish we could have some meat. Yeah, well, I guess they a little bit. Which is always just being exposed to what
What I don't like about recent education, a handful of people and they say, well, we're here now to support don't like that. I just come online. I don't have to. I don't look at the website. But that's what they're doing. No, Reese has a lot of people. A lot of There's a lot of people. That area is wide.
Every 2 years in our convention, try to do the general public meetings like the 3 or 4 months. Yes. Like Marcus loved the thing and they had something we can talk about, you know, and there's no, it's not. You know, so it's not like You know that there's no law that's going to
But if you go to a bar, it's like it's against the law in the bar, it's all legally. So I can stand outside the bar, and walk in the bar, and they have to throw me out because I'm violating the legislation. Nothing to do with it. That's crazy. And it's stuff like all is created not by the legislature, it's created by bureaucrats. That's not right. I think this is something that's really big and big. All right, we're gonna want to reconvene pretty shortly, so I'd like you to come back to the room and take your seats. I've got my supply of cookies. I'm good.
Tracy.
Yes, Larry.
You forgot to mention our
Let's get people back in the room. Right, can you help those people back in the room?
Don't do that.
Yeah, let's get people together here. We got Michelle.
Are you simulcasting onto the Facebook page?
Yeah.
Awesome. If Tracy lets me, I know that you're on. Dan Berman sent a video, but I didn't know how to download it or anything. It's in some cloud, and I didn't want to download it on my computer or phone.
Sorry, you want me to post something?
No. He's got a video that's in the messages of the Libertarian Party.
I'm not following. What do you want? What do you
In
want?
messages from the Libertarian Party, right?
Take your seats.
In the messages, there's a
We need
message
to
from this
reconvene.
guy.
We've got some more business to do. We've got a
He
panel.
made it for
We've
Hawaii.
got
I
a
don't know if
discussion
Tracy
on
lets us.
the party, its logistics, and how we're going to do better.
Well, I mean,
And then we have party elections, which
Oh,
we
it's
have to
that
get
guy.
through.
That laptop. Okay.
I'm figuring we may have another hour and 40 minutes to go. We'll go through the elections, depending on how many people want to speak up on that. So. All right, everybody, please take your seats. Please grab those phones and take your seats.
Sugar high already.
Yeah. No. Looking for some meat. I broke down and got the Oculus Quest yesterday. But
That's the one you plug in?
now you can plug it into your computer that you gave me. So I'm hoping that I haven't done it yet, so I want to try it out.
It'll work.
Really?
There's one of those USB things that are stuck in the top. It's actually the Bluetooth.
Okay.
So that's what you need for the controller.
Oh, really? I was wondering what that was.
I was actually supposed to take that out, but I forgot.
All right.
But it's okay. I can get another. They're like $20.
Can we please have quiet in the room? The break period is over. Can we please have quiet in the room? Thank you. We had the last of our 4 announced candidates is going to come and speak for a few minutes about her campaign. She's the second of the 2 of our candidates seeking federal office. Her name is Michelle Tippins. She's a very good candidate. We had her run for other things before. And I'm going to let her come up here and explain who she is and what she's all about, what she's doing. Michelle?
I love that. Thank you, Tracy. I think you guys should clap for Tracy.
I have to explain why. I want to tell you right now, seriously, thank you very much for like all the work you do for all of us sitting in this room, because I recognize that your life lives and breathes this party about 80% of the year. So thank you for like making this engine run, because you allow my voice to get heard too. So
it's my pleasure.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna cry, dude. I didn't even think I was gonna do that. I'm sorry. See, this is what happens when you smoke before you speak, you guys. Go Libertarian. All right, so hello everybody. Actually, a lot of you guys know me already, but I'm just gonna run it down because I need practice. Yeah. So my name is Michelle Tippins. I am almost 42. I'm running for the Congressional CD2 seat, which is the seat that Tulsi Gabbard is going to be sacrificing by running for her presidential bid. I'm a single mother of 4 grown children, so I don't have to do that job anymore. And I guess this kind of maybe replaces that time spent. I have a bachelor's and master's degree in criminal justice. I have quite a bit of background here, primarily in marijuana legislation activism and running a nonprofit here for veterans, helping to facilitate the bridge between veterans and cannabis and kind of helping them to rehabilitate from their military service. And I think this is the third or fourth time that I've run for office here in Hawaii. Basically, what led me to the Libertarian ticket is my belief in fiscal responsibility and transparency, as well as personal freedom. I think that the government has really over-encroached, and I think that needs to have a handle put on it. I don't necessarily want to go into all my little bitty platforms. I love for you guys to talk to me. Pro-cannabis, I'm anti-vice crime regulation, stuff like that. So I do want to see a lot of overhaul in what's going on in our government. I do want to see that get a lot smaller. As far as for candidate perspective, I think that this year coming up, the real things that I need to have help with and support with from the group and Hilo too, because this is where I'm running, is the Outer Islands.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Neighbor Island.
Oh, I like Outer, just because I like being elsewhere. But the finer of the island, the less populated, more beautiful of the islands. I think primarily what we really, for me and my campaign, needs to focus on is grassroots movement. We do obviously need funds, and we do need social media movement and things like that. But in the other islands, what I really find, from my experience and my friends, is that word of mouth goes a lot farther. The people that I've talked to about it so far have had some really good ideas, like bumper stickers and things like that. But for me, it's really going to be about phone calls. People, like, if you guys have friends in the Outer Islands, and don't act like you don't. Things like sign waving, bumper stickers, spreading the name around, getting our message out is going to be really essential. And having an opportunity to take another seat from a candidate that is so similar to who I am. Tulsi and I are both veterans, we're both female, we're both, I think, well, I am very interested in what the people would like. And my experience with Tulsi so far has been that anyone that I've talked to on the islands that are in her district, when they email her, she does respond. And I like that. I like hearing that there's a representative that is responsive, and that's something that I want to carry forward. I want to be that representative that represents. That's the freaking word, you guys. So I'd like to just see if anybody has questions of me, because I only have a few minutes, and I just really wanted to like bring the points home that I really do need support from volunteer hours. If you're fiscally able, please do contribute to the campaign, because I do want to start getting things out like bumper stickers on Big Island. That was something that somebody brought up. That works better because people are on the road a lot, you know, and having that and people interact with each other like, whoa, who's that? What's on your car? Whatever. So I think that that's going to be really important moving forward for me, is just stuff like that that kind of gets the name out there, because that's going to work better, I think, for the other islands outside of Oahu. So I'll take the first question, but I would like questions if you guys have them.
Are you all campaigning on Maui and Big Island?
Yes, I will be going to all of the other islands in, well, I shouldn't say all, because I don't know if I can get to Lanai or Kohalave or Niihau, but.
You can get to Lanai for sure.
Okay, so I want to go to Lanai. I already have plans for Maui. I have several friends in most of the islands, so I'm going to be out on Kauai. When I speak this coming year at their Cannabis and Hemp Expo, I will be mentioning that I'm a candidate, and that's in September. So that's right before the elections really, you know, happen. I also will be planning to speak at the All Things Cannabis Festival on Big Island on Hilo side, and we'll be announcing that as well. So I speak at several, and I will speak in Maui if they invite me, but I will be going out there actively to campaign. And my friend runs the Maui Yoga Festival over there. So I'm going to talk to her about helping me get some airtime, you know, in front of people out there. So I do plan to visit all the islands. And so any support that can be offered, anybody who knows anybody, and somebody's cousin's got an extra car that I can borrow for 2 days and drive around with a sign on the back, whatever it takes. Like, I really feel like the other islands, it's really grassroots and like, you know, newspaper ads and things like that. So, yeah, that's hopefully the answer that you asked for.
Larry?
Yes.
How sure are we really that, for the deadline, Tulsi won't draw papers out?
How sure are we? As sure as we are for anything else.
When is the Democratic National Convention next week? When is it? Does anyone know?
No, it's when is the last date you can take out?
I know that. The last date is June for us. I file for Hawaii, and if the Democratic National Convention is after June, chances are she will not pull papers.
She said she will.
Yeah. Chances are. Depends on it. Look at those dates. That would be a clear answer.
And regardless of whether or not she runs, you know, I'll have to, you know what I mean? Like, I want to put the monster in motion. And I think that it's really, I don't think that I'm unappetizing compared to Tulsi. I just think that it would be a lot easier to win if she is leaving her seat.
Yep.
But like I said, she and I do carry a lot of similarities. So a vote for her could easily be swayed to a vote for me with a little bit of work.
A little bit. All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
No more questions, no more questions.
Yes, Steve.
Don't worry about Tulsi. Go do yours.
Thanks, Steve. See you guys later.
Since you've smoked, don't forget there's more cookies. All right, could we get our panelists up to the front, please? You're a panelist. Larry, Ken, Karen, Lee, we take Lee's chair, if you want a chair. All right,
It's okay.
yeah.
And it is on or off?
I'll just stay. No, that's fine. This is fine. Do that.
Is there a mic?
There's a mic over there that we can put on the table. But don't you let someone else do that. You're the moderator. We've got all sorts of volunteers. Yes. All right, let me just introduce this. Okay, so we're going to have a panel discussion. We're several minutes later than I'd want to start it, so we may end up doing this for just half an hour. But we've got three distinguished guests here.
I'm distinguished.
Yes, yes, yes. That means old, by the way.
I'll take that's fine.
Larry and Karen have already spoken, and I think most of you here locally are well familiar with Lee Zhao. And she's going to speak. And our Professor Ken Schooling from Hawaii Pacific University is going to moderate this panel. He's the author of this wonderful book, of which there are copies here, and I understand Ken is shamelessly hawking his book again today, right? So you can talk to him about if you'd like to purchase a book, and he might even sign it for you. Imagine years from now, your grandchildren have a book that was signed by Ken Schooling. So without further ado, and because I've got cookies over there, I'm going to leave this whole matter in Ken's hands.
Okay. Well, I'm really pleased that Tracy invited us to do this. It's a way you get to ask the questions that are topmost on your mind from three experts in the field here. I've asked them to give an opening statement of a few minutes, just talking about the things they've been doing in the past year and the issues that they ran across that were the most of greatest importance to them. And then after each of them have a few minutes to make an opening statement, then we'll open up to questions and sort of general discussion, okay? So actually, let me start at the far end there with Lee, since you know, she's my wife, and I want to make sure that I get fed tonight. And Lee's been talking all around the world at numerous conferences about her experiences growing up in China during the Cultural Revolution. And so, Lee, won't you explain a little bit about what you've been doing this past year and what's the response?
Hi, if you are my Facebook friend, you probably knew I've been all over the world. Last year, I traveled to 21 countries and flown about 203,000 miles this year so far. 17 countries and 240,000 miles around the world because people like to hear my stories. And I was made in China in during the Great Leap Forward in 1950s. And so I lived through the most horrifying time of the communist China. And I lived in China for 26 years, so I had a lot of horrible experiences. And so I can share with the world, and especially nowadays, young people, when you do survey, they always prefer socialist government, even communist government. And it just horrified me, because after survived the horror of communism, I need to tell people, don't go that way. And it's more powerful to tell this my personal story. And then, of course, people say they want equality, they want to care about the poor. And so my talks a lot of times address how you care about the poor. And rethinking poverty cure, that's one of the angle I talk. And also I talk about the harmfulness of an economy. And also I talk about the consequences when you ask the government to take care of you. And also I talk about the true meaning of equality is not equally redistribute the outcome of the products, but is allow people to have equal opportunity to be themselves, to do what they see fit for their lives and the desire. And so these are the areas I give talks, especially now in Asia and Middle East and Africa countries. And I used to participate a lot in the local politics in Hawaii, and I ran for office, I think 5 times. And but I'm a little discouraged because number one, I'm not making very big differences, and but I am in the world because human beings are human beings, and I don't believe there's necessarily we need borders. So I like to make bigger impact. That's why I started to go around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon, you know our production, everybody has known you, but what's been your path this year? What have been the lessons
Oh boy, it's been a very difficult year for me, but personally, but that then helped bring more libertarian issues to focus as what goes on in your personal life. But let's just say, as far as like the LNC stuff is concerned, we have horrible institutional knowledge. So as a lot of people know, the history of the party is my passion, but it's not for its own sake. It's for the sake of, we have all this material, so why do we have to rewrite it again every year? And why do we need to reinvent processes every year? We don't have, let me just tell you something crazy. When I became secretary, there's no archive of secretarial documents that gets passed down from one secretary to another. I think that's crazy. And and there's no manual, like how to do a convention. So I said, well, when my successor will have that. I think everyone should take a position, leaving it better than it was and hoping their successor does the same and outshines them. I want my successor to be way better than me. And I've been very active in Colorado politics. This is more than a year ago, but I learned one person really can make a big difference and get a lot of attention for the Libertarian Party. I sued the state of Colorado for the right to take ballot selfies. And that got us so much attention and TV time, but it also empowered me to show that you can make a difference. You really can make a difference. And now this may seem like way out of left field, but the personal things I've noticed is we're not very good at modeling voluntary communities. And I think we have a very difficult time selling our ideas when we don't model our ideas. And this came to the fore in some ideas where, maybe not here, but in general, there is a really big harassment problem in the party. And I've been dealing with this with a couple other women, though it's not just men, women. I've been sexually harassed by a woman in this party for 2.5 years. It's everywhere. No matter where I go, I know she's going to be in comments talking about my breasts. And it's very embarrassing because she doesn't like my position on abortion. It's insane, but there is a big harassment problem. And the problem is that everyone else is silent. It's not that there's a lot of harassers. It's just that we all go, not me, no, we don't hold each other accountable. So people will see that and go, in the real world, what's going to happen to the helpless people if everyone just turns their backs? So we have to model accountability better. But then also this year is, this may really seem like out of outfield, but I'm one of the adult women that was just recently diagnosed with autism. And that brought a lot of perspective into the party. For me, we really stink at dealing with certain disabilities or different abilities, however people would like to put it. And this young generation coming up in their families, a lot of them are on the autism spectrum. And I can tell you what happened when I told the Colorado State Party, because I told them I need help with, the reason why I sometimes offend people is I don't know that. I have, deficit sometimes in knowing appropriate social boundaries. And you know what they said to me? Your autism is not our autism, we don't care. And it was awful. I had someone on the LNC tell me that I'm making it all up. So that now has become my big thing. And so many people in the party have written me and said, thank you for speaking up for us, you have a voice. And we're good with disabilities you can see, but we're not good with disabilities you can't see. A blind person, we're great to them. We are really crappy to autistic people, just to let you know. So these have been kind of my various things. But the overarching thing that I always believe for libertarian activism is, some Christians have a life verse. I have like a life saying, and it's find what you love and let it kill you. And I certainly have been doing that. What we do to our volunteers and activists sometimes is all wrong. We say we need this. We need you to fill this round hole, but they're a square peg. We have so many needs. Let the people do what they love, and they will revolutionize our party things. You'll get the person eventually for this, but don't try to make people something that they're not. And to me, that was also a very revolutionary idea, that we need to really embrace our individualism and develop activists in what they are already good at. And also sometimes, we gatekeep a lot, and I don't mean it in the way we normally mean. We sometimes, I think, are we believe in our views, but we have a certain weird arrogance about us that we can handle it, but our neighbors can't. So we have to not tell them everything. And I think people know when they've been conned. And you can't do that. You need to answer people honestly and explain to them why. But so often I see, we can't win, we can't do this because our positions are so radical up here. I'm sorry, that is what the party is. That's what it was founded on. You can't make a poodle a pit bull or a pit bull a poodle. You'll just anger both dogs, even if the poodle will get angry. So we need to learn to embrace and be proud of our identity. The Libertarian Party was founded as a radical movement, and that's just the fact. Radical individualism, which can mean something different to each person. But we need to stop acting like, the Gnostics in the first century, that we have this special knowledge that no one else can handle. Our neighbors can handle it. We handled it. And stop talking down to people like they're babies. So when people ask me a question, so you're in favor of the legalization of all drugs? Yeah, but let me explain to you why. I know that might sound a little, but let me explain to you why. And you want to know something? People are ready for that. We're scared of it. We're the ones who are scared of saying that. I have a shirt that's been put out, this will be my last point, that says legalize recreational cocaine. You want to know who gets upset at that shirt? Libertarians, because they think, oh my God, you're going to scare everyone off. No, I've had more conversations. I used to have a button that said it. I couldn't keep it in stock. Everyone I met in the street wanted that button. And it's opened more conversations. We need to stop being scared of our own ideas. It's just really, really strange to me. So yeah, get your legalized recreational cocaine shirt. You will be amazed at how many people will talk to you.
Thank you very much, Terry.
Okay, Terry. Well, I spoke a lot about what I was doing when I spoke earlier today, about how once I was done with my election last year, that I spent most of my time trying to support others. And as I also last time kind of piggybacked up with Karen, and I'll do it again.
Oh, go ahead.
I think she's absolutely correct on how we should let people kind of be people. And I'll cover that in several different aspects that I've learned. Number one, legalize recreational cocaine. People often get angry at me because I don't fight that.
Well, it's not your thing. It's not your jam.
And that's my point. I don't fight that. Am I saying it's the right way of talking? No. Am I saying it's the wrong way of talking? No. I'm saying some people will be moved by that shirt and some people won't. So we require the legalized cocaine, recreational cocaine shirts, and we require the, hey, don't you want to have a nicer shirt? We need all of those things and everything in between. We require all of those voices because people will come to our world through different ways and methods. And some people are not ready to hear that message at all. And some people can't wait to hear it. So I try to speak the way I speak well, and others speak well the way they speak well. And we hope that in the long run, we bring as many people to our movement as possible. So people get mad at me and they go, Larry, why aren't you mad at Karen Ann for that shirt? Because she moves people with that shirt. I wouldn't wear it because I don't move that kind of person. It's not what I do. For me, that would be, that wouldn't be real for me. But that doesn't mean it's wrong. But I'll go one step further on this. We should also let people do it within campaigns. In my campaign, people would tease me all the time, and they would say, Larry, you got a great campaign. You must be on track of things. And I would say, I have no idea what's going on. Literally, I would get a text and see what I said and go, I said that? Wow, I'm a genius. I didn't say that. My team ran most of what I did. And Dr. Kyle was on my team, right? I didn't write my medical policy. I didn't write it. I was there when they were doing it. I was overseeing it. I didn't write it. I then read it and thought it was amazing. Yes, that's what I said, right? I had smarter people do this kind of work because they wanted to do this kind of thing. To this day, if you're on my social media and I respond to you, it may not be me. People respond, my team still works to this day, and they respond in my name all the time, in my voice, all the time. I let people do what they do best. Some people make videos, some people didn't. But not just that. I allowed people to just go on their own. We made mistakes in our campaign, me too, but I fired no one for incompetence. No one, not once. I fired no one for incompetence because my assumption was you learn and get better. And I wanted everyone to gamble because here's a military rule. For those of you veterans in the room, you know this. When you're winning, you don't gamble. When you're losing, you're gambling. You should gamble. We're third party, we're losing. Gamble. Roll the dice. Make a mistake, say sorry, move on. That's it. I made tons of them. I say I'm sorry, I move on. What else can I do? I do what I think is best, try to make it work, and I hope that overall, I hope I'm winning. That's my hope. I hope that overall, I hope I'm winning. I think we should be thinking that way as a party. But I'm going to change it a little bit more, which a lot of people you will not agree with. And this is when it comes to candidates. I focus on candidates. That's what I focus on, right? That's my thing. I focus on candidates. I am not a proponent of filling ballots with people who don't want to run.
That's it, you're not a libertarian.
I know, a lot of people think that, I know. I'm not. I am all about trying to draw as much talent into this party as possible. But here's my rules on whether you should run or not. Number one, people ask me, what should I run for, Larry? Should I run for this or run for that? My answer is exactly what you said. Run for what you're passionate about. Run for what you care about. If you don't care about local issues, why are you running for city council? If you don't care about national issues, why are you running for Congress? What do you care about? What motivates you? What makes you want to get up in the morning and get out in front of people and fight? Run for that, whatever that thing is. That's what you should be running for. Should you be running at all? I'm gonna give you my rules on if you should be running. My opinion only, most disagree, I'm gonna give it to you anyway. Number one, can you take a knife in the back from your own people, pull that knife out and go, this is your property? Can you do that and keep moving? Because you will be backstabbed. That's how it works. You will be backstabbed if you want. Can you accept that from the mainstream media, anyone mainstream, and even internally, people will blatantly make up absolute and total lies about you? 100% obvious lies about you. Can you handle that and keep moving? Can you build a team? Not just, I'm the guy who can do everything. Can you build a team? Can you get at least 3 people to do your bidding voluntarily? Can you not run your party like a business? I mean, your campaign like a business. I tried that, does not work. A campaign is a passion project, not a business. It's different, you can't run it that way. You will fail. I tried it, it did not work. Most of my early errors were trying to do what I do normally, which is run a business. Not the right answer, it's a passion project. Not just that, can you understand that when you run as Libertarian, it will be absolutely unfair no matter what you do, and there is no remedy. It will simply be unfair, period. Can you accept that? If you say yes to those things, please run. I really want you to run because you are the talent that we need. You are the talent that we need if you can do that. That's what I want. I want tons of people like that. And the last thing, if you lose, because you probably will lose, will you stay in our party? Will you grow, help, and assist so that someone else, to Karen's point exactly, can do better than you? Can you do that? Can you teach and train so that the guy or gal behind you does even better than you? Can you do all those things? If you can, I want you to run. That's what I've been working on these last 2 years, by what you exactly said, by trying to live that, be the example, so that when I start preaching, which I'm preaching now, when I start preaching, at least I can say, I did it, so you won't be so mad at me. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you. Okay, open up to questions and questions that all may address. Yeah.
Well, actually, I wanted to, because I don't think everybody has heard me speak about our experiences in China. which is relating to our great stories, and I'm wondering if you might relate the bird killing program in the 1960s. Because that's one of the best
Is it, they're talking in Big Island? Okay.
I don't know, I don't know what happened to the screen, so I'm not cool with that. Bird killing.
I don't think I have a lot of time to say that, but from listening to you two, I thought we have so much freedom we should celebrate, because you have freedom to wear the shirt, whatever shirt you choose to. Other people have freedom to laugh at you or criticize you or agree with you. Those are freedom we need to celebrate, because in China, recently, this is on the national media, government news, this guy had enough of brainwashing propaganda during the October 1st Chinese National Day, because the government told people, remember and repeat, the country, the party raised you. And he said, no, that's too much. I'm not raised by the country, I'm raised by my mom. Prison sentence. It's prison sentence. You can't even say a joke. My father was in prison because he said a joke, told a person a joke, and political prisoner. So yeah, we need to celebrate our freedom and practice. Don't throw it away. If you have talent, do something about it. Yeah, the bird was 1957, 58. They called Great Leap Forward the time, and somehow Mao and his team believe that bird is hurting the production of food, because bird will eat the grain from the field. So they said by eliminating all birds, what do you call that kind of bird?
Swallows.
Sparrows, yeah. Eliminating all the sparrows, we will increase our production of food, because that time China is, the government promised they will feed everybody. They'll take care of everybody. Everybody will be equal.
That works.
And and you don't need to work too hard. And if we don't have enough food, it's all the birds' fault. So let's go kill all the birds. And all the kids, even the kids are mobilized. And what we did was, at the end of the day, like 5 or 6 o'clock, when the birds came back to the tree to rest, we will go to the rooftop and make noises or shake the trees so the birds can land and rest. And then the birds just kept flying and flying until too tired and dropped dead. And then the kids will go collect the birds and put a string and tie them together and go to the local, in China they call neighborhood committee, and to claim the prizes by how many birds you bring, dead birds. They have truckload of the sparrows. And then almost all the birds were eliminated. And the next year, all the insects came back, because the birds eat some grains, but mostly eat insects. But without any birds, all the insects just multiplied, and even locusts. And they just wiped out all the crops, and it was such a disaster. And the Chinese government labeled it natural disaster, because it's natural disaster, and that's why they don't call it famine. And for 3 years, 1960, 61, 63, 62, no, 60, 61, no, 61, 62, 63, 3 years. If you read Chinese modern history book, it's called natural disaster. 3 years means everybody was starving in China. Is it the average calorie intake
was less than the Jews at Auschwitz during World War II for the whole country of China. Fewer calorie intake for the whole country.
Yeah, and people starved to death, and also because everybody was starving, so nobody had any energy to do any work. Most people are swollen. When you're starved. You don't get very skinny at the beginning. You get swollen, and so no energy, swollen, and just most of the people sitting there couldn't do any production. And 3 years, and 42 million people died of starvation or hard labor or torture.
Government program didn't work? What?
No, the government really took care of everybody. Everybody is dying of the starvation equally.
Equally.
Yeah.
You were fair.
Yeah.
Another question.
And also, I want to just mention, the reason I went international is there's a Democrat Party, Republican Party in this country, but Libertarian Party is international. Every country has Libertarian Party and Libertarian movement. It's universal. And because we're human beings, we all born have rights and freedom. And we all need to do something to protect it. And so that's universal. That's why I didn't feel like there's a boundary when I talk about libertarianism in Afghanistan, in Kenya, in Myanmar, whatever. So the good work you're doing in this country will give better example to the rest of the world.
I'd like to hear from all three of the panelists about what do you think the role of the U.S. Libertarian Party is in the global liberty movement? We often look inward at our own politics, and I'm curious to hear how you think we fit into the global movement.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I think the way that I always say, by example, right? I mean, that's the biggest issue, by example. I've always said that one of the reasons why I'm against foreign wars is because, I mean, many reasons, but one of them is because our culture is far stronger than any bomb you might drop, right? Than any troops on the ground. Our culture is far stronger than that. If we want other countries to follow us, we have to be, the example to them. So the better and stronger our party can be in making a movement and showing value and showing an increase, the others will gain hope. If we collapse here, I think a lot of the other parties in other countries will think, if it can't work in America, where the hell can it work? So that is my biggest worry, right? And the only place the Libertarian Party will be able to make any advances is in countries like Venezuela, where everything is collapsing, and then they will have to turn to violence to move themselves forward, which is what I don't want them to do, right? In my view, the Libertarian Party is the non-violent revolution that we need, right? That's how I view it. It's the non-violent revolution that we need. And if we have to resort to violence, I think the party has failed. That's my view.
Obviously, yes, by an example. But I think actually it's somewhat difficult for us to be an example sometimes because a lot of us in the party, I'm not criticizing anyone, it's just because we're Americans and we love our country, that we tie it so much to America and to the Constitution rather than to the universal natural rights of people. I just, had an email from a member today asking me where in our platform each thing links to the Constitution. I'm like, no, it links to the rights of people, and where the Constitution supports that, wonderful. But we need to have a more global perspective. This is not an American movement. It's a human rights global movement, and we need to, I think, embrace that. And we see a lot of the American nationalism in it when our big battles over immigration, sometimes even in the party. And I agree with you. It's people, we all are also Americans, but we're also just people, you just happen to be born here. And I think we need to embrace that more rather than being just like every other American political party with rah-rah, apple pie, the flag, and that. Those are great. But what's it doing for the entire human race? I see us as an entire human liberation movement.
Yeah, I believe there's no poor people in the world. There are only people who live in the poor places or poor country. Why some countries are poor and some are not poor, rich, is because economic freedom of that area or that country. The difference between China and Hong Kong, one has economic freedom, had economic freedom, one doesn't. So who promote and defend economic freedom? The libertarians in the United States. And the voice is very loud because the United States is still the #1 economic power in the world. In the rest of the world, thinking America is very rich. Most people are very rich. Even the homeless is very rich compared to a lot of people in the world. And so the libertarians are promoting and defending the economic freedom. So that's a big work, even though a lot of people doing only inside the United States, but the impact is far beyond the borders.
Can I talk again on this? I want to make an important point. This goes back to my earlier point. I think all of these are important. There are a lot of people who will really embrace a global movement. Many people will, right? They'll be, oh my God, it's bigger than us, and they'll jump on board, and they'll be radicalized, and they'll be jumping up and down and helping us out. And there's a lot of people who still believe in borders and believe that they're proud to be of whatever nationalization the nation they're part of. So I think we have to have both. I think we have to be able to show an example of what it is to be a nation state and to be more libertarian and embrace the global movement. Because for some people, they will hear a global movement as, you're a globalist and you don't care about us. They will hear that, and some won't. So I think both of these, as I said earlier, they're all valuable. We should have people who think locally, like I care heavily about New York State, right? And some people care only about America. Some people care about the global movement. I think they're all critical. I don't think one is more important than the other. I think if we don't have any of them, we will miss people. That makes sense. I want us to have all 3 of those or 4 of those, so we miss the least amount of people.
Okay, one minute remaining.
Okay. You and I would disagree on that, but that's okay.
I still love you.
Well, that's okay. You cannot be a libertarian. So, I think I joke, but say instead of having the slogan, the party of principle, that we need to change our slogan to "You do you, boo boo," and just let and people follow their bliss, whatever that might be, as long as they're not aggressing against other people.
I'd say that's a good wrap-up comment. Thank you very much.
Oh, I got another. I got a raise. I got 2 of them now. Ooh, I'm more equal than you. I got 2 of them. Yes.
His other zipper in Colorado. Yeah, he's a firefighter. We have a sheriff's station on awesome.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right. Just a second here while I'm getting notes together. So, is this yours, Ken?
Oh, maybe so.
Get it whenever. I want to go back, and we're going to talk about things that we want to do for our party, which are not involving issues, but involved the ways and means of moving us forward, which we've all been listening to various ideas and thoughts and things throughout the day. And I want you to, if you still have in your folder the minutes that we had from the convention in 2017, wherein we had the small group committees and the various ideas that the small group committees came up with. And I'd like to talk about some of the points that were suggested. I want to look at, seeing if we can evaluate how well we've done in the last 2 years and what we might be able to do to make some progress in some of those areas. So if we could start paying attention to things such as libertarian candidate vetting, how do we get candidates, how candidates need exposure, screening process for the nuts. We want to up the quality of our candidates, candidate training. We need high standards on high-level races. We need a group of senior-level people in the party to vet candidates. So there's almost every one of the small group committees had something to say about candidacy. And we've heard some really good things from our people here today about what you should be if you're doing candidacy. Larry had some things to say, Karen had some things to say, we all had various things to say, our candidates had things to say. But I'd like you to, as a party, now, if you have any thoughts on what we can do better in terms of developing and supporting candidates. If we have any thoughts on any of these things compared to what we've done in the last 2 years. Bill?
Well, the candidates should ask for support if they want people to support them. There is no ideal campaign. Their prerogative, but I want to say the only person who's asked in the last 4 years to support it was Barry. Talking in New York. The candidates here did not ask for support. So my time's valuable. I'm not going to offer my support unless you're going to ask for it.
One of the first things you learn about fundraising, and I'm not, which is one area you can support people. There are a lot of areas in which you can be supported. One of the first things they teach you about fundraising, if you want to get money from someone, you need to ask them. It's really pretty obvious. And one of the problems which we've had in our party in the past is there was a time in which I had left the leadership earlier in the century because I burned out. For 4 years, no one in the party leadership asked anyone in the party to donate any money. And then when I got back involved, they were almost out of money and they didn't know how to pay the phone bill every month because they didn't have any money. So what did I tell them to do? Ask for money. So if you need support, you've got to ask for it. And when you ask for it, you have to give the people a good reason to give it to you. And then you got to follow through and spend the money on what you said.
Well, somebody who was very good at fundraising said something I thought was very interesting. If you ask people for money, they'll give you advice. And if you ask them for advice, they'll give you money.
Well, ideally, they'll give you both. And to me, if somebody's giving me money, I'll listen to their advice. That's pretty simple. Yes, Larry?
If you guys don't mind, I'll give you a little bit of information on what you see is true.
Can you come to the center of the room so we can hear you?
In most cases, these are 4 ways to divvy up who your donors are. It's not a 100% rule, but it's a good general rule on cases. Your libertarians and your non-libertarians, 2 groups, and then within that, your libertarians on one side, your non-libertarians on the other side, and then within those 2 groups, what you consider your average donor or low donor versus your high donor. As a general rule, when you look at someone in the Libertarian Party and they're a low dollar donor, so someone gives $20, $100, you can decide what that is depending on what you're doing. When I was in New York State, the highest I can get is $44,000. So my lower donors are probably 500 and under. But if you only get 3,000, lower donors maybe $100 and under. You will decide what that means. So general rule, your lower donor wants to know that they're part of something big. It's a good general rule. It's not a 100% rule. It's a good general rule. When you're speaking to that, those are things like massive emails and things like videos that say, hey, we're part of something big. Here's the big stuff we're doing. They will generally say, yay, I want to be part of the big deal. And they'll give you $10, $15, $20. It's amazing. You can get that. My average donation was $100. So you can do that with that kind of donor. When it comes to a small donor who's non-libertarian, they're often very much issue-based. So they'll take care of this specific issue for you, be part of this specific issue movement, and they will often give you $5, $10, $20, whatever the case may be. When it comes to heavy hitter donors, if they are heavy hitter donors in general, they look at it as an investment. They tend not to want to be part of something bigger. They tend to say, what am I giving you my $3 grand, $5 grand, $10 grand, $15 grand for? What am I getting? It is an investment. So you've got to be able to tell them, when you give me that big amount of money, what is going to happen with that? What am I investing in? And if you're going saying, I'm going to give people an option, they're not going to give you money. You've got to say things like, I'm going to build a policy library, which is what I said, people give me money. I'm going to build infrastructure in the party so that people can keep running. That's what the heavy hitter libertarian donor wants. They want impact and investment in the movement. If you can't give them that, the odds are they won't. I still get people to give me big dollars because I still say, this is the thing you're going to invest in. You should be thinking about this when it comes to libertarian donors like a business. What value am I giving these libertarian donors for their money? What value are they getting back? When it comes to non-libertarian donors, same concept, but almost always they have a personal issue. If they're non-libertarian donors, it is almost always a personal issue. I don't like him. Can you make him look bad? Yes, I can. Yes, I can do that. Or I don't like this specific law or rule. Can you rail against this specific law or rule? Now, the funny thing is, being a libertarian, many times you're already against some of these rules. I do not want you to sacrifice your principles, but you're already against these rules. So you can just rail harder against the specific thing you would already rail against, and that individual donor will give you a lot of money. Remember, that is a good general rule on donors.
All right, and there's actually a third type of donor which is also important, which is friends and family, who will give you the money because you're you. And when you're going to be a candidate, having the support of your friends and family is really useful. And if you don't have the support, you could end up getting divorced. So I've seen that.
Yes.
And if you have no friends, you're probably not made for candidacy. Okay? So always, when I talk to people who are going to run for offices, talk to all your friends. Go to your high school reunion. I mean, these people don't necessarily care about your politics, but they like you, like the Libertarians and the Larrytarians. People who like you will give you money. When I ran for office, a lot of the people were not libertarian at all. Most of my money did not come from libertarians. They came from the people at an issue that I supported, or people who just knew me because I'd been working with them on something. And they said, we like Tracy. So those is good. And this is not just a money question, because not all of our problems are with fundraising. A lot of it is with volunteers and expertise, and those apply too. What about now, as far as the candidate vetting?
One more thing.
Yeah, quickly.
One other thing. People will often give you money because you already have money.
Yeah, money follows money.
Right?
That's
So
another
someone
rule.
knows someone's already given you money. Let people know you've already raised money. And they go, oh, so someone else believes in you? Better chance they'll believe. So if you raise someone from friends and family, as you mentioned, do that first. Say, hey, I've already raised X thousand, X $100. And they go, oh, you've already raised money? Better chance they'll give you money.
Do we want to talk about the candidate vetting? Because we did initiate an informal policy in terms of candidates who run for high-profile offices in the state of Hawaii. The reason we did that is we had a series of people who joined the party, and the next day they wanted to run for only the top office, the governorship, whatever, Congress, And a lot of these people turned out not to be very good libertarians. And we got a lot of flack, particularly from our party base and from our donors, in allowing them to represent the party. Michelle?
I was going to say, if you don't want me to run, Tracy.
No. You've been vetted. You've been vetted. That's the point. And so our basic rule is if you're going to run for an office, one of our federal offices in Hawaii, or for the governor, or for the mayor, we'd like to know that you've been in the party for a while, maybe run for office before, that we know you pretty well, and that we know that you're not somebody who's going to get on a televised situation and embarrass us. That's what we want to know. And I think that's good for the party as a whole. Because all the people down ticket, and like Larry was saying, the down ticket and the up ticket, they got to support each other. All the people on the down ticket who are out knocking on doors and trying maybe to win an election are harmed when the person at the top of the ticket gets their picture in the news and they say something we really don't like. So we are vetting now, and we're going to continue to do that. We're not vetting so much our lower level races. I mean, if somebody seems libertarian and they want to work their ass off, they're probably not going to get the kind of attention. And if we don't like them, probably at the end of the campaign, they didn't like us either, and they'll just go away and that'll be fine. Some other issues are here. These are advocacy groups or action items. Speaking with legislators one-on-one, neighborhood boards, stop focusing on elections, spend more time on legislation, and be more activist events oriented. Infiltrate community organization events. Now, who in the party has been active in any of those areas in the past 2 years? Okay, so we could do better on that. And this is to do with basically two things: your passion. A lot of people come to the party, they have an issue. I came to this party because I was in favor of sex worker rights. That's why I came to the party. And I spent a lot more time on sex worker rights than I do on the LP. A lot more time, except for this week when I spent a lot of time on the LP. But we can be really effective in other ways aside from candidacy if we spent more time with the legislature. Some people say, well, I don't want to go to the legislature because they're Democrats and they're against us and they're socialists, or, these people might be an ally on an important issue, particularly issues regarding the election laws or campaign finance laws. As I indicated, we had the chair of the Judiciary Committee, a Democrat, talking about ranked choice voting. Good issue for us. So getting involved in the neighborhood boards, going to the legislature on it, working with someone here who's got an issue, working to support the sex workers or the gun people or whoever is down there, that's helpful. Bill.
Governor Ige vetoed the asset forfeiture.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is something that we should focus on. It's already passed legislature. Hopefully, we override Governor Ige's veto before he's going out of office, but I think that's something we should focus on trying to get accomplished. It seems like past legislature might be able to get super majority.
Well, I think we need at least 2 people at the legislature on a regular basis. I'm down there a lot, but all of my time is spent on sex worker stuff. And there's a lot of other issues I'd like to get involved in, but I can't do that. So if I have other people from the party saying, I'm going to take on this project, and I'm going to be down there, and I'm going to know what to do, and people are not familiar with the legislative process, I am familiar, and I'd be happy to coach you on how to make your time most effective. That's important. What about infiltrating other organizations? Dina?
Tracy, well, I can talk about that, but I want to back to your comment for the civil asset forfeiture. We did actually meet on the Capitol, and when he vetoed that. So there were people out there. I know I was out there. Joe was out there. I want to say Mark was out there. Yeah, there were people out there. There was representation. Not everybody showed up by a great hand. People have work. People have jobs. People have other things. But we live on other islands, exactly. But we are getting out there. We are representing to our ability. Tracy, you said about infiltration. I've been to gun shows this past year. I've been going to whatever conventions that strike me that as something libertarian. I got the Convention of State guys out here. I got the Second Amendment guys out here. They're here hanging out with us now. They're learning libertarian things now. They were at least interested enough to go and come out to here to try to get us to go to join theirs. And it's kind of like a network that you have to go and reach out to these other niche markets that like the marijuana industry, for one thing. Michelle and I both, she's the founder of the White Veterans Campus Alliance. Love her even, but we reach out. We have a Stoke for the Cure. We had it's all about going out and reaching out different possible libertarians.
Good. Al, I want to let Al get in on this.
I've been working a lot with the Build to Track people. There's initially and still is a public track sort of effort to try and get a public racetrack built. But now there's also a private racetrack as well that's in the planning process, and they have like land and stuff. So there's a lot going on with vehicle registration, stuff like that along the way too. So that's one more thing.
Like I said, a lot of us are passionate about issues. That means there are a lot of people in the community who may be passionate about them who aren't necessarily libertarian. We need to support them because those are our issues too. And in those people, it's like if I'm working on criminal justice reform, a lot of the people I'm working with are not libertarian, but that's part of our process, criminal justice reform. So I'm going to work with whatever people are also, no matter what their politics are on something else, to get that plank on our platform done. Put it in the bank, get it done. Get our thing that I think is important to remember is our goal is to accomplish libertarianism. Electing candidates is a means to an end. It's not the end in itself. The end in itself is to accomplish libertarianism. That's the goal. And as much as we could get Democrats and Republicans who heard us talking to say, oh, I'm going to take that idea, and they pass it, fine. If the Democrats adopted the libertarian platform and passed it, we wouldn't need to be a party, would we? So that's important too. Okay, so a couple other things. Regular educational meetings, regular sessions, Events are logistically difficult. Believe me, I know that from doing this. It would be nice if we got, one person in each county party to do one event a year where they would be responsible for finding a speaker, getting interest, getting a panel, getting a venue, in helping with inviting libertarians and maybe non-libertarians to come and listen, so we can have, regular meetings, going on and getting people. I mean, we've had some things at St. Louis Alumni Association where we had 25 people and about 10 of them were non-libertarians. And they may not become libertarians, but, they're people who can help us with that portion of the libertarian platform. So we should be doing these things. And if there are people here tonight who said, I think I could do an event a year for the LP, great. I mean, Joe just helped set up an event yesterday where Larry spoke in Maui and they had 30 people, like I mentioned in the beginning. I mean, that's great. Maybe we'll get a Maui County party, an affiliate out of that. So are there any other comments on meetings and logistics in that area that people have thoughts on? Somebody we haven't heard from, maybe. Maybe Mark's got something to say. Ken's got something to say. Ken's deep in thought. All right, well, I think, it's here, it was an idea we talked about 2 years ago, and to me, it's really important because having these meetings is the guts of having effective county parties. Yes.
Hi, Alexander here. I know I've not been here before, so thanks for letting me come into the meeting. I had a suggestion, something that worked in Nevada. Don't know if it'll work here. We had a lot of informal socials that we would organize around the different areas of Clark County, and they are really well attended. They'd be something like bowling or beers or whatever works well in your community, right? And
beer works well everywhere.
Beer works well everywhere, and they've got some great breweries here. I got to say, Maui Brewing Company in particular, I'm very fond of. But I think that those really helped make it less formal, and it doesn't require venues, events, things like that. We went to normal restaurants and would ask them, hey, would you like us to pay you?
How did you spell normal?
Pardon?
How did you spell normal?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, marijuana was passed with our support, although unfortunately it had to be legalized because it's Nevada and they have to regulate everything to the 50th degree. But at least you can smoke it there. At least you can get pretty high there. So anyway, we were able to find supporters for those marginalized communities, like sex workers. They follow us on Twitter at LP Nevada, like heavily. It's one of the, it actually is the only state I believe that has legal sex work. I supported, I think I even motioned for the sex worker plank and the platform committee meeting. Isn't that right, Karen?
What?
She was the chair. I motioned for that sex worker plank.
Susan,
There were so many.
Yeah.
Sarah from Louisiana and I wrote the blank.
Yep.
And then it went through quite a bit of debate over whether it was appropriate to have a separate sex worker plank from our general, consenting adults plank. And we got pretty much what we wanted.
Oh yeah, I'm so glad it was in there because it's helped us reach those communities. And when LP Washoe County had informal meetings in that area, they would have, they had sex workers attend those informal meetings. And because they weren't so structured and they weren't so, speaker and, libertarian and stuff, people got to meet us, right? They got to feel like, oh, I met someone that's kind of like me that I had to deal with. So that might be a way. I don't know.
No, well, we're doing every 2 weeks, every other Saturday, we do Liberty on the Rocks down at the Row Bar from 8 to 10 p.m. The Row Bar is an open air bar at Restaurant Row. And because it's open air, people can smoke. Although they told us you can't smoke marijuana there. And so they told us that. You can't smoke marijuana.
It's a college campus now, so they might be liberalizing that.
No, they don't want to get in trouble. They said, because somebody was doing marijuana, I don't know who.
That was me.
And so I just said, oh, what about smoking crack? Is that okay? And we're not okay with that either. So.
That's awesome. Did you guys move the venue?
No, it's the same. The goal is to have it at the same place every 2 weeks so that people don't have to be reminded. And we find that when you're doing events, if it's, people think, oh, it's now, and then they'll show up. And we have a Facebook page, and Fina has recently joined Joe and Anthony, who's not here, in terms of using that. And one of the things we'd like to do, because social media was mentioned several times, is ensure that our social media is as good as it can be, and I'm not sure that it is. Karen, did you want to weigh in?
Well, I wanted, but on your sex worker item, because a lot of people overlook, yes, the sex worker paying class, we actually passed 2 sex worker plans. Another one got instilled, and I think that's, I actually wrote,
I've introduced that one, and I think it's important to have it in there. So most people don't even notice that it got also put in the crime and justice plank where it talks about crimes without victims and gambling, use of drugs, but we added and consensual transactions involving sexual services. So it got in there twice. So I think that was a pretty big victory.
Yay! So the after the party elections, the orgy begins. No.
The meetings.
And one of the other, so social media, Joe, what's the status of our Facebook page? What can you tell me about it? We need to know.
Okay, well, we have about 6,000 likes. Okay, we have about 6,000 people who've liked the page. Anthony Higa runs the page. Basically, he posts, half the stuff he posts is local and half of it's national. And there's a lot of activity. It's probably, the most activity in the state for the Libertarian Party. It's all happening on the Facebook page. A lot of the people that came to the Maui event yesterday saw it on Facebook. So I think there's an opportunity there. Like if Big Island or Kauai wanted to do events, we'd be happy to. And what I did is I targeted all libertarians who live on Maui and just ran ads straight at them, and they all came. So.
Well, that's good, because if we get 6,000 likes, I know that there's not all Hawaii likes.
Yeah. I think probably more than half of them are from the mainland, just because a lot of libertarian pages on the mainland share our stuff and all that. So.
Well, if a third of them are in Hawaii, that's 2,000 people, which is somewhat larger than our local party. Because I think in terms of members in good standing in the state of Hawaii, we do have less than 100 people. And we have a lot of lapsed members, maybe another 150. But that's still less than 2,000 by my accountant's reckoning.
3 new members today.
All right, Titus. So, the website, Greg is running the website. We want to make sure that if there are things that need to go on the website, that Greg knows, because otherwise they won't go there. And, like links to some of these supporting groups that we're supporting, they should be there, things like that. Al?
Did we get a new website?
Oh, yeah, we did.
Okay.
Somehow, the problem was that a friend from Jeff Mallon had taken out the website and had all of the things under his name, and then Jeff died. And unfortunately, when he died, the things which were under his name were not under our name, and some sleazy operator came in and cockroached our website. So LPHawaii.org or whatever it was, all of a sudden they had all this crap on it that we had no control over. And so then they ended up with an lpsomething.com instead, which is our current website, which is under the control of the party, and we do have all the licenses for that. Phil, did you have something to add?
Well, I know the California party has ca.lp.org. So I don't know if it might be. Right, I don't know if it's something like I.lp.org.
I don't know. We just changed to a new one. I don't know whether we want to change to another new one.
What our website address is now?
LibertarianPartyofHawaii.com.
Simple, written down. That's one good thing about it. It's simple. Okay, so somebody also writes here, we need more money. Okay, there's a solution for that. These envelopes. There's a solution to that. Anybody who wants to take one home and write a check for, up to 25,000, although we do expect, 24,009 for the people who are on a budget. But the Campaign Spending Commission has a lot of rules they have to enforce. And as I mentioned earlier in the day, with Pat on board and Pat's thoroughness, we are very comfortable with our dealings with them, which I've had to do this for years, despite the fact that I was not my job because I'm an accountant. And thanks to Pat, I don't have to do that, which has been an enormous reduction in my work. One of the things you need to know as party chair or as people in the party leadership is what the campaign finance laws are in your state, what the election laws are in your state, so that you can ensure that you make the best use of them and you don't screw up and cause yourself trouble. When I first entered the party in 1995 and I ran in 96, after I ran, I was told that, oh, we lost ballot access and now we have to get 7,000 ballot signatures. So I looked it up and I looked at the rules. I said, if we'd just done this, we wouldn't have had to do that. Oh, so the party chair and no one in leadership had bothered to read the law. That wasn't right. We're libertarians. We don't, so as a result of them not reading that law and not running one more candidate, we had to get 7,000 signatures. That's a screw up that should never happen. People in leadership should know what the laws of their state are. And campaign finance is something we need to know. So who knows what the maximum donation is you can give to a person who's running for a 2-year state house race? What is the maximum? 2,000. How about for the state senate? How much is the maximum? 4,000. It's 4 years. So if you're a married couple, how much can you give to a person running for the state senate? 8,000. It's 2 people. There's an exception for members of your immediate family. 50,000 from your immediate family, which is a total which includes your parents, your spouse, your children. So if you've got wealthy parents who's a millionaire, they can just write a check for 50,000, which is a lot in a state legislative race. Okay? And the maximum that you could give, the maximum you can give to the Libertarian Party is
25,000.
And that's for a 2-year period from election day to election day, 25,000. Now, the other thing about donating money when you're asking for money is somebody who gave you $500 in January might give you another $500 in August. Ask again. You can ask more than once. Give them a little time between the donations. The people who are giving you the money, they may give another check, and they may give more the second time if they see you're doing good with the money. So we need more money. Of course we do. I think Larry suggested a budget of $2 billion for our national party, which I think would be excellent.
I love that budget. Yes.
That's excellent.
Yes.
So to get that $2 billion, what we're going to do now, you have a hat with you. So we might come up short. But then, Ken's back there. You'll make up whatever we're short of.
I've got 100 trillion I can donate.
We survive as a political party in the state of Hawaii based on a few large donations. We have a $10,000 donation. We could get $1,000 here. Some people might give us $5,000 or whatever. But I don't want to neglect the monthly dues or the annual dues or the people that just say, I'm giving you $20 just to show I want to be part of this. Because that's important. Because this ultimately, it's not a money business. Money is important in politics, but this is a people business. Fundamentally, people business. Okay, so does anybody have any other ideas on things we can do better as a party in terms of promoting ourselves or growing? This would be the time to suggest. Michelle?
I know the theme of this, so I'm just gonna put it out there. Some she has like buttons and stuff, and it's very similar to Karen Ann's mention of the T-shirt, where
Sounds
if
fine.
you mention it, yeah. If you mention it, if you're wearing it or whatever, and you're around. Sorry, I know people can't hear me.
Yes, slide it upwards.
I don't know how to work these things. It's not my app. Push it, there we go, okay.
So, swag type things. Oh, I love this. Weed and gay sex, degeneracy for all. And it's got the Libertarian Party thing. I love it. So, I think that that's a really good tool to use. Is Tracy had some really cool like legalized weed t-shirts, stuff like that. Going to these events, any event, gun shows, marijuana expos, anything that's got a personal liberty aspect to it, wear your button and have a couple brochures with you and make conversation that you would make anyway. Because believe, I love talking to people about weed. And sharing that idea. So I did want to like make mention of that I think that Fina does a really good job of publicizing her membership within the party just on herself and letting people like communicate with her about what the party is and why she's a part of it. And I would just love to see everybody volunteer a couple hours this election. Like, you guys don't have to sacrifice hours every week, but man, if y'all could throw in 2 hours a month to just make some phone calls or wave a sign, we could make a big difference in our party just by getting that like visual exposure. So that's all I have.
Hi, in 2008, I helped with the Ron Paul campaign, and we went to college campuses. We got huge crowds from college campuses, and they really, look what the Democratic Party has done with the college campuses. That's a huge place, I think.
Yeah, we need more people like Ron Paul. Do you want to say something?
I think selling swag is an amazing idea. I mean, not just giving it out, not just wearing it. Please wear it, please give it out. But don't just do that. I think you sell it. I used to sell t-shirts in the campaign, 20 bucks for a t-shirt. You don't actually sell it, you give it away and they give you a donation. So you don't sell anything. You actually just, I give it away. And I would tell people, look, take a shirt if you want it. I'd like $20 for it. If you don't have it, it's fine. Some people give me 100 bucks for a shirt. Some people give me $5 for a shirt. But literally I would go to an event and I would come back with $500 in cash. People buying lawn signs, shirts, bumper stickers, whatever the case may be. They're buying it. They want to take a piece from what the event you were at. You go to a gun show, if you're able to hawk some shirts or some bumper stickers or lawn signs, whatever the case may be. And I give out lawn signs now to just say register Libertarian. They're not even about a candidate. It's just Libertarian. So people now in New York State are putting lawn signs out that says register Libertarian. That's all it says. So whatever candidate it might be is awesome, but I'm not talking about individual candidates. It's just in general. And people still buy them. They buy them online. They buy them at events.
If it's got a picture of the Statue of Liberty on it, make sure she's got a happy face. Before we move to the final section of this, which I want to start, because we're about 10 minutes behind where I'd like to be, but we might go quickly through the end. There's a lot of material out on the front desks, Libertarian Stereo. We've got plenty more. So I would like to see that material disappear today. There's material that people have brought here that everybody's, I want to make sure that people have an opportunity to take things from our people who showed up for us today. Steve's got a bunch of stuff over here, some manifestos. You can take that home and you can read it tonight and then you'll be quizzed. All right, so there's a lot that we can all do, small things, small donations, paying dues, talking to friends, having a flyer. If you get into a conversation with someone at a meeting or something, say, well, here's a flyer. Take that. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But if you don't, call me and let's talk about it. So we have to move on to the party business, and there's two items on the party business. One is the national convention. So there is a national convention in Austin, Texas. I don't need this right now because I have the other mic. So it's May. They're recommending that you attend from May 20th to May 26th, and I think the convention is the 21st to the 25th of May in Austin, Texas. We didn't get a
firm commitment on the number of delegates we're assigned, but I am virtually certain it is 5, because when you're a small state, it doesn't vary very much. We put out a request for people who'd like to be delegates through our regular emailing 2 months ago, asking them if they were interested to please respond. We've had 5 responses for 5 spots, which seems to be a good place to close this, but I don't have authorization to do so, and so I want to discuss that with the convention. So can we have hands of the people who had registered to attend? That's the 5. Well, Larry, you're not counted here. You're New York. So Michelle, Tina, Craig DeCosta, Steve Ritchie, and myself. Those are the 5 who have registered to attend the convention. I don't know if we've registered yet, but those are the people who requested to become delegates to the National Party Convention. Now, our state requirements to be a delegate to the National Party Convention are 3. You have to be a member of the state party in good standing. You have to be a member of the National Party in good standing, and you have to be willing to pay your own way. That's it. Then if there are no more delegate requests than there are delegate seats, we are pretty much good. And I don't want to be put in a position where we've told people they can be a delegate and somebody comes back a month from now and says, well, I didn't get a chance and I want to be a delegate, and they want to argue with me, because I don't need that. So what I would like is a resolution from the convention to accept the 5 people who have already asked to be delegates, and to allow other people who want to come forward later to be alternates if they want to still go to the convention. So can we do that?
So move.
I move for that.
Okay, so can we write down the resolution for Joe? The resolution is as follows. The Libertarian Party Convention moves that the 5 people named who have come forward to become National Party delegates to the 2020 National Convention be accepted by the convention as delegates, and any future person who comes forward, it will be limited to an alternate delegate spot. That's the resolution. Okay. All in favor? Aye. All red cards? Okay. Any opposed? Red cards? Hilo? Are you in favor?
No opposed.
All right. So the resolution passes unanimously. So all 5 of you now can go with confidence to the convention, knowing you will be a delegate. All right, that's done. And the last piece of business, I'm going to need an assistant, and I'm suggesting perhaps Larry, who's done this before. Larry.
Oh, this is Larry.
Yeah. This is our Larry. Because we're going to do the election of the new. I'm going to be your Larry too. I like Larry too.
Local Larry.
So Larry, you know what the drill is. We're going to do the election of the new officers and executive committee. There are 4 officers and 5 spots at large on the committee.
Yeah, actually, what I'm going to do is open it for nominations for the chair, and then the chair will take over the rest of the elections, right? So the rules, I believe, read that the chair gets situated first, then runs the rest of the meeting. So the rules are like this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tracy, I haven't read it for a
You got the
while.
bylaws right there.
Yeah, I know, on my glasses, and it's a long piece of paper. So I think we open it up to nominations. You have to be a party member in good standing. We open up the nominations from the floor, and we close nominations. And if we have more than one candidate, we circulate papers that people write on who they want of the 2 or 3 or 4, however many. So that's how it goes. So I'm going to open the floor to nominations. Any nominations for chair? Mr. Schoolin?
I nominate Tracy Ryan.
Tracy Ryan has been nominated. Has anybody ever heard of her?
Is that chick even willing to do it? Hold on.
What?
Did anybody even ask if she wanted to do it? This Tracy person.
You don't have to.
Oh, okay.
She can decline it if she wants.
You can decline.
You can actually nominate people who are not even here.
That's what I said, a sheer.
Teach them a lesson.
I'm willing to do one more term, one more.
All right, any further nominations? Come on, let's have a contest. Nobody? Nominations are closed. So what the typical protocol is, Tracy Ryan wants to be chair, has accepted the nomination. Tracy Ryan will give about a 1-minute speech about her qualifications to be chair, and then we will vote by hand vote or by red card vote to determine if she's made that grade. Tracy, could you come up and talk for about a minute about your qualifications?
I do not want to hold up this business any more than it has to get.
Yeah, I'm running a meeting now, so you need.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate the faith that's been placed in me by the members of the party. If you've been in the party for more than 5 minutes, you probably know what my qualifications are. But since Larry has demanded a 1-minute speech and Larry is in charge, I'm going to follow Larry's situation. So I joined the party in 1995. I ran for office in 1996 for the state senate. I received 31% of the vote in a two-way state senate seat, which in that year was the highest of any Libertarian candidate in the United States. I was chair in 2000 or so, and then I ran for governor in 2002. And I've been party chair now for 3 terms. And my goal primarily for this last 4th term is to find someone who can be a capable chair to follow me, because I remember, the Cato Cincinnatus, who left power after a certain amount of time, and the example set by George Washington, who left power after 8 years, and I think 8 years is probably enough for me. That's a minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. So,
how long is a term?
Oh, I'm sorry, a 2-year term. I was going to mention that. So, rather than count how many are eligible to vote, see if she gets a majority, how about everybody with the red cards hold up their red card, and we'll see if there's any challenge to that. Anybody who didn't want to vote for Tracy with a red card? Tracy, you are the chair. Thank you very much.
All right, the next office that's open is vice chair. And that doesn't mean they're in charge of all the vice issues. It just means they're like second in command, and they would do the work of the chair in the absence of the chair, which is basically to conduct meetings. I would like to see if there is a nomination from the floor, from here, or from Hilo. Fred, I'm giving you a hint. Or Pat, I'm giving you a hint to nominate someone to be vice chair.
I would like to nominate Greg Arianoff for vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii.
Greg Arianoff has been nominated as vice chair. Would anybody else like to be vice chair? Hearing none. Hearing none, I would close the nomination. And I don't think that Greg needs to speak for a full minute, but Greg, if you'd like to say some words about what you think we can accomplish in the next 2 years, that would be appreciated.
All right, well, thank you very much. I am going to accept it for 2 more years. But like you mentioned, I think it's our main issue is that we're not putting enough effort forward, and I'm guilty as well. Like I mentioned on the opening of the convention, is focusing more on all the duties and activities, and on my side, than basically taking to be doing something else. But now that this business is launched, hopefully I can start refocusing on our issues, and what we talked about earlier was start to throw more meetings, especially here locally. Like we did, just throwing something on Facebook, we did get some answers and people showed up. So it's just continuing to focus on that and communicating, which has been the biggest issue. It's just the presence hasn't been there. But once we start,
we really want to make sure we have a viable party in Hawaii County. And hopefully we can develop a cell on the west side as well. All right, so with the show of your red cards, all in favor of Greg as vice chair? Okay, are there any red cards for anybody else or not? Okay, Greg, you are now the vice chair. We would like now to have a nomination for party secretary. Now, the secretarial jobs are described in the bylaws. The main thing that our secretary does is they act as a recording secretary, but they also help with things like membership, databases, arrangements. Secretaries can do a lot of different things. And I would like to have a nomination from the floor for the office of secretary of the party. Tina?
Nominate Joe Kent.
Second.
Okay. I don't think it needs to be seconded, but that's okay. Are there any other people who'd like to do secretarial work? Means having a pencil in your hair. And Joe's short on hair, so.
I was already disqualified from the job.
All right, that's the secretary bird. Okay. All right, so we have one nominee for secretary. I'm going to close the nominations. I'm going to not ask Joe to speak because we're running slightly late on time. And if everybody speaks, we'll be here listening to speeches for 40 minutes, which we don't want to do. So I'm going to ask for a red card showing in favor of Joe. All right, any not for Joe? All right, Joe, you are now the party secretary. Congratulations. Now I would like to have a nomination from the floor for the position of treasurer. Ken? Ken nominates Patrick Brock. Patrick, I hope you will accept. Are there any other nominations? Which is good because it's being the treasurer and doing it the right way is something that requires a certain amount of talent and dedication. And Pat has really shown me that. So I'm very happy with that. So can we have a red card showing to accept Pat as our party treasurer? All right. Any opposed? All right, Pat, you are the treasurer. Thank you very much for your service. Then we have 5 at-large positions on the executive committee, and people come in and out of those over the years. So are there nominations for the 5 at-large positions? You can nominate more than one person when you speak. So I guess I'm gonna be on the floor now. I know this is getting tedious for most of us. Okay, so we have members of the executive committee are as follows: Michelle Tippins, Tina Benowen, Al Yim, 3 of them who are candidates. We have Eric Weinert, who is on Big Island, that's 4, and Anthony Higa, who could not be here today. I'm not sure if Anthony wants to continue on the executive committee because he has not been able to participate in any of our doings over the last year or more. So I don't know if there is anybody else who would like to join the executive committee and be a member as well. So is there anybody who would like to nominate somebody as a 5th member of the executive committee? If not, we can leave that position open and it can be filled on an interim basis by the executive committee itself. Vina?
I'd like to nominate Lee Schoolin.
Lisa's making a face.
Actually, the reason is I'm not physically here enough. But that's why I would want you. You spread the message further.
She wants you.
Oh, yeah.
She wants you. I mean, you don't have to do this if you don't want to, but you're wanted by Vina.
Okay.
That's like being wanted by the law. Yeah,
Most wanted.
that picture, you know. So are you willing to do this? All right. So we have 5 nominations. Are there any other people? Matt, do you want to do this? No. Did I hear no?
No.
Yeah, because you have to verbally, I have to hear it. Anybody else? All right. Okay, so I will, as chair, propose a motion to accept these 5 people as the 5 at-large members of the executive committee. Eric Weiner, Lise Guland, Al Yim, Rena Minoan, Michelle Tippins. That's the motion. You got it, Joe?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of this motion, please signify with your red card. Any opposition? Motion passes. Business is done. All right.
Tracy, I have a comment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next convention, could we get different colored cards in red? I mean, this is the color of the Communist Party and the Republican Party. Whatever, anything but red or blue.
This is the color construction paper I had it on. I wasn't.
Call me next time, I've got more.
I would close by, I think that I would like to move to adjourn, but before I do that, I want to reinforce a couple of comments. First, those of you who have RSVP'd for tonight's fundraiser, please remember it's at Pagoda at 7:30. There's no room for people who have not RSVP'd because they've got a room that fits 10 and that's it. Next time I do these together, I will try to make sure that I have made arrangements with places where they can expand if we need to, and I did not do that, so mea culpa. Number 2, remember to take materials from everybody. Steve's got material, the SWAT people have material, there's material on the front desk. The material on the front desk is stuff for you to take a bunch and give to your friends. Tell them, Libertarianism is really cool, here's a flyer. They'll love it. All right, and there are cookies left, and I don't like that, so people eat the damn cookies. No, I mean, eat the damn cookies. All right, so that concludes all of the party business for this convention. Joe is taking notes, and I will wait to get those for the minutes. So we need a motion to adjourn. All in favor of adjourning, raise your red card. Any opposed? Anybody who wants to hang around for 10 o'clock? All right, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Okay, Dario, to disconnect all of this. Come on.
It was a pleasure sitting next to you and starving next to you.
Yeah.
Actually, I went downstairs and got a sandwich.
Oh, good.
Chicken sandwich.
How did you like it?
Yeah.